Chapter 4775. Ancient Soaring Dragon Art. Zhou Xian used the ancient soaring dragon art, causing his strength to soar, but it was still like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. The medicinal effect of the little change pill was too strong. Zhou Xian had reached the half-step star level, while Zhou Qian was at most a peak star emperor. Although there was only a slight difference and he wasn't even a true star-level expert, it was still a world of difference. One wouldn't understand unless they were truly involved in the battle. What a powerful half-step star-level expert. Zhou Qian felt a pressure in his heart. The limitless sword had also lost its dominating power. In the face of absolute strength, any power was useless. Cloud-breaking moon ascension. Zhou Xian swept his spear horizontally, breaking through thousands of caddies. Endless Genesis Chi surged out. Zhou Qian evaded the attack, but he couldn't avoid his opponent's attack. There was no place for Zhou Qian on the huge stage and even his shoulders were pressed down. The pressure of a half-step star-level expert made it difficult for Zhou Qian to breathe. Zhou Qian kept retreating. In many people's eyes he no longer had the strength to fight anymore. The battle was coming to an end. Zhou Xian's strength was too strong, unparalleled. After eating the minor restoration pill, his combat strength had reached the half-step star realm. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that he had directly advanced to the next realm. You're not my match in the end. Die. Hope you'll be reincarnated into a better body in your next life. Zhou Xian roared as spear light pierced through the air with thunderous momentum, causing everyone present to tremble. If a half-step star-level expert was already like this, how could a true star-level expert be like this? Zhou Qian couldn't retreat, unable to move under the pressure of Zhou Xian's aura. He could only stand there and receive the spear, but Zhou Qian was powerless. Everyone knew that Zhou Qian's life was finally coming to an end. Tong Ling's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His eyes were bloodshot with anger and he couldn't wait to rush to Zhou Qian and fight side by side with him. Brother Jiang. Xianxia and Balzaha's breathing also stopped. Their lives became extremely small at this moment. The spear light arrived in the blink of an eye and Zhou Qian couldn't dodge. That power was unstoppable. Zhou Qian didn't move, but his eyes were filled with determination. Zhou Xian's strength was extraordinary, but if he wanted to kill Zhou Qian, it was far from enough. Even though Zhou Xian had eaten the minor restoration pill that could greatly increase his strength, Zhou Qian still couldn't kill him. Zhou Qian didn't even look at Zhou Xian. Starlight erupted from his body, causing his strength to skyrocket in an instant. He was like a divine weapon descending from the heavens. With a swing of his sword, a 300-meter-long sword beam was unleashed. The first layer of the star shield entered Zhou Qian's body, causing his overall strength to increase tremendously. The conversion between source energy and star energy had given him an incredible amount of strength, allowing him to overpower Zhou Xian. Where the spear arrived, Zhou Qian's sword cut through the rainbow shadow, causing Zhou Xian's expression to change abruptly. His body trembled, but Zhou Qian's sword force had already arrived. It was simply unimaginable. His strength wasn't weak, but even a half-step star-level strength couldn't stop Zhou Qian's sword. Shocking the heavens and earth, crying ghosts and gods. Where the sword tip pointed, it shook the 9 heavens. Everyone was stunned. Zhou Qian's strength gave them a feeling of boundless strength, as if he was going to attack at any moment. At this moment, Zhou Xian was in complete despair. No. Father, save me. Zhou Xian roared in a hoarse voice, his body trembled. He wanted to escape but couldn't. The sword light slashed down and his body was directly split into 2. Blood splattered everywhere and the divine spear in his hand was split into 2. Together with his body, it scattered on the stage. The scene of Zhou Xian's death was shocking. No one had expected such a reversal. Zhou Xian had the strength to win the battle, but he was overturned by Zhou Qian at the last moment. It was like a fairy tale, but even so Zhou Qian had done it well. He had killed Zhou Xian with a single strike. That strike was filled with the overbearing power of destroying the heavens and earth. It was incomparable with the support of the star energy. Zhou Qian breathed out a long sigh of relief. His face was pale as he staggered and knelt down on one of his knees, gasping for breath. Relief could be seen in his eyes. He had finally won this battle. Tianqi Silver River City, I Zhou Qian am here. This is impossible. Impossible. Tong Wudi frowned and his heart shook. Zhou Xian was his right-hand man, his adopted son. Over the years Tong Wudi had poured a lot of effort into Zhou Xian, but now Zhou Xian had fallen. He couldn't even enter the Tianqi Silver River City and had become history. Jiang Chen's sword was too fast and too strong. Even Tong Wudi did not expect that Zhou Xian would be killed in just one sword strike. This Jiang Chen was terrifying and infuriating. Compared to Tong Wudi's anger, Tong Ling was very happy. Jiang Chen did not disappoint and obtained victory. Now both of them could go to the Tianqi Silver River City together. Her father's face was extremely ugly. Tong Ling stuck out her tongue, too lazy to argue with him. No matter what, Zhou Xian was her father's right-hand man, and also his adopted son. It was inevitable that her father would be sad about his death. At this moment the crowd was boiling with excitement. Everyone who was standing on the high platform thought that Jiang Chen was going to die, but the reversal was just too fast, catching them off guard. Some of them even had a dumbfounded expression on their faces. Didn't Zhou Xian win? However, Zhou Xian's corpse had already fallen on the stage. Waves of exclamations and shouts resounded through the clouds. Jiang Chen was enjoying the cheers and excitement from all directions. His heart was filled with confidence. Haha, as I said, Jiang Chen will definitely be the final winner of this battle. That's not what you said just now. That's because you heard it wrong. Zhou Xian's name was once the nightmare of many Norton City's geniuses. This time Jiang Chen defeated Zhou Xian and became a new legend. The Norton City's geniuses will be rewritten again. This is the true style of a king. He didn't walk the normal path and he overcame all difficulties. Jiang Chen's name is well deserved. The strong would always be respected. No matter when or where, the strong would be respected. This was the law of survival. Jiang Chen had won the final victory and this had surprised many people. Zhou Xian's domineering and iron-blooded war god had become history, and had turned into nothingness. Within the beast fighting arena, it was an unprecedentedly grand occasion. Intense cheers filled the air and it was deafening. It had been many years since they had seen such a wonderful battle. Jiang Chen, what a good Jiang Chen. Humph. Tong Wudi coldly humphed and turned away. Tong Ling lightly sighed and shook her head. Zhou Xian was her father's hope, and he had been raised by her father for many years. He wasn't her father's son, but they were even closer. She knew that this feeling was very uncomfortable, but the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. If Jiang Chen lost, then the one to die would be him. Chapter 4776. The beast battle had finally come to an end. Jiang Chen also heaved a sigh of relief. This time he could go to Tianqi Milky Way City with peace of mind. Jiang Chen looked around, feeling a little sad. My son Feng, where are you? Long Shisan and De Huang, where are you? Jiang Chen believed that they would definitely go to Tianqi Milky Way City. Only there could they attract the attention of the entire Tianqi planet. Congratulations, Jiang brother. Pa, you really made us worry. Balzaha said with a gratified expression, unable to hide the joy in his eyes. Although he did not have the qualifications to enter Tianqi Milky Way City, at least Tong Ling and Jiang Chen did it. He was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. Yeah, my heart is about to jump out. In the future when we go to Tianqi Milky Way City, you have to take good care of Ling. Otherwise I will definitely not forgive you. Xianxia laughed. You two don't talk so much. Aren't you just envious of Jiang Chen? Work harder in the future. I will wait for you at Tianqi Milky Way City. Tong Ling laughed and scolded. Sai, what's the use of being envious? This year's beast battle is too intense. Even if I advance to the third round, I won't be able to win. What kind of beasts are you facing? Without 100% certainty, you might lose your life if you're careless. You still have to be cautious. Caution is the parent of safety. In the next beast battle without 100% certainty I won't take the risk. Balzaha said with a serious expression. Then I will wait and see. Jiang Chen laughed. Today is a happy day. Shall we have a drink? Xianxia suggested. Sure, let's drink till we're drunk. Tong Ling's eyes lit up. Go back and rest first. Jiang Chen, your injuries are too serious. Tong Ling was in a difficult position. Who are you looking down on? If you want to drink, then drink to your heart's content. Jiang Chen said disapprovingly. He curled his lips and patted his chest. Yes, today the two of us will send you off. Pa. Balzaha laughed heartily. The four of them looked at each other and smiled. They left the beast-fighting arena together and found a tavern to drink to their heart's content. During the banquet, Balzaha and Sandra were both drunk. Friendship and love were drifting apart at this moment. For so many years they were childhood sweethearts, the best playmates and the most intimate friends. They could even sacrifice their lives for others. The appearance of Jiang Chen had strengthened their relationship, and they had even recognized Jiang Chen as their life and death friend. However, when Jiang Chen and Tong Ling both embarked on their journey, Balzaha and Sancho's emotions became extremely complicated. They could only release the feelings of many years in their hearts and drown their sorrows in alcohol. Although they talked in detail until late at night, the disappointment in their words was not limited to this. Jiang Chen understood that Tong Ling's departure and their trip to the heavenly awakening galaxy city would be a knot in their hearts for the rest of their lives. However, people wanted to climb higher and no one was willing to stay in a corner. Many people were willing to risk their lives even if they ended up covered in wounds. We'll be leaving in 3 days. I don't know when we can meet again. Balzaha and Sancho are my best friends. They must be very sad. I hope we can meet again in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the future. Tong Ling sighed and looked at his two friends who were drunk into a pool of mud. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. People have to learn to grow. Leaving is not the end. The world is big and everyone is wonderful. How can you know what they are thinking? If you are not a fish, how can you know the joy of a fish? If you are not me, how can you know that I don't know the joy of a fish? The heavenly awakening galaxy city is a threshold and a mountain in everyone's heart. As long as that mountain stands, their faith will never collapse. I believe that they will all be in the heavenly awakening galaxy city in the near future. Jiang Chen said with a smile. He drank the wine in his cup in one gulp and turned to leave. The night was silent. Jiang Chen quickly recovered his strength. Although he didn't break through to the 9th level of the Star Emperor realm after this battle, he still benefited a lot. It made him feel the terror of a half-step Star Realm warrior. Zhou Xian wasn't a true half-step Star Realm warrior. He only reached this level by relying on the small rejuvenating pill. A true half-step Star Realm warrior would undoubtedly be stronger. Jiang Chen didn't know if he was a match for a half-step Star Realm warrior, but he felt more and more danger. There were unknown opponents, people spying on him in the dark and the blue-robed man eyeing him covetously. Jiang Chen didn't dare to relax his vigilance at all times. Power. I have to increase my strength as soon as possible. Only power matters. Jiang Chen made up his mind. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was definitely more dangerous than this place. If he wasn't careful, then he might not be able to move an inch. The heavenly awakening galaxy city was the holy land of everyone's dreams. Naturally, it had its mystical places. Even Jiang Chen was a bit curious. He wanted to explore this legendary place and find out what was so legendary about it. 3 days later, Jiang Chen, Tong Ling and Luo Ying gathered at the Colosseum. City Lord Tong Wudi awarded them the Colosseum Warrior nameplate. This was also the key to enter the heavenly awakening galaxy city. The three of them looked at the nameplate in Tong Wudi's hand. Tong Ling was no exception. As the daughter of the city lord, she was full of pride. These are the nameplates of the three of you. They were awarded by the heavenly awakening galaxy city. All three of you have the qualifications to enter the heavenly awakening galaxy city. I hope you won't be arrogant and impatient. In the future, you will truly become a part of the heavenly awakening galaxy city. Tong Ling, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying, do your best. Immediately set off. The housekeeper of the city lord's mansion will escort you. On the way, don't act recklessly and act on your own. Listen to Dong Yi's arrangements. Ling, especially you. Don't throw a tantrum. If anything goes wrong, I will look for you. This time housekeeper Dong will not let you go. Tong Wudi said in a deep voice. His face was cold and meticulous. When Jiang Chen and Tong Wudi looked at each other, he could feel the coldness in Tong Wudi's eyes. Tong Wudi was very unfriendly towards him. There was even a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Jiang Chen maintained his composure. After all, Zhou Xian was his godson and he was the one who nurtured him. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk to Zhou Xian. After all, compared to the city lord, he was still too weak. Plus, he wasn't a match for the city lord. However, the dignified city lord of Norton City shouldn't be calculative with him. After receiving the nameplate, Jiang Chen held it in his hand. He was full of confidence. He had already prepared for this. Dong Yi, Tong Wudi said. Here. Chapter 4777. You must take good care of them and send them to the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. Dong Yi understands. Dong Yi nodded and looked at Jiang Qin and the others. Jiang Qin was startled. Even the old housekeeper of the city lord's mansion was so powerful. It seemed like he shouldn't provoke the city lord of Norton City. After all, he had killed his foster son. Fortunately, with Tong Ling here, Jiang Qin was at ease. You must keep in touch with me. Take care of your sister for me. When she has time, let her come home to visit. Tong Wudi patted Tong Ling's shoulder and sighed. His heart was a little sad. His daughter was about to leave his wings. Tong Wudi couldn't protect her at all times, so he couldn't help but worry. Don't worry, father. I will. When we reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, I'll go find my sister first. I can't wait. Tong Ling's eyes were bright and full of joy. Even Jiang Qin hadn't thought that Tong Ling would have a sister in the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. He was indeed worthy of being the son of a general. Go. Tong Wudi waved his hand and turned to leave. He didn't want to see his daughter leave. Let's go. Dong Yi looked at the three of them and said in a low voice. Then he left the city. Jiang Qin and the others followed Dong Yi and left. The Norton city was vast and boundless, but it was just a small city around the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. As the core of the heavenly awakening planet, it was even more vast. Uncle Dong, how long will it take to reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way city? Tong Ling asked curiously. Replying to Miss, it will take about half a month. To reach the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, we need to pass through the Xianxia forest and the Light Province Great Rift Valley. There are bandits everywhere, so we must be careful. Dong Yi said with a silly smile. Then why don't we use the teleportation formation? Jiang Qin said. Teleportation formation? You're too naive. Dong Yi didn't have such a good temper with Jiang Qin. The teleportation formation isn't stable, and using it on the Heaven Awakened planet will easily mess up one's direction and location. There are many chaotic flows of spacetime on the Heaven Awakened planet, and not all places can be used to fly. There are some places that even star-level beings wouldn't dare to enter easily. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin and said lightly. Thank you. Jiang Qin said with a smile. As for Dong Yi, he snorted disdainfully. He didn't have a good impression of Luo Ying and himself. Of course, it was different for Tong Ling. Don't worry, Jiang Qin. With Uncle Dong here, we'll be fine. Uncle Dong is a half-step star state and has reached the 3rd level of star transformation. One more step and he'll become a true star state. At that time, he can go anywhere on the Heaven Awakening planet. Even the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city won't stop him. Tong Ling said to Jiang Qin, telling him to be at ease. The Xianxia forest and the Light Province's Great Rift Valley don't sound like good places. Jiang Qin shrugged his shoulders as if he didn't care at all. He would deal with whatever came his way. He wasn't someone who would be easily frightened. It's good that you know. For your safety, I have to move forward with my life on the line. Don't worry, or else don't blame me for not warning you. We need to walk the road below us step by step. Flying directly to the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city is simply wishful thinking, Dong Yi said coldly. Dong Yi said with a cold expression. It seemed that the road to the apocalyptic Milky Way city would not be peaceful. Jiang Qin sighed. However, this was also a kind of training. The most important rule of life on the Heaven Awakening planet is not to meddle in other people's business. You don't even know who the other party is. You don't even know how many experts there are in this world. The Heaven Awakening planet is very, very big, so big that you can't even imagine it. However, there's always someone better than you out there. Aside from the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city and the Wind and Cloud 9 city, there are still many terrifying evil powers that are not easy to deal with. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin. This guy didn't seem to have seen the world. He looked simple and honest. She couldn't imagine that he had killed the iron-blooded war god Zhou Xian. I understand. Just know your place. Jiang Qin said. The road ahead was full of thorns. Before his power reached the level where he could change the world, he shouldn't act rashly. Otherwise, he might die without a burial. Furthermore, the Heaven Awakening planet was too big. It was bigger than any planet Jiang Qin had been to before. Even the ancient dragon planet was just a drop in the ocean compared to it. In 3 days, we'll pass through the Xianxia forest. There are many bandits and gangs there. Miss, you have to follow me closely, Dong Yi said seriously. Dong Yi said with a serious face. After leaving Norton City, there was an endless desert. Dong Yi flew very low in the sky and the three of them followed closely behind him. They were very careful. The Xianxia forest is in front of us. Be careful. After flying for 3 days, Dong Yi said in a low voice at dusk. They had already reached the edge of the Xianxia forest. The surroundings were dark green like a sea of trees. There were all kinds of vegetation and many of them were strange. Jiang Qin had never seen anything like this before. There were towering mahogany trees that were hundreds of meters tall, lush green bamboos that were hundreds of meters tall, thick vines that stretched for miles, and plants with 7-colored flowers. There were also 8-winged butterflies that occasionally flew by. They were as big as a person's face. Everything here was very mysterious and dazzling. No wonder it was called the Xianxia forest. The terrain here was also very precipitous. The reason why it was called precipitous was because it fluctuated between high and low. One moment you could be in a ravine hundreds of meters deep and in the next moment, you could see the terrain rising and falling thousands of meters high. This was not a mountain range but a forest that stretched as far as the eye could see. The Xianxia forest. It might take us 4 or 5 days to pass through the Xianxia forest. It's 100,000 miles deep so we'll have to travel at least 10,000 miles in a day. Moreover, we'll have to travel day and night without stopping. It's a dangerous place so it's best if we don't stay here for too long, Luo Ying said in a low voice. Luo Ying whispered. Jiang Qin didn't expect Luo Ying to know so much about Xianxia forest. Seemed like he was still a newbie in Heavenly Awakening Star. Big sister Luo, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Even Tong Ling admired Luo Ying. He had grown up in Norton City and hadn't left for 100 years. He had very little experience but Luo Ying was very knowledgeable. Tong Ling deeply sighed and felt ashamed of his inferiority. Not at all. Luo Ying gently nodded. The group began their journey of chasing their dreams. When they passed by a deep hole in the forest they found 2 groups of people. No, I beg you, please let us go, I beg you. My daughter is only 11 years old. You're all beasts. Let her go. She's only a child. Come at me. Don't kill me, no. Mournful screams rang out incessantly. Jiang Qin frowned and looked over. It was a group of merchants. There were more than 10 men and all the men had been killed. Only 3 women were being mercilessly ravaged. 2 of them looked to be in their 30s or 40s, and the youngest girl was only 10 years old. However, she had been stripped naked and her body was covered in bruises. She was curled up and shivering. Chapter 4778. Bitch. Call again. I'll beat you to death if you do. Sporing to die. I'll make you beg for death. I've tasted fresh food for many years. This little girl is my type. The sinister laughter was very ear-piercing. The scene was even more heart-wrenching. The screams were hair-raising. They were devoid of humanity and moral values. Those people were not worthy to be called humans. They were no different from beasts living in the forest. They were even more abominable than beasts. Help. My daughter, I'll kill you. I won't let you off even if I become a ghost. You scum, you're worse than beasts. The angry voices were endless. The louder the scolding, the more excited the perverted bandits were, and they ruthlessly ravaged these people. Hurry up and leave. Don't cause more trouble. Dong Yi said in a deep voice. Seeing Tong Ling, Jiang Qin and the others' expressions change, Dong Yi quickly killed their thoughts. The cruelty of this world is far more terrible than you can imagine. It's even sad. The weak can only be reduced to prisoners or even worse than pigs and dogs. Don't look at it anymore. Many people die like this every day. What you have to do is to be yourself. There are many unfair things in this world and there are even more pitiful people. Only by sticking to your original heart can you achieve success in cultivation. Original heart? What's original heart? Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. Is the original heart indifferent? Is it cold and heartless? I'd rather not have such an original heart. The path of cultivation is the way of heaven and earth, the origin of all things. People are so cold-blooded and heartless, how are they different from beasts? There are many such things in the world, but since I, Jiang Chen, have encountered it, I can't ignore it. Jiang Chen's eyes were sharp, staring straight at Dong Yi unmoved. Are you courting death? Dong Yi shouted sternly. So what if I'm courting death? If I don't dare to do anything when I see such injustice, then what's the point of cultivation? Although I don't have the heart of a bodhisattva to punish evil, when encountering such a thing that angers both humans and gods, I still have to do something. Humans were human because they understood good and evil, understood beauty and ugliness, and knew how to be grateful. Moreover, how were these people different from animals? I can't exterminate all the evildoers in the world, but I definitely can't allow such a thing to happen in front of my eyes. They are completely devoid of conscience and commit all sorts of evil. I can't turn a blind eye to them. You may leave, but I, Jiang Qin, must intervene in today's matter. Otherwise, my conscience will never be at ease for the rest of my life. Jiang Qin was firm and resolute. If it was murder and arson, he could pretend that nothing had happened. Murder was just a small matter. However, it was impossible for Jiang Qin to turn a blind eye to such an evil act of raping a young girl and ravaging her to death. Tong Ling and Luo Ying also sank into silence. There was no doubt in Jiang Qin's words that if they chose to turn around and leave, then their humanity would be obliterated. Humans were different from animals and beasts. Humans were divided into good and evil, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing about them. Humans were different from animals and beasts, and if they didn't even have the most basic sense of kindness, that would be the most terrifying thing. Jiang Qin resolutely stayed behind. Even in the face of Dong Yi's roar, he remained indifferent. I don't want to become a muddle-headed person who isn't even comparable to the walking dead, because there is still a meaning to living. I don't want to become an animal. Even if I have to die, I don't want to live in this world. Even if I die on the battlefield, I don't want to feel guilty. Jiang Qin's words were sonorous. In the ears of Tong Ling and Luo Ying, it was deafening. That young girl had suffered from a trauma that she couldn't get rid of for the rest of her life. It was a shadow that would haunt her for the rest of her life. Even if she was killed, no one would care. However, killing and violence were two completely different things. Jiang Qin was right. They couldn't forgive themselves for turning around and leaving just like that. This would become a knot in their hearts. In the future, it might become a nightmare on their path of cultivation. You're a madman. Dong Yi angrily glared at Jiang Qin. In his eyes, he had long become accustomed to these tragic scenes. The weak were only fit to be the stepping stones of the strong. In the eyes of the strong, they were nothing but playthings. You're already numb, but I haven't. I'm glad that I still have a conscience that hasn't been obliterated. I don't regret being born a human, and I don't regret dying as a wronged soul. Jiang Qin coldly glanced at Dong Yi, then turned around and left. Tong Ling followed Jiang Qin without hesitation. Why are you following me? You shouldn't have come. Dong Yi's mission is to protect you. Jiang Qin frowned. He and Luo Ying might be able to fend for themselves, but Tong Ling was Tong Wudi's daughter. She was Dong Yi's priority. He didn't want to drag her into this. If I leave, my conscience will also hurt. That little girl is only 10 years old. She hasn't experienced the wonders of life. She hasn't even passed the prime of her youth. She shouldn't be trampled and tortured to death like this. Tong Ling's pretty face was covered in frost. Jiang Qin knew that this girl's determination wasn't something he could shake. It seems like you won't be able to stay out of this. Luo Ying glanced at Dong Yi and smiled calmly. Then she followed Jiang Qin and Tong Ling. She couldn't tolerate her conscience being obliterated by this world's ugliness. Damn it! This Jiang Qin is seeking death. Dong Yi's eyes narrowed as he sneered. Jiang Qin looked at the young girl who had been raped. His heart ached. This group of unforgivable bandits. Even if he killed them 10 times, it wouldn't be enough to erase the scar in their hearts. The little girl, who was about 10 years old, was thin and weak. Most of her clothes had been torn and she was being groped by the bandits. The two women couldn't escape their fate. Their bodies were wet and they screamed in despair. A bunch of bastards. Get lost. Jiang Qin shouted. His sword energy buzzed as he pointed at the bandits. Bastard. Who the hell dares to meddle in other people's business? I'll kill you. A man with a feminine smile turned around and looked at Jiang Qin and the others. His eyes flashed. They're here to send us girls. Ah. Brother Jun, it seems like we're lucky today. That's right. These 2 girls aren't enough. Now they send us 2 more. I can't take it anymore. I like this kind of juicy girl. One look and I can tell they're good girls. Why are you still standing there? Brothers, let's go. The group of bandits were beaming with joy. They looked at each other and were ready to make a move. Let's have fun tonight. Chapter 4779. There were more than 20 people and all of them were above the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Brother Jun was a half-step star-level expert. For a moment, Jiang Qin and the others had to be careful. The appearance of Luo Ying and Tong Ling stimulated their desire, making them even crazier. With Gao Jun's order, the group of people rushed forward and surrounded Jiang Qin and the others. I'm sorry to have dragged you two into this, Jiang Qin said. Humans don't choose to run away. Some things can be done and some can't. Luo Ying said in a low voice. Kill. As soon as Gao Jun gave the order, more than 20 experts of the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm attacked. Jiang Qin was as if he was facing a formidable enemy. These people were even more powerful than those he had met in the Colosseum. These people had lived with their lives on the line. Every one of them had survived countless desperate situations. Even the young talents in the Colosseum were no match for them. Moreover, their strength depended on real swords and spears. They fought step by step against people, against nature, and against demonic beasts, gradually building up their courage. If you wanted them to bow down, you would have to crush their necks. Even if they were opponents with the same combat strength, they could still win. Because no one dared to underestimate those who had survived bloody and fiery battles. Jiang Qin knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Jiang Qin took the lead and raised his sword. The Sky Dragon sword moved with ease, showing off its edge as it charged. However, his opponents were also very smart. Jiang Qin's sword was very fierce. They had no choice but to confront Jiang Qin head-on. They had thought that Jiang Qin, who was at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, was a pushover, but they didn't expect Jiang Qin to be the fiercest one. Luo Ying and Tong Ling followed closely behind. They were strong enough to fight 5 people at the same time. For a moment, Jiang Qin completely blocked the attacks of the bandits with his powerful means. He was fighting 10 people at the same time. His combat strength was shocking. The limitless sword was unpredictable. More than 10 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm could do nothing to Jiang Qin. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense. The 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Interesting. Gao Jun sneered. He was quite curious about Jiang Qin's strength and his sword. Jiang Qin looked harmless, but his strength was actually very ferocious. However, the bandits under Gao Jun's command were also very fierce. They wouldn't be afraid even if they were to exchange one for one. Who wouldn't be afraid of a life-threatening battle? Gradually, 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Tong Ling and the others had fallen into a passive position. The situation was very tense, because Tong Ling and Luo Ying couldn't withstand the shameless means of these bandits. Although Jiang Qin was able to withstand the suppression of these bandits, he couldn't maintain it forever because at this moment, Gao Jun was about to make a move. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. If I kill you, I'll enjoy these 2 women. You're so reckless. You don't even know how to enjoy the blessings of having 2 wives. Huh. Gao Jun took a step forward. The feminine smile at the corner of his mouth was overflowing. He had locked his eyes on Jiang Qin. Half a step to the star realm. As soon as Gao Jun made a move, Jiang Qin felt an invisible pressure. This guy is really abnormal. He's so strong. Jiang Qin's heart couldn't help but sink. A genuine expert half a step to the star level. He was definitely not at the level that Zhou Xian could reach by taking some pills. Gao Jun arrived like a roaring wind and thunder. Jiang Qin stood there with his sword as if he was facing a formidable enemy. He rushed forward violently. He drew his sword and looked around. He exchanged 3 sword moves with Gao Jun. Gao Jun's hand seals changed continuously. His palm wind and thunder moved. The surging momentum was destructive. Jiang Qin was directly knocked back. His face was pale and blood gushed out. He stared at Gao Jun. It turns out that your strength is only a You want to meddle in my business? Who do you think you are? Gao Jun kicked. Jiang Qin blocked with his arms. He was directly knocked back dozens of steps. He looked serious and meticulous. Behind him, more than 10 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm were eyeing him fiercely. They could attack at any time. These 2 beauties make me a little restless. Gao Jun looked at Jiang Qin condescendingly. Killing him was as easy as taking something out of his pocket. His mind was not on Jiang Qin at all. Instead, it was on these 2 beautiful women. He looked them up and down, rubbing his hands. It was obvious that he had been itching for a long time. Friend, I'm Dong Yi. Nice to meet you. At this time, Dong Yi also appeared in front of everyone. He stood with his hands behind his back, staring at Gao Jun. Gao Jun's heart trembled. Lung Lung looked at Dong Yi and couldn't help but become serious. After all, Dong Yi was a half-step star-level expert. Dong Yi? I don't care who you are. You'd better not disturb my elegance. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Gao Jun said in a deep voice. I'm the butler of Norton City. City Lord Tong Wudi is my master. I wonder if you can give me some face? Dong Yi said calmly. The butler of Norton City? Gao Jun raised an eyebrow. Someone beside him whispered. Brother Jun, he seems to be the butler of Norton City. I stayed in Norton City for a period of time in the past. I've heard of the butler of Norton City, Dong Yi. Gao Jun was a little depressed. He didn't expect these guys to be the protectors of Norton City. How unlucky. Okay, then I'll give you some face and take one person away. Don't blame me for not reminding you. You only have one chance. Okay, thank you for your generosity, brother. Dong Yi nodded slightly and said with a fist salute. Tong Ling was stunned and looked at Dong Yi in disbelief. Not to mention her, even Gao Jun and the others were a little stunned. This butler of Norton City was really straightforward. He said he would take one person and he didn't even bargain. I only want her. Dong Yi pointed at Tong Ling and said. You're straightforward. I like it. Take your people and leave. Gao Jun said. Although he was very unhappy, they were still close to Norton City. Once the people of Norton City wanted to find trouble with them, he would also have a headache. Although they might not be afraid of the people of Norton City in Xianxia Forest, they were after all one of the 9 cities of wind and cloud. Even bandits would not want to make things difficult for them. No, we'll leave together. Tong Ling said firmly and glared at Dong Yi fiercely. I'm sorry, miss. I have to take you away. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the city lord. Dong Yi said in a low voice. Even Gao Jun was very surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be the daughter of the city lord. Gao Jun was very glad that he didn't do anything to her. Otherwise, the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, would definitely not let her go. But this was also good. He didn't have to worry about the consequences and he could be unscrupulous. What a deep affection. Haha, Butler Dong, my patience is limited. If you don't leave, don't blame me for turning against you. Today I'll give you face. Don't take advantage of me. Who is my master, Daoist Cui? I think you should have heard of him. Gao Jun sneered and stood with his arms crossed. His face was full of arrogance. I'll leave now. Chapter 4780. Daoist Cui. Luo Ying's expression changed. Obviously she had heard of Daoist Cui before. Who is Daoist Cui? Jiang Qin knew that someone who was even more powerful than Gao Jun. Even Dong Yi was shocked by him, so he must be a ruthless person. Daoist Cui is one of the 4 evildoers in the Xianxia Forest. Legend has it that he has 3,000 Dao companions and many experts around him. His subordinates are all his disciples, and he himself is a genuine star-level warrior. In the Xianxia Forest, no one is willing to be enemies with Daoist Cui. This guy is the only carefree wanderer on the Tianqi planet. Even the people of Norton City don't want to offend him. Luo Ying said solemnly. At this time she and Jiang Qin had already become Dong Yi's sacrificial pawns. It seems that this is not going to be easy. Jiang Qin smiled bitterly and looked at Tong Ling. No matter what, Jiang Qin hoped that she could live. Leave this place and wait for me on the Tianqi planet. I will definitely go. Jiang Qin said. No, I won't go. Tong Ling said angrily. I'm sorry, miss, I offended you. Dong Yi moved like lightning and restrained Tong Ling. He took her away and disappeared into the forest without hesitation. What a pity. The fat meat that was in my mouth is gone. Fortunately, I still have a beauty like you. Otherwise, I might not even be able to sleep tonight. Gao Jun laughed. Without Dong Yi, he didn't have to worry about anything. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying looked at each other. At this moment, their crisis was even greater. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were not surprised by Dong Yi's decision. At this critical moment, he would naturally protect the city lord's young Mississippi. They had no relatives or friends and they were asking for trouble. Who would care about them? The only one who could help them was himself. Kid, the price of meddling in other people's business is to die without a burial place. Go and capture this little girl. Later, everyone will enjoy her with me, huh? Gao Jun said with a sinister smile. He approached Jiang Chen step by step. This guy had some ability. In order to not lose his men, he had to personally kill Jiang Chen. There's no point in talking. You have to be able to kill me first. Jiang Chen was fearless. From the moment he decided to turn back, he had already disregarded life and death. Everyone was afraid of death, and he was no exception. In fact, he was even more afraid than others because he still had a lot of things to do. However, Jiang Chen couldn't ignore things that went against his will. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for him to live anymore. Jiang Chen, watch out. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen and nodded slightly. She hadn't chosen to stay for Jiang Chen's sake. She had chosen to stay because of her own heart. This group of heartless and heartless fanatics deserved to die. Yes. Jiang Chen nodded and faced Gao Jun. At this moment he had no more worries. Tong Ling had already left. What he needed to do was to fight to the death with Gao Jun. This was Jiang Chen's first time fighting against a true half-step star-level expert. It was hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. At the very least, he had already fallen into a disadvantageous position after 2 exchanges. The strength of a half-step star-level expert wasn't just for show. Zhou Xian had already become history. This time Jiang Chen was bound to challenge a new height. Whether he could survive or not depended on this battle. Gao Jun was ready to go. He didn't want to give Jiang Chen any chance. He wanted to end this battle quickly so that he would have time to enjoy women. Jiang Chen directly performed the dragon transformation and the ancient soaring dragon technique. He had to go all out in this battle. Otherwise he wouldn't have any chance. The 2 figures clashed in an instant. The heavenly dragon sword was sharp, attacking from both sides. Jiang Chen exerted his greatest strength to the extreme. Again and again Jiang Chen was pushed back by Gao Jun. Although he wasn't defeated, the burden on his body was getting heavier and heavier. He was in excruciating pain all over his body. If he was an ordinary peak star emperor, he might not be able to withstand Jiang Chen's attacks. However, a half-step star-level expert was completely different. Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm. If his strength reached the second level, Jiang Chen might not have a chance at all. The Overlord's sword swept across the sky. Gao Jun formed a seal in his hand again and fought with Jiang Chen. It was hard to tell who had the upper hand, but he was steadily suppressing Jiang Chen. His thunderous means made people shudder with fear. East Wind Seal. Gao Jun's hand seal reached the sky, forcing Jiang Chen to step back directly. His sword was dancing, buzzing and clanging. Starlight entered the body. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand. Starlight covered his whole body. As the light flickered, it was like a vast sea. The starlight was dazzling, as if he had divine help. As the sword fell, Gao Jun's pupils contracted and his face darkened. He reached out both of his palms and finally took Jiang Chen's attack. However, he was also forced to step back a dozen steps. He stared at Jiang Chen in shock. A guy in the 8th sky of the Star Emperor had forced him to step back. It was unbelievable. Great. I'll let you have a taste of my West Extreme seal. Gao Jun didn't step back. Instead, he moved forward to meet Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's long sword rushed forward. The raging power of the stars descended again. Now Jiang Chen had reached the full closure of the first level of the astral pole. Using the power of the stars to fight with Gao Jun, it was a duel between the strong. With the support of the power of the stars, the heavenly dragon sword was even more successful. The 2 clashed again. This time was a tie again. However, Jiang Chen's strength had been exhausted. After all, he was still weak. It was not easy for him to wield the sword twice. The West Extreme seal shone with golden light and then disappeared. However, the killing intent in Gao Jun's eyes was even stronger. Jiang Chen made him feel threatened. If that sword attack had been 30% stronger, even he would have been killed here. Gao Jun didn't give Jiang Chen any chance. Seeing that Jiang Chen was gasping for breath, he quickened his pace and punched heavily with his palms, which were like hands that could destroy the world. Dragon's reverse scale. Jiang Chen casted out the 6 reverse dragon scales. His whole body shone brightly like a god. Facing Gao Jun's palm, Jiang Chen wasn't afraid at all. He dashed forward in an instant, his sword danced in the air. The palm print was like a knife that could destroy heaven and earth. However, it couldn't break through Jiang Chen's defense. Gao Jun's face looked even worse. What a strong defense. The dragon's reverse scale? Gao Jun was shocked. He didn't expect this guy to have so many dragons' reverse scales. The 6 lights flickered endlessly and completely dissolved his attack. It was incredible. This time's my turn. Torrential starlight. Jiang Qin roared. After the starlight entered his body, it shot out like a rainstorm. The starlight beam shot through Gao Jun's body. This was the strongest attack of the first level of the astral pole. Countless invisible torrential starlight directly shot Gao Jun into a hornet's nest. This, impossible. Chapter 4781. It was at this moment that Jiang Qin fell to the ground. The Genesis Qi in his body had practically been depleted. He was currently an arrow at the end of its flight and had no strength to continue fighting. Killing Gao Jun was already his limit. On the other side, more than 20 people at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm shuddered and felt their hair stand on end. In their eyes, Gao Jun was invincible, but Jiang Qin, who was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, had such terrifying ability? How could it be? Although Luo Ying was in a disadvantageous position, Jiang Qin's means made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Jiang Qin was just a paper tiger, they didn't have the strength to fight anymore, fearing that they would end up like Gao Jun. Retreat. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Brother Jun is dead, retreat. Everyone's faces were ugly and they no longer wanted to fight. They retreated like the tide. Luo Ying wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She was also covered in wounds. She hurriedly ran to Jiang Qin and knelt on one knee. Her eyes were filled with complicated emotions. We shouldn't stay here for long. Let's leave quickly. Okay. Jiang Qin nodded and looked at the 3 remaining women in the caravan. He felt a little sad. You should leave quickly. If you are late, there will be more people chasing you. Xianxia forest is too dangerous. Don't ever come back. The little girl was already crying her eyes out. She was protected by the 2 women as she stared at Jiang Qin helplessly. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. After the 3 people knelt, they didn't have time to pack up and hurriedly rushed into the distance. Let's also leave quickly. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Qin. They had killed Daoist Chui's disciple, so it would be difficult for them to move in Xianxia forest. They had to leave as soon as possible. It was better to be safe than sorry. Daoist Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia forest, and his power had reached the star level. He was not someone they could compare to at the moment. After offending such a villain, they could only choose to retreat. Moreover, they had not intended to stay here for long. They were merely passing by and they were already on the verge of death. Now that they had provoked a fatal disaster, even Dong Yi had to stay away from them. The only person they could rely on was themselves. You should be more familiar with the Xianxia forest than me. Jiang Qin smiled. Let's leave this place first. It will take at least 6 or 7 days to reach the Light Province's Great Rift Valley. There are too many dangers in the Xianxia forest. Luo Ying said seriously. The 2 of them didn't have time to rest and quickly left the place, heading deeper into the forest. Xianxia forest in the center of a valley. The dozen or so bandits were scared out of their wits. They ran back, their faces filled with horror. Oh no, second senior brother, something terrible has happened. A villainous bandit gasped for breath. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear. All of you are so terrified. What a scandal. If Master were to see this, all of you will definitely be punished. The skinny second senior brother Lung Lung, who was dressed in a yellow robe, said. Gao Jun, brother Jun was killed. What? Ma Yuliang suddenly stood up and turned to look at the person behind him, glaring at him fiercely. Say that again. Big brother Jun was killed. Just now. Ma Yuliang's body trembled. His face was as gloomy as water. He clenched his fist tightly and threw the person in front of him away. Gao Jun was his sworn brother and was one of Daoist Chui's top 10 disciples. He was also the youngest brother that they were very concerned about. He was Ma Yuliang's sworn brother who had gone through thick and thin with Gao Jun. How could Ma Yuliang not be angry when Gao Jun was killed? Who has the guts to kill our Chui family army? You're courting death. Ma Yuliang roared angrily. His voice shook the forest for thousands of miles, scaring away flocks of birds and beasts. Second senior brother, you must avenge brother Jun. Sob, sob, sob. Bring me there. I don't care who he is. I'll make him die a horrible death since he dared to touch our Chui family army. Ma Yuliang's voice was bone-piercing. The group of people followed Ma Yuliang and went straight to the depths of the Xianxia forest. Jiang Qin didn't stop and headed towards heavenly awakening Silver River City. Along the way, no matter what obstacles they encountered, the two of them didn't stop for even a moment because once they stopped, another crisis would come. That is, Thousand Feather Phoenix? Luo Ying's eyes lit up when she saw a colorful and dazzling flying phoenix. Thousand Feather Phoenixes were rare demonic beasts. Moreover, the viridescent flower plume on its head took thousands of years to form. This Thousand Feather Phoenix actually had two plume on its head. It meant that this Thousand Feather Phoenix's cultivation was definitely not low. However, Luo Ying's eyes still had a hint of blazing light. Is this the Thousand Feather Phoenix? The viridescent flower plume on its head is indeed a treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes moved as he said in a low voice. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. No matter how anxious they were, it wouldn't make a difference if they could obtain this viridescent flower plume. It would definitely be a great fortune. The viridescent flower plume could be used as medicine. Moreover, it was very beautiful. It was something that countless royalty and nobles coveted. It could only be found by chance. Now that the two of them had encountered it, they naturally did not want to let go of such a good treasure. The two of them flashed and turned into two gusts of wind. They instantly chased after it. Sister Phoenix, can I borrow the viridescent flower plume? Luo Ying asked. Despicable humans, you want my viridescent flower plume again. None of you are good. Pooh. The Thousand Feather Phoenix spoke in the human language and sneered. If you don't want to lend it to us, we will have to use our bodies. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Use our bodies? Do you think you are worthy? This old lady, can travel tens of thousands of miles with a single somersault. You want to chase me? No way. In the past there was a shameless De Huang dog who chased me for 3 days and 3 nights. However, he couldn't catch me. In this world, besides the peerless genius of the Rock Clan, no one can catch me. The Thousand Feather Phoenix said disdainfully. She didn't put Jiang Qin and Luo Ying in her eyes at all. These two people wanted to touch the viridescent flower plume on its head. It was simply wishful thinking. Dead dog? What kind of dead dog? Jiang Qin was stunned. The dead dog that chased her for 3 days and 3 nights? Could it be De Huang? Jiang Qin was excited and asked hurriedly. However, the Thousand Feather Phoenix had already turned around and turned into a gust of wind and lightning. Bastard! Come back here! Jiang Qin gnashed his teeth in anger and chased after her. This person probably knew about De Huang. He couldn't let her escape. Even if she had to go to the ends of the earth, he would catch her. Want to chase me? Hee in your next life. The Thousand Feather Phoenix's voice reverberated in the air. However, her figure had already disappeared. Luo Ying also followed the two of them. At this time she would definitely give it her all. For the viridescent flower plume, they had risked their lives to chase after her. After entering the Tianqi Star, Jiang Qin hadn't heard any news about De Huang. However, the De Huang dog that Qian Feather Phoenix had mentioned had moved Jiang Qin. Could it be De Huang? Whether it was or not, he had to ask clearly. He wouldn't let go of any clues. Chapter 4782. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer, Qian Yufeng said proudly. She didn't need to exert any strength at all. She could soar with just a flap of her wings, while Jiang Qin and the others had to consume a huge amount of Genesis Qi to barely keep up. In this way, it would not take long for them to be defeated. At that time, they might even die of exhaustion. That damned dog had chased her for 3 days and 3 nights, but she was fine while he had almost died. That guy's perseverance had left a deep impression on Qian Yufeng. Unfortunately, there were not many people in the world who could defeat her. At least in Xianxia Forest, if she dared to say that she was second, no one would dare to say that they were first. After chasing for half a day, Luo Ying was panting a little. At this speed, it was impossible to catch up with Qian Yufeng. Moreover, Qian Yufeng had been wandering around this area. If Taoist Chui's disciple really caught up, they would be in big trouble. Give up, Jiang Qin. If we continue to chase, it will only bring us harm. Luo Ying said. I won't give up even if I die. Jiang Qin said firmly, making Luo Ying feel helpless. When he was stubborn, he would not care about anyone. You don't even want your life for a Qinghua feather? Luo Ying said, but Jiang Qin didn't have any hesitation. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. He didn't know whether Big Yellow was dead or alive. He didn't know where he was. This was his only clue. Jiang Qin knew that he had to capture Qian Yufeng while she was not far away. Otherwise, if she really escaped, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack in the Qiongqi forest. Now, Qian Yufeng was still teasing them and she hadn't used her full strength yet. So he had to seize this opportunity. Sky Ascending Stairway. Jiang Qin took out the Sky Ascending Stairway and used Form Displacement Shadow. The space around him was constantly distorted and his speed suddenly increased. Time and time again the distance between them was constantly shortened. At that moment Luo Ying was also dumbfounded. Jiang Chen's speed was too fast, even faster than Qian Yufeng's. Had this guy been hiding his strength all this while? At this time he finally exploded. Perhaps he didn't want to continue being entangled with Qian Yufeng. Qian Yufeng was also startled. She had intended to have some fun with these two humans, but she didn't expect that they would catch up with her. Did this fellow take the wrong medicine? That's too fast. Qian Yufeng was horrified. Jiang Chen's stairway to heaven teleported again and again, which made Qian Yufeng lose the upper hand. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had caught up with her. You want to run? Not a chance. Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He formed a seal with his hands and smashed it towards Qian Yufeng. The distance between the two of them was shortened. Damn it! Qian Yufeng was shocked. She sped up and dodged Jiang Chen's attack. She wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of them. However, Jiang Chen was like a dog skin plaster. This time she couldn't get rid of him even if she wanted to. If you don't stop, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's cold voice sounded in Qian Yufeng's ears. Qian Yufeng snorted disapprovingly. A star emperor at the 8th sky wanted to fight with her, a star emperor at the 9th sky. Wasn't he courting death? Dream on. Qian Yufeng retreated as she fought. She used her speed to the extreme but it didn't help. Jiang Chen's battle was also fierce. In less than 10 moves Qian Yufeng had lost her ability to fight. Her speed was also greatly reduced. The battle was coming to an end and Qian Yufeng was the loser. She couldn't beat Jiang Chen, nor could she run away. She was like a fish on the chopping board. Qian Yufeng's only advantage was her speed. Once Jiang Chen crushed her in speed, she would be at her wits' end. The Star Emperor at the 9th sky was not weak, but she was unlucky to have encountered Jiang Chen. Now let's see where you can run to. Jiang Chen said coldly. Please spare my life. Hero, please spare my life. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. I beg you. Qian Yufeng knelt in front of Jiang Chen and kowtowed. She didn't have the arrogance she had before. She could only admit defeat in Jiang Chen's hands. Luo Ying was relieved. Jiang Chen's means were beyond her expectation. It seemed that her previous worries were unnecessary. Even if Jiang Chen didn't kill Gao Jun, he could still escape unscathed if Gao Jun wanted to kill him. This kind of speed was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Even a star-level expert might not have the chance to catch up with Qian Yufeng. Jiang Chen's means made Luo Ying look at him in a new light. Now you know how to beg for mercy. What were you doing before? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He then plucked the 2 azure flower feathers from Qian Yufeng's head. Qian Yufeng's body trembled but she didn't dare resist. The azure flower feathers had taken her thousands of years to grow. Without them she could still live, but if she continued to fight with Jiang Chen she might die. Jiang Chen's azure flower feathers were extremely powerful. Qian Yufeng, who had lost her viridescent flower feathers, was no longer as beautiful as before. She had completely lost her soul. Here. Jiang Chen took out a viridescent flower feather and handed it to Luo Ying. For me. Luo Ying was startled. She didn't covet Jiang Chen's viridescent flower feather. After all, Jiang Chen had risked his life to obtain it. Thank you for standing by my side. Otherwise, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape that disaster. Jiang Chen didn't like to owe others. Jiang Chen was very touched that Luo Ying was willing to stand by his side at the critical moment of life and death. There wasn't much friendship between the two of them. He also knew that Luo Ying probably couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. That was why she had fought with him against Gao Jun and the others. However, without Luo Ying, Jiang Chen would have been in a very dangerous situation. In Jiang Chen's opinion, this viridescent flower feather was what she deserved. Jiang Chen insisted again and again, so Luo Ying accepted it and nodded slightly to show her gratitude. I can spare your life, but you have to answer a question of mine. Jiang Chen said. Go ahead, great hero. I will tell you everything I know. Qian Yufeng kowtowed continuously and said in fear. Let me ask you, where is the De Huang dog who chased you now? Does he have a tuft of white hair on his forehead? He's very arrogant and swearing. Jiang Qin stared at Qian Yufeng and asked with a heavy breath. Yes, there is a tuft of white hair on his forehead. How do you know? And this guy is very arrogant. He even said that he would stew me. Unfortunately, he chased me for 3 days and 3 nights but still couldn't catch me. Qian Yufeng said in a low voice. Then where is he now? Jiang Qin said hurriedly. I also don't know. But he stopped chasing me in the end. It seems that he was entangled by someone, something called. Qian Yufeng murmured. If you can't tell me, I will kill you. Jiang Chen's cold voice made Qian Yufeng tremble. Yes, Commander Yu. I only know that the silver-armored Commander Yu is called that by someone behind him. Chapter 4783. Commander Yu? Wearing silver armor? Jiang Qin frowned. It might be someone from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luoying muttered. Horsemen of the Apocalypse? No matter who it is, if they dare to touch De Huang, I will never let them off. Jiang Qin clenched his fists tightly, and his voice was so low that it made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Whether it was Qian Yufeng or Luoying, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Jiang Chen's murderous aura was too strong. If it's really a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I advise you to be careful. Those who can be called commanders are 1 in a million existences, and their strength is definitely outstanding. The people of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse are all battle-hardened and 1 in 100. Even the people we selected from Windy Nine City may not necessarily be able to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luoying reminded Jiang Qin. I know, but De Huang is my brother. If anyone dares to touch him, I, Jiang Qin, will make them go to hell even if I have to die. Jiang Qin let go of Qian Yufeng and did not kill her. Qian Yufeng thanked him profusely and turned to leave. At this moment, Jiang Qin was also extremely anxious. He must rush to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City as soon as possible and find that so-called Commander Yu. Even if it was the Horseman of the Apocalypse, he had to kill his way out. Luoying nodded. Jiang Qin was indeed a person who valued friendship and righteousness. She knew this very well. He could not erase his inner conscience when dealing with strangers, let alone his brother. This was also reasonable. Let's hurry up and go to Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City now, Luoying said. Right now their time was very tight. At the very least they had to leave Xianxia Forest first. I'm sorry for making you and me suffer. Jiang Qin was a little embarrassed. After all, he and Luoying could only be said to have met by chance, and their relationship was not very good. The fact that she could be at ease accompanying him was already a great deal of trust. Just as the two were about to leave, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard, completely blocking their retreat. Them again. Luoying said in a low voice. She had recognized the person who had fought with her earlier. He was Gao Jun's companion, Priest Chui's disciple. Looks like we've been targeted. Jiang Qin said in a low voice. The two of you killed my junior brother Gao Jun? Ma Yuliang walked over slowly and said with a smile. Utterly devoid of conscience and inhumane. You deserve to die. Jiang Qin said lightly. Ha, that's interesting. But I'm always on the side of those close to me. Since you're so tough, it seems that I have to teach you a lesson. You're only in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I don't know where your confidence comes from. In this Xianxia forest, no one has ever dared offend our Chui clan. My master has gone into seclusion and hasn't emerged into the world in these past few years. I never expected that all of you juniors actually don't know how to appreciate kindness. Even if it's the members of Windcloud 9 City that pass through my Xianxia forest, they aren't willing to go against us. You're truly too young. Ma Yuliang calmly smiled. Although he came for revenge, his anger did not show on his face. Then you'll have to kill me first. Jiang Qin said. Although Ma Yuliang's appearance had doubled the pressure on him, he wasn't a pushover. After killing Gao Jun, a half-step star-level expert, Jiang Qin was more confident. Although Gao Jun was only at the first level of the star transformation realm, he was still a half-step star-level expert. Jiang Qin wouldn't be as restrained as before if he fought Ma Yuliang again. You've got guts. But you killed my junior brother. This debt must be settled. This little girl is indeed very beautiful. If I give her to master, he'll definitely like her. Ma Yuliang glanced at Luoying. His eyes were filled with a trace of sinister lust. Luo Ying furrowed her brows. None of these bastards were good people. Daoist Chui's subordinates were all evil thieves with no bottom line. He was also the most despicable of the 4 great evildoers. Naturally, his disciple had perfectly inherited his legacy. How arrogant! A bunch of scum! Luo Ying shouted. Both sides were ready to fight and the battle was imminent. This little girl is also very hot. Why don't second senior brother accept her? Master has 3,000 beauties. He doesn't lack one more. That's right. Second senior brother should accept her. This is a joyous occasion. We are willing to cheer for second senior brother. Many of the junior brothers supported Ma Yuliang. Alright, then I'll accept her. I'm sure master won't blame me. Ma Yuliang laughed heartily. Let's do it now. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying looked at each other. Since things had come to this, they had nowhere to run. They could only fight. Although Priest Chui was one of the 4 evildoers of the Xianxia forest, they didn't want to be enemies with him. At least, who would want to get involved in karma when passing through this forest? However, there was always a reason for everything and they couldn't do anything about it. Luo Ying was also ready to fight. She and Jiang Qin looked at each other and nodded. Then they faced Ma Yuliang and the others. Jiang Qin took the initiative and attacked first. Only when he had the absolute initiative could he be more relaxed. Ma Yuliang's strength was definitely above Gao Jun's, so Jiang Qin didn't dare to underestimate him. He drew his sword and looked around. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared as he slashed at Ma Yuliang. Ma Yuliang's whole body shook. He held his spear tightly and the red tassel flashed. He fought with Jiang Qin in an instant. Terrifying spear radiance was accompanied by the sound of sword qi. It was dazzling. This battle made Priest Chui's disciples' blood boil again. Gao Jun was gone, but their second senior brother was there. He would definitely win. This time, more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm approached Luo Ying again. There were more than before. Luo Ying's situation was more horrible than Jiang Chen's. He was even in danger. If it were those experts from before, Luo Ying could deal with them, but she couldn't say that she was sure to win. She even had to advance step by step. But now there were more than 30 experts in the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, so she couldn't fight them at all. She advanced step by step and clenched her teeth. Her life might be in danger at any time. On the other hand, Jiang Qin and Ma Yuliang were really facing each other with equal harshness. Every move, and every peck were like heavenly thunder stirring the earth fire. Jiang Qin used all his means. At this time he had nothing to hide. He directly turned on the power of stars. The Sky Dragon Sword cooperated with Jiang Qin to rush left and right. The sky was full of dazzling starlight. The sword rain was cold and the ripples of light flew. They set off a cloud of dust in the forest. Accompanied by the light and shadows all over the sky, the battle between Jiang Qin and Ma Yuliang became more and more intense. As expected, heroes come from the young. I didn't expect your skills to be so impressive. The smile on Ma Yuliang's mouth was extremely bright. Spear shadows fell from the sky, bringing unprecedented pressure to Jiang Qin. Cut the crap. Give me your life. Torrential Starlight. Chapter 4784. Whirlwind Spiral Shadow. Ma Yuliang's attack was astonishing. He used the battle to sustain the battle, using offense as defense. He clashed with Jiang Qin with all his might. At that moment, both of them took a few steps back, looking extremely serious. Ma Yuliang was shocked. This guy was too strong. Ma Yuliang's strength was only 1/10 of his. He had never heard of such power and attack from an 8th sky of the Star Emperor realm. Even if there were 39th sky of the Star Emperor realm, he wouldn't be surprised. However, Jiang Qin had already made him feel a great threat. This guy couldn't be left alive. If he stayed, he would definitely become a great threat. He might even shake the foundation of his master Daoist Chui in the entire Xianxia forest. Ma Yuliang knew that this was definitely not an exaggeration. If he reached the half-star level, he would probably be able to challenge star-level warriors. This kind of ability to fight above his level was the most terrifying. He was invincible at the same level and could even surpass his seniors. Not every genius could have such a heaven-defying ability. He had to kill him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. Jiang Qin was also extremely shocked. This Ma Yuliang was very powerful, much more powerful than Gao Jun. He was still at the peak of the half-star level, the first star transformation. It was not easy to break through to the third star transformation. That was why there were countless experts at the ninth sky of the Star Emperor realm, but very few half-star level warriors. Those who could really break through to the star level meant that they could go anywhere in the world. There was nothing they couldn't do in the eternal world. Being an interstellar wanderer was the dream of countless people. Interstellar wanderers weren't poor vagrants or beggars. They could wander around the 3,000 planets with the entire eternal world as their background. They could become true experts and go wherever they wanted. That was how the word wanderer got its name. Xianxia was also thinking about breaking through to the Star Emperor realm as soon as possible and becoming a star-level warrior. That way he could go to more places to find Jiang Feng. Facing Ma Yuliang's attack, Xianxia tried his best, but it was still difficult to deal with him. This battle was more difficult than he had imagined. Come out, seventh brother and eighth brother. Looks like you two have to deal with this guy. Ma Yuliang said with a smile, looking into the void. There's more. Xianxia frowned. He didn't expect that there would be someone spying on him at this time. He didn't even notice the other party's whereabouts, but Ma Yuliang did. Xianxia thought that his senses were extremely sharp, but there was still a flaw in everything. Second brother is indeed second brother. Ah, you're amazing. Eighth brother and I tried to hide, but we still couldn't escape your fiery eyes of truth. A young man in a red battle robe waved his long sleeves and laughed. Beside him was a man in a green robe. He had arrived late and his face was full of smiles. Second brother, how have you been? Wei Mo's laughter was very feminine, but Ma Yuliang's expression did not change. Know yourself and know your enemy and you will never be defeated. I might not be able to see through others, but I can recognize the two of you even if you turn into ashes. Cut the crap and lend me a hand. Ma Yuliang said. To be able to make second brother feel troubled, he does have some ability. I heard that this is the person who killed Junzi? Seventh brother Wei Qian said with a smile. This pair of brothers appeared and disappeared mysteriously, never leaving each other. They even ate and slept together. Even Ma Yuliang didn't dare to say that he could easily defeat them. With them around, he could finally heave a sigh of relief. Those who kill will always be killed. This grudge must be avenged. This little girl is pretty, I like her a lot. Wei Mo's smile was full of sinister and cunning. Ma Yuliang frowned and said coldly, kill him first and we'll enjoy him together. I was waiting for you to say that, second brother. Let's do it. Wei Qian's eyes lit up. His gaze roamed around Luo Ying's body and he was already drooling. This girl might not have a peerless face, but her figure is rare. I like it, I like it. Wei Mo and third brother Wei looked at each other and directly joined the group to kill Xianxia. Another two half-step stellar-level experts made Xianxia's heart sink to the bottom. Ma Yuliang was not too difficult for Xianxia. At least he could still be in an invincible position. However, three half-step stellar-level experts had directly sealed off his path of retreat. Now he was in a dilemma. Although these so-called brothers did not seem to be very close, it was not a problem for them to deal with a common enemy. If Xianxia wanted to escape, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Luo Ying was also very anxious. Her situation was not much better than Xianxia's. Now that Xianxia was fighting 1 against 3, it was even worse. Go to hell. Little bastard. Wei Mo's momentum was soaring. The three of them were like a tiger, crushing Xianxia's situation very difficult. He did not even have a chance to fight back. Xianxia was tired of dealing with them. The heavenly dragon sword in his hand also shook for a while and he was surrounded by danger. Xianxia had used all of his skills, but he still couldn't turn the tables around. These men's attacks were too cruel and fierce, and the area he could cover was getting smaller and smaller. If this continued, he would definitely die. Xianxia was going to die. Xianxia constantly sought for a change, but the situation was getting more and more intense. You want to escape from the palms of us brothers? You're too naive. Wei Qian shouted and followed Ma Yuliang closely. The three of them advanced and retreated in an orderly manner, completely locking down Xianxia, not giving him a chance to escape. However, Xianxia's strength still shocked Wei Qian and Wei Mo. Although this guy was in a bad state, it was not easy for him to still be able to stabilize the situation. However, in their opinion, it was only a matter of time before they killed Xianxia. Seeing that Xianxia was becoming more and more passive, Luo Ying finally made a move. A Qingyun sword pierced through the air, sweeping across the horizon. Her strength suddenly rose, and the experts at the ninth heaven of the Star Royal realm beside her all retreated in defeat. Luo Ying, on the other hand, still had the strength to break through the enemy's ranks. Compared to before, her strength had increased a lot, and she had already reached the level of half a step into the star level. A minor recovery pill? Jiang Qin was stunned. There was no doubt that Luo Ying had taken a minor recovery pill. Her strength continued to rise and her aura kept reaching the peak. The Star Royal Realm experts around her were all beaten up by her, dying miserably one after another. The solitary dance with a sword was shocking. This time Jiang Qin finally saw how strong Luo Ying was. She wasn't any weaker than him, maybe even stronger than him. That ferocious sword chi was unstoppable. Who said that a woman was inferior to a man? Chapter 4785. Luo Ying had killed more than half of the 9-level Star Emperor experts. At this time she began to turn her spear and aim at the two brothers, Wei Qian and Wei Mo. Jiang Chen's current situation was too dangerous. If they were allowed to continue, Jiang Qin would definitely die. Therefore Luo Ying had no choice but to display her full strength. She did not even hesitate to use a small rejuvenation pill. The value of a small rejuvenation pill was quite terrifying. It was enough to save them from a hopeless situation. As Luo Ying joined the battle with Jiang Qin and the others, Jiang Qin also breathed a sigh of relief. Their situation had changed a lot in an instant and they could finally catch their breaths. Although there was still some pressure, it was at least insignificant. They were already very lucky to be able to contend with Ma Yuliang. Be careful, Jiang Qin warned. After all, Luo Ying did not have much experience in dealing with these half-step Stargrade experts. Therefore Jiang Qin had to be extra careful. With a powerful helper like Luo Ying, the two of them had also become much more relaxed. However, Jiang Qin knew that it was still unrealistic to want to reverse the situation. However, at this moment they already had a chance to escape. It's all up to you. Ascend the sky stairway. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He urged the ascend the sky stairway in his hand and pulled Luo Ying's hand. Follow me. Their figures constantly flickered and disappeared into the depths of the void. Ma Yuliang and the others chased them relentlessly, but in the end their efforts were futile. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying's figures had long disappeared into the sky. Chase them, Ma Yuliang said through gritted teeth. If he let Jiang Qin and Luo Ying escape so easily, how could he still have any face left? Although he did not know where Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were, they definitely only had one goal. They had to pass through the Xianxia forest and head to the Tianqi Galaxy City. These two little bastards actually want to escape from our palms. Let's see how many legs they have. Just keep heading south. Wei Qian also nodded silently. The three of them stepped into the air and rapidly ascended, flying towards the edge of the Xianxia forest. That was their only way out. Jiang Qin also consumed a lot of energy to use the Heaven Ascension Stairway. Even though they were far away from the Xianxia forest, it wasn't easy to enter the Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. In front of them was a barren land that stretched for dozens of miles. It was surrounded by yellow sand, and there was not an inch of soil or vegetation. We're already at the edge of the Xianxia forest. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley should be right ahead. Luo Ying said sternly. We should be safe once we leave the Xianxia forest. Those guys won't chase after us anymore, right? Jiang Qin let out a sigh of relief. Thank you for just now. There is no such thing as an undeserved reward. You've already given me your Qinghua plume. If I don't put in some effort, how can I accept it? Besides, I'm also saving myself. Luo Ying smiled sweetly and retracted her jade-like hand from Jiang Chen's hand. Jiang Qin was stunned and felt a little embarrassed. Even though we've already left the Xianxia forest, we still can't go there. Luo Ying turned around and said in a low voice. What? Jiang Qin was puzzled. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley is right ahead. Let's go and take a look first. Luo Ying didn't answer Jiang Chen's question directly. Instead, she quickly passed through the Lust Desert and finally saw a bottomless and boundless abyss. This is the Light Province's Great Rift Valley. Luo Ying said. It's indeed bottomless. This abyss is crisscrossing and we can't see the end of it. How are we going to get there? We shouldn't be able to get there by flying, right? Even though Jiang Qin had never seen it before, he could sense that this place wasn't ordinary. The setting sun in the distance shone on the Great Rift Valley, making it look very wide and boundless. You're right. You're right. It's already dusk and the storm has started. Look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley, there are already tornadoes sweeping over. The sky above the Great Rift Valley may seem ordinary, but it's actually surging with invisible wind blades that can tear people into pieces. Even a stellar-level powerhouse will be torn into pieces. No one dares to step into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time because it's no different from courting death. Luo Ying's words made Jiang Qin look at the bottom of the Great Rift Valley. Sure enough, tornadoes were sweeping over. Although the sky above the Great Rift Valley looked calm, it was actually filled with spatial turbulence. It was indeed impossible to pass through such a situation. How can we get there? Should we take a detour around the Great Rift Valley? Jiang Qin pondered. Take a detour? Don't even think about it. This Great Rift Valley runs through almost half of the heavenly awakening planet. Rumor has it that this Great Rift Valley was created by a peerless powerhouse. The power of one palm shook off half of the heavenly awakening planet, creating this Great Rift Valley. It's something that everyone praises. However, that was something that happened millions of years ago. If you take a detour, you might end up going from the extreme west to the extreme east. Moreover, you might even get lost in the other dangers of the heavenly awakening planet. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley isn't the most terrifying. There are many places that no one has ever set foot in and they're filled with danger. That's why no one wants to take this risk. Luo Ying chuckled. We have to wait. The tornadoes will retreat at noon every day. That's the shelter period for the star's rotation. The shelter period only lasts for 2 hours. Once the shelter period is over, the heavenly awakening planet will rotate again and the storm will come again. We won't be able to go there then. We have to reach the other side of the Great Rift Valley in 2 hours. This is undoubtedly a great test. We don't have much time right now. Jiang Qin said worriedly. The Light Province's Great Rift Valley was right in front of them, but they couldn't rush over. What he was most worried about was Ma Yuliang's group of 3 half-step stars chasing after them. Luo Ying's minor rejuvenation pill had already worn off, so the 2 of them had no chance of winning against the 3 of them. I hope they won't chase after us, Luo Ying said apprehensively. However, that was just her way of comforting herself. Daoist Chui's disciple was famous for being sinister and cunning. She had also killed so many of his people, so how could they just let it go? Sure enough, as Luo Ying was pondering, she heard the sound of wind breaking in the distance. 3 figures were floating in the air. If it wasn't Ma Yuliang's group, then who could it be? 3 dog skin plasters. I really can't get rid of them. Jiang Chen's heart sank. There were pursuers in front of them and their path of retreat had been cut off. Their only chance of survival had been completely cut off. Under the setting sun, the 3 figures were lengthened. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying exchanged glances. They both knew that there was no way out. You're quite good at running, you little brat. If it wasn't for the Light Province's Great Rift Valley blocking your path, you would have really left me behind. What a pity, what a pity. Man proposes, God disposes. It's currently dusk and you guys can't cross the Great Rift Valley. Just obediently surrender. Chapter 4786. Even if I die, I won't let you get away with it. Luo Ying glared at the 3 of them. A bunch of evil thugs. Today I will fight with you to the end. Killing 1 won't be a loss and killing 2 will be a gain for me, Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin pulled out his sword and stood upright, his aura undiminished. A deathbed struggle. The end result is still death. Why bother? The road of life is long. Why not live a carefree life? Why do you have to get involved in karma that you can't bear? Unfortunately, you can't escape from my palm. Ma Yuliang stood with his arms crossed and said in high spirits. Don't struggle later. I will run away with you. I want to see if I can rush out of the Light Rift Valley. Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Luo Ying. Luo Ying and Jiang Qin looked at each other with a complicated expression. Are you crazy? Even a stellar-level expert can't pass through the Light Rift Valley. If we don't wait until noon, no one can pass through. Luo Ying frowned. Do you trust me? Jiang Qin transmitted his voice to Luo Ying. Luo Ying's eyes moved slightly. At this time they had no way out. Even if they fought with Ma Yuliang and the others, they would still die. If Jiang Qin wanted to pass through the Light Rift Valley, he must have something to rely on. Should she really trust him? Luo Ying nodded. She knew that Jiang Qin was more mysterious than she was. Whether it was in Norton City or when he killed Gao Jun, she was very surprised. This time she hoped that he wouldn't bring her to her death. Luo Ying nodded. She entrusted her life to Zhou Xian. If two lovers love each other for a long time, how can they stay together day and night? Don't worry, we'll take good care of this little girl for you. Little bastard, from today onwards she'll enjoy it immensely. When the time comes, she'll have to thank us properly. In life it's best to be happy while you can. Wei Mo looked at Zhou Xian and Luo Ying being affectionate, which made him somewhat annoyed. You're courting death. Zhou Xian shouted angrily. He was ready to take action. It seemed as if he was going to break through the enemy lines, but he was actually running away. He pulled Luo Ying and the two of them rushed towards the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province without hesitation. At this time Luo Ying also closed her eyes. Life and death were determined by fate. Wealth and honor were determined by the heavens. It all depended on whether Zhou Xian could bring them out or not. Ma Yuliang did not expect that these two fellows would head to the Great Rift Valley of the Light Continent to seek their deaths. What a waste of God's gifts. That bastard. He actually dragged a woman to die together with him. Damn it. Wei Qian's face was gloomy. It turned out that they had been busy for half a day for nothing. The duck that was in their mouths had flown away. Who wouldn't be angry? This can be considered a good story. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. If he dies, then so be it. Ma Yuliang turned around and left calmly. There was only death awaiting them if they barged into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province at this time. This was their fate. I'm so unlucky, damn it. Wei Mo was also very unhappy. But after all, these two people had already gone to their deaths. They could only be depressed alone. Facing the terrifying storm, when Zhou Xian stepped into the Great Rift Valley of the Light Province, he took out the Sea Wave Divine Boat. He exhausted all of his power to activate the Sea Wave Divine Boat. Moreover, the consumption of the Sea Wave Divine Boat was considerable because this secret treasure of the starry sky was also extremely terrifying. After all, Zhou Xian's cultivation was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. Even if the Sea Wave Divine Boat was controlled by a stellar-level expert, it was still not easy. However, Zhou Xian did his best to stabilize the Sea Wave Divine Boat and forge ahead in the storm. At that moment Luo Ying was completely dumbfounded. Wasn't the secret treasure that Zhou Xian had used the Sea Wave Divine Boat? Ordinary people might not know, but she knew very well that this treasure was the Azure Wave's divine ship. Even stellar-level powerhouses would keep it a secret. Divine weapons were easy to obtain, but secret treasures were hard to come by. This was the case for Starry Sky secret treasures. Luo Ying's expression was extremely solemn. She looked at the storm outside the secret star treasure and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Zhou Xian only dared to take the risk because he controlled the secret star treasure. Otherwise, the two of them would have been completely finished. Secret treasure of Starry Sky. Luo Ying couldn't believe her eyes, but Zhou Xian's means had once again shocked her. It would be a lie to say that they weren't envious. Who didn't desire to possess a Starry Sky secret treasure that would allow them to step foot into the universe and travel unhindered? I hope you can help me keep this secret, Zhou Xian said. He had no other choice but to do this. Otherwise he would have died. The secret treasure of Starry Sky had saved them. He hoped that Luo Ying could keep the secret for him. However, this secret treasure of Starry Sky was priceless. Who wouldn't be jealous? Don't worry, I won't tell anyone, Luo Ying said. If the news that Zhou Xian had a secret star treasure of Starry Sky spread out, then he might be hunted down by all the experts on the Tianqi planet. After all, Zhou Xian had a peerless secret treasure in his hands. This was enough to stir up a storm on the Tianqi planet. Regardless of whether one was a gentleman or a despicable person, in the face of absolute benefits, many people wouldn't have any humanity to speak of. Zhou Xian also believed that Luo Ying wasn't such a person. Otherwise he would have fled by himself. Rumble. Boom. A series of violent tremors caused Zhou Xian and Luo Ying to feel as if they had been hit heavily. Their entire bodies fell to the ground. The spatial turbulence tore at the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, the Azure Wave Divine Boat was incomparably hard. Even the waves of spatial turbulence that could destroy the heavens and earth couldn't destroy the Azure Wave Divine Boat. However, it was really too difficult for Zhou Xian to control the Azure Wave Divine Boat. After being shaken by the successive storms and the impact of the spatial turbulence, he completely lost control of the boat. The Azure Wave Divine Boat was constantly being tossed around in the storm. The sky and earth were spinning, causing Jiang Qin and Luo Ying to feel dizzy. The earth-shattering impact was like the end of the world. They were like a ship being battered by the waves of the sea, drifting about without a trace. Jiang Qin was also shocked. Fortunately, they were on the azure billow divine boat. Otherwise, they would have been torn into pieces by the spatial turbulence, leaving not even their bones behind. The azure wave divine boat continued to descend. Unable to control the azure wave divine boat, they could only fall into the Great Rift Valley. After an unknown period of time, the azure wave divine boat finally stabilized. Finally, it violently crashed into the mountain range and completely stabilized. Luo Ying's long hair danced wildly. She looked like a heroine returning from a fierce battle. Although her hair looked messy, it had a unique charm. Jiang Chen's breathing was extremely rapid. He calmed himself down and took a deep breath. He looked at Luo Ying and said, "It seems like we've stopped?" "It seems so. The spatial turbulence has also subsided. Let's go out and take a look." Luo Ying asked curiously. The two of them left the azure wave divine boat and stood on top of a large mountain. Their eyes swept across the entire mountain range. The mountains here weren't very high. Occasionally they would see towering mountains and precipitous ridges. However, they were all shallow. There weren't any famous mountains or rivers, but the scenery was beautiful. The entire mountain range was filled with colorful flowers. On top of the mountain, a few oxen walked leisurely. The forest at the foot of the mountain was sparse, but there were countless birds and beasts. Butterflies danced among the flowers. Chapter 4787. What is this place? Isn't it too beautiful? Jiang Qin said with a face full of emotion. Such a scene was full of poetic and picturesque beauty. There was no immortal aura floating around, but it was filled with an earthy aura. Every inch of land seemed to be brimming with the breath of spring, making people feel refreshed and relaxed. I don't know. I've never heard of such a place before. This is most likely the space under the Great Rift Valley. I didn't expect there to be a paradise here. Luo Ying's eyes widened with excitement. Women were naturally very interested in beautiful things. Who didn't have a young girl's heart? Luo Ying breathed in the fresh air. Although she didn't know where she was, her relaxed mood didn't make her feel like she was in danger. Even though she was in the Great Rift Valley, everything was still beautiful and peaceful. I feel that the space here is very special. I can't even use my Genesis chi to fly in the air, but it's really beautiful here. There is no spatial turbulence under the Great Rift Valley. We have to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible. Jiang Qin said. The two wandered in the sea of flowers on the hillside. They could only rely on walking to measure the mountains. However, Jiang Qin found many precious medicinal herbs and his eyes lit up. So many blood spirit grass and hibiscus flowers. These two things are rare and precious medicinal herbs. Jiang Qin said in shock. Moreover, the age of these herbs was very good. They were hundreds or thousands of years old. These medicinal herbs were what Jiang Qin needed. For an alchemist, these herbs were like spiritual stones everywhere. Although these medicinal herbs are very precious, they can't be stored for a long time. Once they are no longer fresh, their efficacy will be greatly reduced. Luo Ying was also very surprised, but after thinking about it, she still shook her head. For now, it was better to leave this place first. It doesn't matter. I'll harvest a wave first. Jiang Qin smiled. He quickly turned into a money grubber and started harvesting the herbs in this place. There were dozens of different herbs, and some of them were ones Jiang Qin had never heard of before. However, he was able to estimate the value of these herbs based on the intensity of their fragrance. In the end, Luo Ying felt a little helpless. Jiang Qin had harvested almost all the medicinal herbs on the hill and had no intention of stopping. Brother Jiang, when do you plan to harvest them? Shouldn't we hurry to find a way out? Luo Ying frowned. You're right. Jiang Qin nodded, feeling a little awkward. He threw all the herbs he had collected into the Buddha prison palace. Tens of thousands of demonic beasts went crazy and started to fight for the herbs. In just a short while, all of them were eaten. But Jiang Qin couldn't just leave Luo Ying alone. He harvested the herbs alone. In the end, he could only harvest the herbs as he walked. Everywhere he passed by, it was truly barren. Everywhere he passed, it was truly barren. In 3 days, Jiang Qin had plundered countless medicinal herbs and harvested almost the entire hill. Luo Ying was speechless as she watched. Obviously, she wasn't very interested in these medicinal herbs. They still didn't know if they could get out. At this time Luo Ying was still thinking about how to find a way out. However, Jiang Qin had already fed all the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace until their stomachs were round. The rare medicinal herbs had completely excited the demonic beasts and they began to roll around in the Buddha prison pagoda. Jiang Qin was also very excited. Other than some of the more precious medicinal herbs, he had stuffed almost all of them into the demonic beasts. Their digestive abilities were far more terrifying than that of humans. There were no side effects at all. As long as it was a treasure they could absorb it all. As the strength of these demonic beasts continued to increase, Jiang Qin's strength also increased. As one of his trump cards, Jiang Qin would never use it unless it was a critical moment. Moreover, the strength of these demonic beasts would definitely increase greatly this time. The Black King had been cultivating all this time and it was very likely that he would break through to the half-step star level in one fell swoop. Therefore, even when he was fighting Ma Yuliang and the others, he didn't wake the Black King up. Who's stealing here? After hearing a loud shout, Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were slightly stunned. They saw a long-haired man holding a long spear pointing at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying with an angry expression. Someone's here. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying's eyes lit up. They didn't expect that there would actually be people here. They hadn't discovered them in the past few days. The man was wearing hemp clothes. The long spear in his hand was somewhat simple and unadorned, as if it had been polished by hand. There were also 3 white watercolors on his forehead which seemed to be some kind of symbol. Behind him were 4 young men with dark bodies. However, they weren't as sturdy as him. However, they were also glaring at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying, especially when they saw that all the precious medicinal herbs in the surrounding mountains had been swept clean. The 2 thieves in front of them were the ones who had stolen their medicinal herbs. Are you the natives of this place? Jiang Qin asked with a stern expression. Outsiders kill without mercy. You stole our medicinal herbs. Your crime is unforgivable. Imoku said in a deep voice as he pointed his long spear at Jiang Qin. Sorry, we didn't mean to offend you. What is this place? We only stepped into this place by chance. As for these medicinal herbs, you might have misunderstood. I was afraid that someone would accidentally eat them and die. Don't you know that every medicine is 30% poisonous? Jiang Qin said with a righteous expression. Even Luo Ying was shocked by Jiang Qin's shamelessness. Stealing medicinal herbs and still acting so righteous? Speaking with justice? Jiang Qin looked at Luo Ying and thought to himself, I didn't know that these medicinal herbs had an owner. Moreover, I didn't waste them. I gave them all to my beast to eat. What he said seems to be reasonable. Brother Imoku, what should we do? Bei Si, the young man behind Imoku, scratched his head and said with a suspicious expression. He stole our medicinal herbs. No matter what, it's wrong. This kind of thief must be killed. Imoku said resolutely. Don't be so agitated, brother. Listen to me, Jiang Qin hurriedly said. He wasn't afraid of these people, but he wanted to understand how to leave this place through the natives. I won't listen. I won't listen. Imoku grasped his spear and approached Jiang Qin, thrusting straight at him. Jiang Qin's eyes flickered. He did not have the intention to kill but chose to block. However, he found that he was unable to mobilize the Genesis Qi in his body. Instead, he was forced back a dozen steps by Imoku. That kind of terrifying power made him completely helpless. In that instant, Jiang Qin frowned. It seemed that not only could he not fly, he could not even mobilize Genesis Qi. How can this be? Chapter 4788. Jiang Qin fought against Imoku with his bare hands. Even without the support of Genesis Qi, his body was still strong. The dragon transformation could not be changed. That tyrannical body was more terrifying than countless demonic beasts. Therefore, when Jiang Qin displayed the dragon transformation, Imoku was greatly shocked. Jiang Qin's imposing manner did not diminish. He punched out again and again, steadily gaining the upper hand against Imoku's spear. At this time, Imoku was also very annoyed. He was the strongest man in the clan, but even he could not defeat the herb thief in front of him. It seemed that this guy had a lot of background. Hurry up and attack. Imoku shouted in a low voice. At this time, the 3 of them approached Jiang Qin and joined forces with Imoku, while the other 2 targeted Luo Ying. Without the support of Genesis Qi, Luo Ying's strength plummeted, and she became a woman without the strength to truss a chicken. The man captured her without any trouble. Luo Ying was also very depressed. Why can't I use Genesis Chi in this damn place? Although Jiang Qin was strong, he was currently fighting against 4 people at the same time. Although the dragon transformation was strong, his opponents were not to be trifled with. Jiang Qin could feel that each of them had the strength of 1,000 caddies. Although they could not use Genesis Chi, their strength was surprisingly great. It would not be a problem for them to lift a 10,000 caddy boulder. Stop or I'll kill her first. Seeing that Luo Ying was captured, Jiang Chen's heart sank and his eyes narrowed. What do you want? Who are you? Why did you come to our hidden fog village? For millions of years, no one has ever come here. Our ancient teachings say that outsiders must be killed without mercy. Mo Kulung said. We broke in by accident and have no malicious intent. We also want to leave as soon as possible and do not want to stay here any longer. If you continue to be aggressive, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Qin and Mo Ku stared at each other, facing each other. You guys are all unreasonable barbarians. I thought I had arrived at some kind of paradise, but I didn't expect you to be a group of barbarians. Jiang Qin said with a sneer. Our people are simple and honest. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. No outsider has ever intruded. Who knows where you came from? Are they trying to harm us? He even stole the entire hillside's medicinal herbs. It's obvious who the one with ulterior motives is. Moke didn't want to be outdone. As I said, I'm just afraid that someone might accidentally eat the herbs and get poisoned. Who knows if there's anyone here? Those who don't know can't be blamed. Jiang Qin argued. This group of people was full of hostility towards them, but they did not seem to be very smart. What he said seems to make sense. Beth said in a low voice. You idiot, speaking up for an outsider. Don't tell me he doesn't deserve to be punished for stealing our medicinal ingredients? Emoku glared at Beth, still not letting Jiang Qin go. What do you want to do? I'm all ears. Why make things difficult for a weak girl? Are your people so simple and honest? Jiang Qin sneered. Emoku's face darkened and he couldn't hold it in anymore. Come back with me. Your life and death will be decided by the patriarch. All right. Jiang Qin nodded because if he didn't agree, Luo Ying would be in danger. Moreover, he couldn't mobilize his Genesis Chi and was unfamiliar with the environment. Thus, Jiang Qin could only come up with such a plan. Perhaps he might be able to escape from death. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin with a complicated expression. If Jiang Qin abandoned her at this time, she wouldn't blame Jiang Qin. After all, it was a matter of life and death. But for her own safety, she decided to stay. Let's go. Emoku looked at Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. The group of people walked down the hill and entered a river valley with a rapid flow of water. The surroundings were filled with ancient vines, and the pleasure of fish and water was enviable. Along the way, Jiang Qin saw dozens of people dressed in the same linen clothes as Emoku and the others. Everyone cast curious gazes at them, some with panic and some with fear. These people lived in caves and gathered around bonfires, living an ancient and simple life. Bring them to the clan hall. I will go and invite the patriarch. Emoku looked at Bei Si and the others behind him, then turned around and left. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying were brought to a spacious cave. There were several stone chairs around them, and a stone table was neatly arranged in the deepest part of the cave. Bei Si and the others brought Jiang Qin and Luo Ying here and then stood guard at the door. You're experienced and knowledgeable, but you don't know the origin of this group of people? What kind of place are we in? Jiang Chen's heart was perturbed. Although he didn't feel too much pressure, he still felt uneasy. This paradise on earth was indeed beautiful and rich in resources. However, when his strength was weakened, the pressure he felt from head to toe increased. Compared to Luo Ying, although he was still fine, Jiang Qin didn't like it when others held his fate in their hands. Luo Ying smiled bitterly, her face full of embarrassment. I'm not omnipotent. I've never heard of the people here and the existence of the hidden mist village. Do you think there's anyone alive in the Great Rift Valley where even star-level warriors are torn apart by the space turbulence? As for them, I'm afraid they've been living here all along. If we want to get out, we have to rely on them. I hope so. Even they can't get out. I don't know if they don't want to or can't get out. I think we have to rely on ourselves. Jiang Qin pondered. At this time, outside the cave, an old man with a stern face walked in step by step with a walking stick. Emoku was next to him. The old man's steps were a little messy, but it wasn't to the extent of collapsing. He looked weak, even worse than Luo Ying. Patriarch, it's them. They've stolen all the herbs on the southeast side of the mountain. These two are outsiders. What should we do? Emoku asked. Cough cough. The elder coughed and looked at Jiangchen and Luoying deeply, murmuring. Outsiders. Outsiders. You guys can cross the space turbulence and come to our hidden mist village. It seems like it's also fate. Mao Yushin seemed to be thinking. Dare I ask, Senior, how can we get out? We originally thought that this is an ownerless land, so we offended you. I hope Senior can forgive us. We didn't do it on purpose. We just wanted to find a way out. Jiangchen nodded slightly. Since we're here, we can't get out. Since we're here, we should just accept it. Herbs are meant to be eaten, not to mention that we can't use them. Mao Yushin smiled. It seemed that he wasn't as shocked as he thought about the uninvited guests, Jiangchen and Luoying. He also didn't have the anger and rejection that Emoku had. But Patriarch, Emoku was a little embarrassed, but since the Patriarch had spoken, he could only sigh and let out a sigh. Patriarch, we accidentally broke into this place. Please tell us how to get out. Chapter 4789. As I said, you can't get out once you're here. Why do you have to worry about it? Isn't it good to live a good life in this fairyland? Working at sunrise and resting at sunset. There are no worldly troubles, no love or hatred. Isn't it good to be a simple, ordinary person? The reason why it was called the Hidden Mist Village was that the people who entered here could never recover their strength. Starting from zero was another kind of life. Mao Yushin chuckled and turned away. I don't believe it. If you can't get out, how did you get here? Chief, even if you don't tell me, I will turn this place upside down. I won't stop until I get out of here. Jiangchen looked at Chief Mao Yushin's back and said in a deep voice. Mao Yushin's footsteps paused slightly. He shook his head and sighed. Even if you know you can't get out, in the end it's all for naught. Why give yourself hope? The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Jiangchen's eyes lit up. There was a glimmer of hope in his heart. It seemed that there was a way. No matter how difficult it was, he would never give up. Chief, please enlighten me. Jiangchen bowed slightly and said sincerely. Mao Yushin looked back and saw Jiangchen's firm eyes. He smiled bitterly. 30 miles to the east is the 100-Bird Mountain. There's a void spirit spring there. The spring water falls from the sky and flows into the cliff. It's said that as long as you can find the source of the void spirit spring, you can leave this place. The void spirit spring is in the sky and no one can go there. The source of the spring is nowhere to be found. You're not the first, but you won't be the last either. Mao Yushin looked at Jiangchen with a faint smile. That's the guidance of the gods. The 100-Bird Mountain is full of danger. Strange things often happen there. The people of the hidden fog village never go there. Take care of yourself. Jiangchen and Luoying looked at each other. At this time they had no other choice. No matter how difficult the road ahead was, they had to go on. Let's go and see. No matter what the result is, I don't want to give up. Jiangchen said firmly. Living a mediocre life in a place like this isn't the life I want either. Luoying laughed. Jiangchen could tell that Luoying's ambition was even greater than his own. She was even more unwilling to stay here for the rest of her life. Even if this place was filled with birds and fragrant flowers, even if the sky was high and the clouds were clear, even if this place stood aloof from worldly affairs. The two of them followed the chief's instructions and left the cave, heading east. Follow them and take a look. Don't let them cause any trouble. Mao Yushin said to Moke. Yes, Lord Patriarch. Emoku nodded solemnly and left after receiving the order. The two of them had walked for more than half a day before they arrived. Not being able to fly in the air was like having their legs broken. It was extremely difficult. It was already dusk and the sun was setting. Jiangchen followed the current and climbed up the mountain. Finally, he could see the tall and majestic mountain. Hundreds of birds were flying around the mountain, and the birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant. It was refreshing and the spirit spring was flowing down from the top of the mountain, splashing everywhere. The void spirit spring that the chief mentioned should be on this 100-Bird Mountain, said Luoying. The 100-Birds Mountain was very large and the mountain range stretched on endlessly. It was impossible to see the end at a glance and the cliffs towered thousands of feet high. Climbing the mountain had become a difficult task, at least for her. Without the support of Genesis Chi, Luoying was not much stronger than an ordinary person, not to mention that she had already walked dozens of miles during the day. Luo Ying kept rubbing her legs, her face a little pale. I'll carry you, Jiang Chen said. No need. Luo Ying's face turned red and she hurriedly waved her hand. How can you go up the mountain like this? It's okay, I can do it, Luo Ying insisted. The night was dark and the wind was strong. Birds and beasts were resting and the moon and stars were sparse. The two walked another few hundred meters and the mountain rocks grew steeper and steeper. Luo Ying's feet were blood-red from the friction. She was no longer the peak star emperor expert who could walk as if she was flying. I'll carry you, Jiang Chen said again. This time Luo Ying did not refuse. She bit her red lips, blushing, and nodded silently. She had never dreamed that she would one day fall into such a situation. She was even weaker than an ordinary person. Jiang Chen's physique was completely incomparable to Luo Ying's. Whether it was the dragon transformation or the reverse dragon scale, Jiang Chen could walk as if he was walking on flat ground. Even without Genesis Qi, he still couldn't be underestimated. His body was as strong as steel and it was still terrifying. At midnight, Jiang Chen and Luo Ying finally reached the top of the mountain. Even Jiang Chen was sweating profusely from carrying a heavy load. Luo Ying took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from Jiang Chen's face. Luo Ying was very grateful that Jiang Chen did not leave her side. There were some things that didn't need to be said, but she remembered them in her heart. Put me down, Luo Ying said embarrassedly. Luo Ying said embarrassedly. She could feel that Jiang Chen's back was drenched in sweat. The two of them looked around. It was pitch black. There were only a few stars in the sky. They couldn't see anything else. The so-called void spirit spring had also disappeared. In the middle of the night, only the sound of flowing water could be heard. It seems that we can only wait until tomorrow to find it. Jiang Chen gasped for breath. He sat on the top of the mountain, gazing at the starry sky and smiled bitterly. Since we are already here, we have no other choice. Luo Ying also sat down, sighing with emotion. She was really afraid that if she spent the rest of her life in the hidden fog village, it would be unimaginable. The world is big and full of strange things. I didn't expect that we would end up like this. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He desperately wanted to leave this place, but everything was determined by fate. Who could predict what would happen in the future? In the end, I am responsible for falling to this point. I'm really sorry, said Zhou Yuan. If he hadn't meddled in other people's business back then, he wouldn't have killed Daoist Cui's disciple. If he hadn't killed Daoist Cui's disciple, he wouldn't have been hunted down. If he hadn't been hunted down, he wouldn't have fallen into the Light Prefecture's Great Rift Valley, and he wouldn't have become a turtle in a jar. Fate is so magical. I have never regretted it, nor do I complain. Everyone has their own ambitions and their own brilliance. Luo Ying was very open-minded. Although she didn't want to stay here, whether she could leave or not depended on fate. By the way, you are not from Norton City, right? Luo Ying asked curiously. No, I come from planet Xianxia, Jiang Chen said. That was how it was for now. The everlasting world was so big no one would be surprised no matter what. Planet Xianxia, I've heard of it. Doesn't seem that big. You can walk from planet Xianxia to planet Tianqi. You must be one in a million. Luo Ying said confidently. You flatter me. I think you are the one that I'm most curious about. Chapter 4790. I am from planet Tianqi, but I don't like to show my face in public. I want to prove myself with my own strength. Luo Ying and Jiang Chen looked at each other and smiled. However, the eternal world is just too big. Even if you are at the top of the Heaven Awakened planet, once you reach a certain height, you will still feel like a frog at the bottom of a well. There is an even vaster world outside the Heaven Awakened planet. Luo Ying seemed to be at a loss. The stars in the sky were just like her, lost and helpless. What is your dream? Luo Ying held her chin and looked curiously at Jiang Chen. Protect my family and find my child. Jiang Chen said. Child? What happened to your child? He's gone. I've searched all over planet Crimson Afterglow, walked through planet Ancient Dragon and stepped onto planet Tianqi. Only by standing higher and further can he see me. When I can find my child one day and protect my family, then my wish will be fulfilled. Old vines, old trees, small bridges, flowing water, and spending the rest of my life with my family is the most beautiful thing in the world. Jiang Chen's wish was not extravagant, but it was harder than reaching the heavens. I really envy you. You have someone to worry about. I hope you can fulfill your wish soon. Luo Ying looked a little disappointed, but Jiang Qin did not ask. Luo Ying yawned. Perhaps she was too tired during the day, but she fell asleep on Jiang Qin's shoulder. The next morning the sun shone brightly on the mountains. Luo Ying stretched and opened her sleepy eyes. She found that she had slept on Jiang Qin's shoulder for the whole night. She felt very awkward. I'm really sorry. I was too tired last night. It's fine. Jiang Qin chuckled and stood up. He looked at the mountains in the distance and found that the spring in the sky did not exist at all. The gurgling water came from the sky. There's no spring here at all. Could that old man be lying to us? Luo Ying was rather puzzled. She looked all around her, but she couldn't find any spring source. There was only a stream of spring water that fell from the sky and flowed past the 100-bird mountain. It should be a formation. Jiang Qin's expression was solemn as he pondered. He looked around, his eyes filled with seriousness. He couldn't see any spring source, but the spring water was indeed falling from the sky. There was no need for the old chief to lie to them. He didn't even make things difficult for them, so why would he lie to them? Jiang Qin sensed an extremely complicated array that he had never heard of before. However, this was only his conjecture. The fluctuations in the surrounding space were somewhat unusual. This was the result of the environment here, so Jiang Qin had this conjecture. Formation? Really? Luo Ying's heart skipped a beat. Back then, hadn't Jiang Qin relied on the array to kill more than 30 experts at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm? Hadn't he shaken the beast fighting Colosseum and become famous in Norton City? Perhaps he really had a way. I'll give it a try. Jiang Qin took a deep breath. Then he started observing the landscape of the surrounding mountains. If it was a formation and it was in the sky, it would definitely use this mountain as its base. However, it was impossible for a formation to appear out of thin air, and it didn't have any foundation. Luo Ying was full of expectations. Since Jiang Qin had such a feeling, it shouldn't be bad. His attainments in formations were definitely not low. Otherwise, how could he have killed so many opponents who were stronger than him? Now, it all depended on whether or not Jiang Qin could find a breakthrough point. Jiang Qin sat on the ground, moving with the wind and moving with the qi. He had no distractions. His eyes focused on his nose focused on his mouth focused on his heart, and his mind focused on his dantian. Jiang Qin relied on the no-beginning formation and began to analyze the surrounding mountain terrain and any signs of movement. During these 10 days, Jiang Qin did not move at all. Luo Ying was incomparably worried. She drank the mountain spring water thirstily and her heart was filled with worry. He had been in a state where he had no desire. He could not tell whether he was going to win or lose. Luo Ying's heart was also getting more and more anxious day by day. Finally, on the 17th day, Jiang Qin slowly opened his eyes. He was extremely exhausted and he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was haggard. Without the support of Genesis Qi, Jiang Qin's body was like that of an ordinary person. Even if he was stronger than anyone else, he still needed to rest. But for more than half a month he had not slept or rested. He wholeheartedly sensed the formation in an attempt to find the slightest clue. The string in his mind had been stretched taut. Are you okay, Jiang Qin? Luo Ying helped Jiang Qin up, her beautiful brows knitted together. I found it. I found the source of the formation. The corners of Jiang Qin's mouth drew back. Although he was incomparably tired, he had finally gained something. Luo Ying was a little distressed for Jiang Qin, but his words made her feel excited. Really? That is to say, as long as we break the formation and find the source of the spring, we can get out? It should be right. Jiang Qin said with difficulty. You should take a rest first. Luo Ying was worried that Jiang Qin's body would not be able to bear it. It doesn't matter. I have to finish it as soon as possible. Jiang Qin did not want to delay for too long. How long will it take? Luo Ying continued to ask. At least half a year, at most 3 to 5 years. Jiang Qin said. Luo Ying was a little shocked, but having hope was better than having no hope. Take a rest first. There is no hurry, Luo Ying said with concern. Luo Ying said with concern. Jiang Qin could not fall. If he left her alone, she would be even more lonely and helpless. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and nodded. At this time he really could not be too hasty. Since he had found a clue about the formation, he had to be even more careful. According to the Hidden Fog Village chief, no one could leave this place alive, no matter who it was. The Hidden Fog Village was under this great rift valley. For thousands of years he was not the only uninvited guest in this great rift valley. However, no one could leave this place. This formation was indeed strange and it was extremely hard to discover. During this half a month, Xianxia didn't do anything else. He just focused on searching for the formation. However, it wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. It would take at least a year and a half to completely break through this formation. The strength of the person who arranged this formation is beyond my imagination. The Tao contained in it is something that even a stellar-level expert may not be able to understand. If it wasn't for my formation attainments, I wouldn't have been able to find it. Xianxia was very glad that he had persevered in his research for more than half a month. If he had given up early, he would probably have stayed here forever. Chapter 4791. In just one day, Xianxia had once again plundered all the herbs in 100 Bird Mountain, causing Luo Ying to stare blankly. Can you use so many medicinal herbs? Luo Ying couldn't help but ask. I can refine them into medicinal pills. Xianxia said. You can also refine pills? Luo Ying stared at Xianxia with wide eyes. This guy's attainments in array formations were so high, but he could also refine pills? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. This is a recovery pill I recently refined. It may not be as effective as the small rejuvenation pill you ate, but it should still be good. With a flip of Xianxia's palm, more than a dozen round medicinal pills appeared in his palm. Luo Ying stared at this scene dumbfounded. Her entire person was stunned. Wasn't this too incredible? She didn't expect Xianxia's talent to be so terrifying. Needless to say, his cultivation was strong, and his attainments in array formations were shocking. Now he could even refine pills. When Luo Ying looked at Xianxia, she couldn't help but feel her heart palpitate. This was really a treasure boy. This medicinal pill has such a terrifying medicinal effect. Although it's not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, its energy is even better. It can at least reach 70% of the power of the small rejuvenation pill. And it's even an 8-patterned medicinal pill. It's really incredible. Luo Ying's eyes were shining. She looked like she wanted to eat Xianxia in one bite. I'll give it to you. Xianxia grabbed Luo Ying's hand and slapped it directly on her palm. For me. Luo Ying quickly withdrew her palm, her expression grim. It's so valuable, I definitely can't accept it. I can't accept an undeserved reward. This is really too valuable. Luo Ying was not a person who was greedy for small gains. Although Xianxia could refine medicinal pills, it had nothing to do with her. How could she take Xianxia's medicinal pills for no reason? These 8-patterned medicinal pills were worth thousands of gold. They could only be found by chance. It's just a small token of my appreciation. It's not very valuable. I still have a lot more. Xianxia scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. These pills were only normal recovery pills, and there were over 100 of them that were 9-lined pills. He was waiting to exchange them for some origin stones in the future. Hurry up and take it. You still have to stand guard for me. Eat one pill and I guarantee that you won't need to consume any energy for 2 months. Xianxia insisted on handing the power-restoring pill to Luo Ying. Luo Ying could not dissuade Xianxia and could only accept it. If we can leave this place, if you ever need me, Luo Ying, in the future I will definitely follow you from 1,000 miles away. Luo Ying said solemnly. Don't be so serious. It's just for you to consume during this period of time. It saves you the trouble of eating those bitter medicinal herbs to replenish your energy. Xianxia shook his head. He did not care about these power-restoring pills at all. Xianxia had been refining in the Buddha prison palace for 2 days and had produced thousands of medicinal pills. He had also given all the medicinal herbs to the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts were so happy that they could not close their mouths. They roared continuously in the Buddha prison palace, unable to suppress their excitement. With the addition of medicinal herbs and medicinal pills, their strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. I'm going to prepare to break the array. Be careful and don't worry about any changes. After Xianxia said this to Luo Ying, he prepared to break the array again. He ate 5 power-restoring pills in a row. Luo Ying felt her heart ache when she saw this. This Xianxia was really a prodigal son. Luo Ying had a total of 13 power-restoring pills in her hands. He could not bear to eat them at all. If she ate one at a critical moment, it would definitely increase her strength and restore her cultivation. Although it was not as good as the small rejuvenation pill, it would at least achieve 70% of the effect. Unless it was a matter of life and death, Luo Ying would definitely not bear to eat it. Jiang Qin wholeheartedly used the no-beginning array as the array foundation and began a new round of breaking the array. This ancient array was extremely complicated. In Jiang Chen's opinion, the person who had arranged this array was extremely rare. Moreover, his current strength was not enough. The efficiency of breaking this complicated ancient array was very limited. All the intersections of the array required him to evolve bit by bit. Only by doing this could he ensure that nothing went wrong. Jiang Qin was also afraid that if he lost, he might not have a second chance. In the hidden fog village under an ancient pine tree, Mao Yushin stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He stared at the starry sky with a dull look in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Reporting to the clan leader, Imoku cupped his hands and said. He lowered his head and his eyes were solemn. How is it? Mao Yushin asked. Reporting to the clan leader, those two people have been in the 100-Bird Mountain. We don't know what they are doing. Our people don't dare to get too close for fear of being discovered. However, it seems that the two of them are talking and laughing. They don't look as depressed as before. Mao Yushin frowned and his eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. You said that they might have found a way to leave? Mao Yushin did not believe it. Since ancient times, no one had ever left the hidden fog village. For them, leaving the hidden fog village was like a fantasy. If Jiang Qin could really find a way to leave, it would break the rule of the hidden fog village that had existed for thousands of years. I don't know, but looking at them, they don't seem to be too desperate. Moreover, that man seems to have been studying the mountains around the 100-Bird Mountain. Imoku said with a frown. Maybe after a while they will lose their patience. Clan leader, why do you care about them? When they know that we can't leave the hidden fog village, they will naturally choose to give up. Well, they know that it's impossible, but they still do it. Sooner or later they will be defeated by their own stupidity. Mao Yushin nodded and dismissed Imoku. His eyes were a little complicated as he looked in the direction of the 100-Bird Mountain. Those who can enter the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province are not ordinary experts, but the strength of these two people is very limited. Interesting. Mao Yushin said to himself. The light in his eyes suddenly became dazzling. No one knew what he was thinking. On the 100-Bird Mountain, Jiang Chen's mind was free of distractions and he was focused on breaking the formation. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Spring passed and autumn came. Cold and hot, flowers bloomed and withered. During this year, Luo Ying quietly stayed by Jiang Chen's side. This focused and serious man made Luo Ying trust him. His eyes always had a different kind of brilliance. From the initial 10%, 20%, 30%, to the current 80%. Luo Ying knew that the day Jiang Chen broke the formation was getting closer and closer. Jiang Chen's face was getting thinner and his hair was tangled, which made Luo Ying very worried. However, Jiang Chen was never willing to stop. It seemed that he had been deducing the formation day and night, striving to break it as soon as possible. On this day, Jiang Chen was excited because he was finally going to break the ancient formation. One could imagine how excited he was. No matter who you are, no matter how strong you are, today I, Jiang Chen, have finally broken your formation. Chapter 4792. Boom. A deafening sound pierced through the air. At this moment, Jiang Chen's expression slightly changed. His entire body seemed to have lost its gravity and was floating in the air. Luo Ying, who was beside him, was also floating in the air, looking at Jiang Chen in astonishment. What's going on? Luo Ying couldn't believe it. I don't know either. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and furrowed his brows. After a loud bang, the 100-Bird Mountain under his feet slowly split open. The mountain crack was about 30 meters wide and rocks were rolling down from it. Jiang Chen felt suffocated because he saw a huge black rock. The surface of the rock was pitch black and it looked ordinary. However, the invisible force it emitted shocked Jiang Chen. This black rock was about 70 to 80 meters square and it gave him a very different feeling. Jiang Chen tried his best, but he still couldn't let his body fall. He stayed in the air. This boulder? What's its origin? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Chen. I don't know, but it should be caused by this formation. Jiang Chen said. His heart was filled with doubts. Right at this moment, a spiritual spring appeared in the sky. It was 9 feet wide and the spring seemed to be filled with endless water. Look, the spring is over there. Luo Ying was pleasantly surprised. Be careful. Are you sure that the spring is the way out? Jiang Chen said solemnly. Over there. Kill him. Before Jiang Chen's voice fell, an angry roar resounded through the mountain peak. It's the people of the hidden fog village. Luo Ying looked serious. They're really haunting us. Jiang Chen gritted his teeth. These guys seem to have come prepared. There were more than 100 of them. The patriarch said that this guy is the disaster of our hidden fog village. Kill him to restore peace to our village. Kill him without mercy. Emoku sneered, standing at the forefront with a cold face. Hundreds of strong men surrounded Jiang Chen. This pitch-black pit is the symbol of disaster. Kill him and our hidden fog village will be safe forever. The people around Emoku stood up one after another, glaring at Jiang Chen. You bunch of ignorant people, you're courting death. Jiang Chen's face was gloomy. He was still floating in the air and his situation was worrying. With so many people around, it was difficult for him to fight against so many people. Moreover, he had spent a lot of energy to break the formation. Even if he had the power-restoring pill, it would be impossible for him to restore his strength to its peak. He dares to say that we are ignorant. Who is the barbarian here? It's clear. Fight. Emoku waved his hand and the long spear swept towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was hit by the long spear and was sent flying away, falling to the ground. At this time he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to support his palm and swallowed 2 energy-restoring pills. On the other side, Luo Ying's figure was gradually sinking. There seemed to be an invisible suction force that was sucking her body towards the giant black boulder. Jiang Chen, save me. Luo Ying's pretty face was pale. At that moment she felt that her body was completely sucked to the black boulder and gradually lost consciousness. Sure enough, he's a disaster that harms others and himself. Emoku said disdainfully. Hundreds of people surrounded Jiang Chen, staying away from the black boulder in the crack. Damn it! Jiang Chen shouted in a low voice. However, he couldn't save Luo Ying now because he couldn't even protect himself. Emoku and the others had blocked all his escape routes. You barbarians, you're making me angry. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold and full of anger. Luo Ying's life was uncertain now. If she was in danger, he would never let these stupid people go. Barbarians? I think you're the barbarian. Making trouble in my hidden fog village, I think you're courting death. For millions of years, no one has been able to leave the hidden fog village. You disrupted my army's morale and disturbed the peace of the hidden fog village. What crime do you deserve? At this time, the chief of the hidden fog village, Mao Yushan, appeared beside Emoku and the others. Emoku and the others quickly made way for the chief. You told me that I might be able to leave here, and now you're here to deal with me? Ah, the hidden mist village, what a hidden mist village. You weird bastards, I will never let you go. Jiang Chen's face gradually turned cold and gloomy. What a noisy fellow. Let's kill him to prevent future troubles. Anyone who dares to disturb the army's morale in the future will be killed without mercy. Mao Yushan said coldly. He didn't even look at Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. As soon as Mao Yushan's voice fell, Emoku led hundreds of young men of the hidden fog village to kill Jiang Chen with all their might. At this moment, Mao Yushan's eyes fell on the mountain crack that was more than 10 feet wide. His cloudy eyes suddenly shrunk and became dazzling. Found you, I finally found you. Mao Yushan murmured. He was even a little excited. His eyes fell on the huge black rock and his breathing became very rapid. It's been more than 800 years. I thought there was no hope. I didn't expect that God would help me. Ah. Mao Yushan was incomparably excited, constantly rubbing his palms. No wonder there is no Genesis Chi in the hidden fog village and we can't fly. It turns out that the meteoric iron has fused with the formation and suppressed the production of Genesis Chi, turning this place into a void. Without Genesis Chi, no one can find this place. If someone doesn't accidentally break in, they won't be able to discover the existence of the hidden fog village. Even if they discover the existence of the hidden fog village, it will be a dead end because once you enter, you can forget about leaving. Mao Yushan finally understood why the hidden fog village was so secretive and full of fantastical colors. It was hard to fathom. The two of you are truly my lucky generals. To be able to die here can be considered as a worthy death. Help me achieve my great cause. I will remember the two of you. Mao Yushan carefully wrapped a slender golden chain around the black boulder and desperately put it into his spatial ring. Such a large piece of meteoric iron was Mao Yuxian's goal. Lift. Mao Yuxian clenched his teeth. The meteoric iron was too heavy and heavy. Even if he used all his strength, it was still extremely slow. You forced me to do this. Jiang Qin didn't want to start a massacre, but with over 100 men surrounding him, he was at a loss of what to do. Jiang Qin had no choice but to fight back with his sword. Chapter 4793. The limitless sword was able to show his advantage at this moment. His sword technique was calm and ever-changing, allowing Jiang Qin to advance and retreat in an orderly manner even in a 100-person battle. Even Mao Yuxian was quite shocked. Jiang Qin's methods were indeed not what ordinary people could compare to. This guy had exceeded his imagination. Although he had already thought highly of Jiang Qin, he did not expect Jiang Qin to be so abnormal. Even when Mo Ku and the others joined forces to attack, Jiang Qin was still so calm. If it weren't for the fact that Jiang Qin had not recovered to his peak state before breaking the formation, what harm would there be in a 100-person battle? However, Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate these opponents. In the hidden fog village there was no Genesis Chi, so their strength was tremendous. Each of them had the strength of 1,000 catties. Heavy punches and sweeping spears, Jiang Qin paid attention to every aspect. But for a short period of time he was still in an extremely difficult tug-of-war and was unable to gain the upper hand. Therefore Jiang Qin could only retreat as he fought. It wasn't that he couldn't do it, but the enemy was just too terrifying. They had been ordered to fight with their lives on the line for the village, for their faith, and for the freedom that they had been pursuing for millions of years. Jiang Qin knew that everyone had their own aspirations. He wasn't wrong, and perhaps they weren't wrong either. However, only one side could live on. This was no longer a matter of right or wrong. Luo Ying was still in danger and he could not focus on himself. Jiang Qin brandished his sword and looked around. His movements were bold and unstoppable as he charged forward. Jiang Qin knew that he had to bring out his trump card. Since he couldn't beat these guys, he would release the demonic beasts in the Buddha prison palace. They must be feeling very uncomfortable inside. The corner of Jiang Qin's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were sharp and fierce. He waved his hand and ordered the crowd to retreat with his long sword. With a wave of his hand, the wind started to blow again. Many demonic beasts rushed out and roared deafeningly, causing the entire mountain to tremble. Roar, roar, I'm finally out. JJJ. Roar. The bear tribe is fearless. Thousands of demonic beasts continued to charge at Jiang Qin, surrounding him. The scene was quite shocking. Even Mao Yuxian could not help but feel his scalp turn numb as he hurriedly pulled the meteoric iron up. Ying Ling, Mao Yu Kuan, there were all kinds of beasts. Some of them were huge like mountains, some of them were agile like ghosts. In short, there were thousands of beasts running out, which made Mo Ku and the others feel pressured. Although they were strong, these beasts were not weak either. They could barely fight against 5 at once, but to fight against 10 at once, everyone's face was filled with depression and bitterness. Plus, these beasts did not have any emotions. They would bite anyone they saw, they would hit anyone they saw, except for their master Jiang Qin. The rest of them were crazy, they ran around recklessly. F***ck. Isn't this guy a little too abnormal? Why do I feel like I've poked a hornet's nest? Where did all these demonic beasts come from? Faster thief. It's over. Is this the end of our hidden mist village? Many of the hidden mist village's youths were filled with sorrow because they could not fight against these beasts. Even ants could bite an elephant to death, not to mention that these beasts were not ants. Each of these beasts was a great threat to them. Jiang Qin's eyes lit up and he quickly escaped. His target was Luo Ying. He could not let her be in any danger. At this time, Mao Yuxian used all of his strength and finally pulled the meteoric iron up. Seeing the meteoric iron in Mao Yuxian's hand, Jiang Qin had a bad feeling. At this time 7 blood-red coffins flew out from the cracks of the 100-bird mountain like meteors, shooting up to the sky and hovering in the air. Luo Ying landed on one of the coffins. Every blood-colored sarcophagus was the size of a meteorite. They were extremely frightening. There were maps of battles depicted on them as well as patterns of farming which filled people with doubts. Mao Yuxian's expression slightly changed. He pinched his fingers together. He was even more shocked. A great omen. Not good. Of the 36 stratagems, escaping was the best strategy. Mao Yuxian looked at the 7 coffins and was shocked. This was definitely a great omen. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Thank you, young man. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the meteoric iron until the moment I die. Mao Yushan looked at Jiang Chen with an exultant expression. Meteoric iron? Jiang Chen was stunned. He finally understood the purpose of that piece of meteoric iron. Moreover, there were 7 blood-red coffins under the meteoric iron, which made Jiang Chen even more shocked. However, at this moment he could not care so much. He had to get Luo Ying down as soon as possible. Yes, don't tell me you don't know what this thing is. For so many years, I have mistakenly entered the hidden mist village for these treasures. Otherwise, I would not be trapped in this place. Mao Yushan snorted coldly. You are not from the hidden mist village? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. He did not expect this guy to come from the outside world just like him. When did I say that I was from the hidden mist village? Ignorant fool, I'm just borrowing his stinky body. Mao Yushan's smile was soft and cold. It seems that you are the one with ulterior motives. All of this is your plan. You let the hidden mist village deal with me so that you can benefit from it. Jiang Chen did not expect that Mao Yushan was also from the outside world and not a native of the hidden mist village. It's not too late to know now. Young man, we will meet again. Mao Yushan soared into the air and stepped on the blood-colored sarcophagus. Borrowing the momentum, he moved as if he was flying, stepping on the waves and leaping into the spring. Seeing the floating blood-colored sarcophagi falling from the sky, Jiang Chen did not hesitate. He flew out like lightning and carried the 7 sarcophagi directly on his shoulders. At that moment Mo Ku and the others were slightly stunned. If it were not for Jiang Chen, they might have been crushed to death by this blood-colored sarcophagus. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. The heavenly dragon sword flew out and slashed through the air, cutting off Mao Yushan's finger with the spatial ring. Bastard! You're courting death. Mao Yushan was about to die, but his finger was cut off by Jiang Chen. He could not suppress the anger in his heart. The space ring contained his life's work. He had endured hardships for more than 800 years just for this day. Now that Jiang Chen intercepted him, Mao Yushan was extremely annoyed. Jiang Chen picked up the space ring and threw away the severed finger. The smile on his face grew even more radiant. Give it to me or die. Chapter 4794. Isn't he our chief? How is that possible? He is. The old chief has always been a person of virtue and prestige. The old chief is not so strong. He won people over with virtue and he is so old. How can he still be so strong? You're right. I just heard that he borrowed the chief's skin. Many people from the hidden fog village looked at each other in shock and anger. The old chief had always been an elder in their hearts. He had both virtue and talent. But now he had become a traitor. They could not accept it. Your old chief is dead. He is just a traitor who wants to steal the starry sky meteoric iron. Jiang Chen raised his sword and clashed with Mao Yushan. The people of the hidden fog village were stunned. Although they didn't believe it, the truth was right in front of their eyes. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, they would have been killed by now. The so-called chief was just an impersonator. A sneer appeared on Mao Yushan's face. Although his finger had been cut off by Jiang Chen, it didn't affect his combat strength. Looking at Jiang Chen's incoming longsword, he remained unmoved. With a flip of his palm, a brown wooden sword appeared in his hand and he charged forward. Clang! An ear-piercing buzzing sound could be heard. Jiang Chen was extremely shocked. Needless to say, his heavenly dragon sword was extremely powerful. How could a wooden sword withstand his attack? The limitless sword slashed through the sky, closing in step by step with killing intent. The sharp wind of the wooden sword made Jiang Chen not dare to neglect. On the contrary, he coveted his domineering momentum. On the wooden sword, there were some inscriptions that Jiang Chen couldn't understand at all. They looked like scribbles that could confuse one's mind. Jiang Chen didn't dare to look at them for too long. Strange. It was really strange. Kill him. This bastard killed our patriarch. We definitely can't let him have it easy. Kill. Many experts from the hidden fog village rushed to Mao Yushan at this time. They were burning with anger. They could not wait to tear Mao Yushan into pieces. Are there many people? In my eyes, you guys are no different from ants. Mao Yushan was not bothered at all. He sneered and extended his hand. The wooden sword slit his fingertip and a stream of blood splattered out. Jiang Chen frowned. Not good. Careful. Before Jiang Chen finished his words, They had already rushed forward. They didn't even have time to stop him. Hundreds of people from the hidden fog village were covered by the blood mist. Their charging footsteps also stopped at this moment. They even became sluggish and sluggish. Kill. Mao Yu brandished his Shenmu sword. Hundreds of hidden mist village masters turned around again, turned their spears and aimed at Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian saw a trace of blood in their eyes. There was no emotion at all. Their dull eyes only had one target, and that was Zhou Xian. Witchcraft? Zhou Qian's heart trembled. Mao Yushan laughed evilly. Zhou Xian was once again submerged by over 100 people. This time it was the same as before. However, these people had all become Mao Yushan's puppets. Don't kill them, Zhou Xian said to the demonic beasts behind him. These people were also pitiful. They didn't want to be enslaved by Mao Yushan, but Mao Yushan's means surprised Zhou Xian. Although he didn't have the support of Genesis Qi, his means were endless, which was the most terrifying. The demonic beasts and the people from the hidden fog village clashed again. Mao Yushan had resolved the disturbance in front of him. His target was Zhou Xian. Nothing was more important than his meteoric iron. Now it's your turn. Mao Yushan's wooden sword was sharp and carried an indescribably strange aura. Layers of sword shadows appeared and disappeared mysteriously. If Zhou Xian didn't rely on the limitless sword, he wouldn't be able to compete with it. Mao Yushan's steps were like walking on the clouds, which shocked him. Strong. Too strong. This was the strongest warrior Zhou Xian had ever met. Even though they were all on the same starting line in terms of strength and skills, there was still someone who could stand above everyone else, and that man was Mao Yushan. Mao Yushan was the strongest warrior Zhou Xian had ever met. 26 swords. 27 swords. 28 swords. Zhou Qian's sword technique swept left and right, making him almost invincible. However, Mao Yushan was always able to find his weakness. His figure flickered and penetrated every opening. Zhou Qian's sword technique had no flaws, but his opponent was always able to strike first. The more Zhou Qian fought, the more frightened he became. If this continued, he would be defeated step by step and wouldn't be able to last much longer. With 6 dragon scales on his body, Zhou Qian's strength continued to rise by relying on the true dragon's body. He was almost invincible. Even without the support of Genesis Qi, he could still counterattack. Wind rise. Mao Yushan performed a hand seal and swept his hand forward. Zhou Qian felt a terrifying wind whizzing up like a wind blade, tearing his body apart. However, Zhou Qian's dragon body couldn't be shaken so easily. Facing the wind, rushing forward, fearless to the end. Wounds appeared on Zhou Qian's body. The sharp wooden sword stabbed his chest time and again, but Zhou Qian blocked them with the limitless sword. The limitless sword and the reliance sword were completely unleashed this time. Because there was no need for Genesis Qi, the sword's momentum was particularly important. From the moment the sword was raised to the moment it fell, there couldn't be any slack. Mao Yushan was also frightened by Zhou Qian's fearlessness. This guy is really going all out against me. Overlapping shadows. Mao Yushan's hand seal changed again and blood spread across the wooden sword, fusing into the complex inscriptions. Mao Yushan's body split into 9 shadows. Zhou Qian's expression remained the same, but a storm was set off in his heart. This is a secret technique that transcends Genesis Qi. This guy has really broadened my horizons. The 9 overlapping shadows were scattered around Zhou Qian, flickering with light. They were extremely fast and all of them held wooden swords, sealing off all of Zhou Qian's escape routes. There was nowhere to hide. Motherf Asterisker. Zhou Qian gritted his teeth. He could only try to use the astral pole at this time. Star power came from the stars in the heavens, and this was Zhou Qian's last resort. Torrential starlight. Rays of starlight filled Zhou Qian's body, glowing with an unprecedented brilliance. Mao Yushan's expression turned solemn and he was greatly shocked. The hidden fog village should have been isolated from the rest of the world, and because of the formation set up by the meteoric iron, even Genesis Qi couldn't enter. But there were clearly Genesis Qi undulations on Zhou Qian's body. How is this possible? Heavenly lightning hellfire symbol. Mao Yushan's blood sacrifice left a trail of afterimages in the sky. He left behind a bloody screen that was like a huge net that covered the sky and the earth as it came crashing down. The net was densely packed, and it was faster and more domineering than Jiang Chen's formation. In an instant, bolts of heavenly lightning and hellfire descended from the sky. Let's see if you can survive this time. Chapter 4795. Lightning and fire filled the sky, drowning Jiang Chen and enveloping most of the mountain peak. Luo Ying, who had just woken up from her coma, had a very ugly expression on her face. It was like the end of the world. Jiang Chen, who could not activate his Genesis Qi, had most likely been completely reduced to ashes. Lightning flashed and flames of anger gushed out. Above the mountain peak, the sky and earth were destroyed. Jiang Chen. Luo Ying's eyes widened, but it was too late. You want to fight me? Maybe in your next life. Humph. Mao Yushan said disdainfully. It had taken him a lot of effort to deal with this kid. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died long ago, but he could still persist for so long. Is that so? If you want to kill me, you'll have to wait until your next life. Amidst the lightning and fire, Jiang Chen was bathed in fire, and the lightning above his head was unscathed. Impossible. Mao Yushan took 2 steps back, his eyes flashing with a look of horror. This, not only him but even Luo Ying was dumbfounded. Jiang Chen was still alive? Did this guy jump out from a crack in a rock? How could he not die? What a terrifying physical body. Mao Yushan was extremely shocked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. Jiang Chen's actual combat level was quite terrifying. Coupled with this guy's almost diamond-like body, even the heavenly lightning hellfire talisman that he was so proud of could not break through his defense. It seems that if I don't show you some special skills, you won't know who you are facing. For the starry sky meteoric iron, Mao Yushan had made all preparations to kill Jiang Chen. Mountain moving and sea-filling talisman. Mao Yushan sacrificed his blood to the sky, drew a talisman with his sword, and mobilized the surrounding boulders between the mountains to fall from the sky. Jiang Chen held the heavenly dragon sword in his hand and looked up. Facing the falling boulders, the heavenly dragon sword cut through them one by one. However, Mao Yushan's mountain-moving and sea-filling talisman made Jiang Chen very serious. The endless boulders between the mountains were like a rain of stones. If this continued, Jiang Chen would most likely be exhausted to death. It was more ruthless than the wheel tactic. Maoshan technique? Luo Ying said solemnly. Jiang Chen, watch out. His talismans are all illusions. Don't be fooled by them. You can only trust your own heart. Luo Ying's words made Mao Yushan frown. Where did this little girl come from? How dare they ruin his plans? This woman actually knew his background. She was definitely not simple. Maoshan sorcery? Jiang Chen was taken aback, but he soon fell into deep thought. He didn't know much about Maoshan sorcery, but he could sense how powerful it was. Maoshan sorcery didn't rely on Genesis Qi, but on the art of sorcery. It was unique and awe-inspiring. Illusions, spells. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and closed his eyes. At that moment he had a hint of enlightenment. Wasn't this the same as his own array formation? To put it bluntly, it was a different way of fighting. Array formations were more powerful, but they also required more time and energy. On the other hand, sorcery and talismans were completely different. They aimed to kill with one strike and were extremely practical. On the other hand, array formations were more of a test of time and foundation. Without sufficient preparation, even the largest array formation wouldn't be able to trap a dragon. Then I'll give you a taste of your own medicine. Jiang Chen directly released thousands of monsters and used them as the foundation of the array formation. He knew these monsters like the back of his hand. With a single thought, they could all be arranged according to his will. This could be considered a way to resist this so-called Maoshan technique. A demon beast's body was much stronger than a human's. Jiang Chen's sword slashed through the air and swept away all the giant rocks. Although it was a very passive situation, the formation formed by thousands of demon beasts had completely resisted Mao Yushan's attack. Mao Yushan's expression was grim. He clenched his fists tightly and his heart was filled with anger. He was a star-level expert, but he was being so aggrieved. Now it's time for me to fight back. Jiang Chen sneered. With a flip of his hand, he released the Buddha prison palace. Thousands of monsters surged out and drowned Mao Yushan's figure. Mao Yushan knew that he had lost the upper hand. This guy had more tricks than him. With so many terrifying monsters densely packed together, it was useless no matter how many tricks he had. I will never let you go. Mao Yushin used the space suspension technique and leaped into the spring. Jiang Chen wanted to chase after him, but this guy's escape technique was also very mysterious. Moreover, Luo Ying was behind him. Jiang Chen couldn't just leave like that. After Mao Yushin left, the people of the hidden fog village also regained their senses. They turned to look at Jiang Chen with shame, especially Mo Ku. He didn't even know how to explain to Jiang Chen. "I'm sorry, brother. We were blinded by that thief. Please forgive us if we offended you before." Mo Ku cupped his fists and bowed to Jiang Chen sincerely. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. He didn't take this matter to heart. They were also kept in the dark. "We should go too. If we don't leave now, I'm afraid it will be too late," Luo Ying said in a low voice, looking at Jiang Chen. At this moment, the moment Jiang Chen raised his eyes, he saw that the 7 giant blood-colored coffins had flown into the void by themselves. The heaviest coffins turned into black dots and disappeared. "What's going on?" Jiang Chen was stunned. "I don't know. We have never seen it before. I didn't expect that the 100-bird mountain would have such unimaginable things." Moku was stunned. "Benefactor, look. The spring is shrinking." Bei Si pointed at the spring in the air and said, "Looks like I should leave too." Jiang Chen nodded to Moku and the others. Since the 7 blood-colored coffins had disappeared, he didn't need to chase after them anymore. Moreover, the 2 of them had mistakenly entered the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, which was full of thrills. Since they had found the exit, there was no need to stay any longer. "Benefactor, take care." Hundreds of ear-deafening shouts warmed Jiang Chen's heart. Although they were hostile towards him at the beginning, it was because they wanted to protect themselves. When they found out that they had been deceived, they were filled with gratitude towards Jiang Chen. They were simple and honest people, they weren't wrong. Jiang Chen held Luo Ying's hand and stepped on the sky-ascending stairs, rushing into the mouth of the spring. After the mouth of the spring disappeared, the sky was once again filled with the void spirit spring that flowed 3,000 feet downwards. "Seems like our hidden mist village isn't a real paradise." Emoku sighed. "I've said it before. What he said makes sense." Bei Si murmured. Emoku blushed and glared at him, but he didn't say anything. After Jiang Chen and Luo Ying left the hidden mist village, they followed the spring and finally landed in a call outside the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province, falling into a waterfall at the foot of the mountain. The 2 of them looked at each other as if they had just woken up from a dream. Especially Luo Ying, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. Anyway, they had escaped from the hidden mist village, an unknown place. It could be considered a new lease of life. "I didn't expect to come out of the Great Rift Valley of Guang Province. It's like a dream," Luo Ying said with a smile that was even brighter than flowers. "Right, do you know the identity of the person who impersonated the chief in the hidden mist village?" Jiang Chen still held a grudge against Mao Yushin. Moreover, Jiang Chen always felt that that person's strength was much stronger than his. Being able to defeat him was definitely luck. Mao Shan's magical arts. Sai, it has been lost for more than 10,000 years. I didn't expect to see it again on the Heavenly Enlightenment planet. Chapter 4796. Mao Shan Sorcery? Jiang Chen was rather surprised. Without the support of Genesis Qi, the Mao Shan sorcery was simply invincible. If not for his monster army, it would not have been so easy for Jiang Chen to defeat Mao Yushin. "Is the Mao Shan sorcery very powerful?" Jiang Chen asked. Many years ago, the Mao Shan sorcery was glorious on the Tianqi star for a period of time. At that time, it was very popular in the entire Tianqi star region, and the Mao Shan sorcery was respected by countless people. However, it was extremely sinister, so many people were quite resistant to it. As for how it fell in the end, I don't know. It seems that the entire Mao Shan sorcery disappeared overnight. Everyone who knew the Mao Shan sorcery in the entire Tianqi star region left. Some people also said that they were all dead. As for why they disappeared from the Tianqi star region, no one knew. I didn't expect that after 10,000 years, the people who knew the Mao Shan sorcery would reappear in the world. Luo Ying looked a little solemn. She seemed to be very concerned about Mao Yushin. Everyone sweeps the snow in front of their own door. Don't worry about the frost on other people's roofs. It's fine as long as he doesn't provoke me. If he does, I will tear him to pieces, Jiang Chen said in a low voice. He might be a star-grade expert. Luo Ying glanced at Jiang Chen with interest. Pretend I didn't say anything. Jiang Chen laughed. The 2 looked at each other. They had to hurry to the Tianqi Milky Way city as soon as possible. After passing through the Xianxia forest and the Guangzhou Great Rift Valley, we should soon reach the Tianqi Milky Way city. However, we still have to be careful. I don't know if Mao Yushan will come looking for trouble with us, Luo Ying said. Jiang Qin didn't care. He would deal with the situation as it came. Anyway, there was no way out. They couldn't stop moving forward just because there might be danger ahead, right? Jiang Qin had walked step by step to where he was today. When had he not stepped on danger to advance? There's no time to lose. Let's set off now, Jiang Qin said with a heavy heart. If Mao Yushan was really a stellar-level master and came to find trouble with them, it would be hard for them to escape. Currently, Jiang Qin was not a match for a stellar-level expert. He would not dare to fight with him until he broke through to the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. By then he might not even have a 30% or 40% chance of winning. After all, once he broke through to the stellar level, he would be like a fish in the sea, a bird in the sky, and a fish in the sea. The difference between the stellar level and the Star Emperor realm was like heaven and earth. The two of them headed towards the heavenly awakening Milky Way city without stopping. Luo Ying was worried that Mao Yushan would make a comeback. If that happened, it would be difficult for the two of them to escape. As long as they entered the heavenly awakening Milky Way city, they wouldn't be able to act as they pleased. Even a stellar-level powerhouse wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Heaven Awakening Galaxy City's public security was famous. No one dared to cause trouble in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. Tens of thousands of horsemen of the apocalypse were terrifying existences, and they were all above the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. After a few more days, the two of them finally arrived at the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. At that moment, Jiang Qin was completely stunned. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City was just too beautiful. It was like a silver fortress protruding from the Heavenly Awakening planet. However, this fortress was boundless. As for how big it was, Jiang Qin didn't dare to imagine it. Moreover, as soon as he entered the range of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City, he felt a violent array fluctuation. This array was far beyond his imagination. In his opinion, it could only be described with one word: invulnerable. At the very least, it wasn't something he could comprehend at this time. The Silver City walls of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City were about 300 meters tall. They were like unreachable mountains. There were people stationed every kilometer. They were wearing golden helmets and silver armor and holding long spears. They looked awe-inspiring, like heavenly soldiers and generals. The Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City seemed to be at the end of the sky. As long as one reached out, they would be able to touch the clouds in the sky. The feeling of holding the sun and the moon and plucking the stars spontaneously arose in their hearts. The Immortal Palace's courtyard simply couldn't compare to it, because this silver fortress was really too big, and it caused people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. The East Gate. Jiang Chen's gaze focused on the huge city gate as he spoke in a low voice. Just this gate was as big as the city walls. Even giants and wild beasts that were dozens of meters tall could smoothly pass through. There was only one word to describe it: rich. This is too spectacular. Jiang Qin couldn't help but exclaim. Such a huge array was already breathtaking. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City. At night, the Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City will be truly beautiful. At that time, you'll feel like you're in a vast sea of stars. That's the most relaxing and joyful feeling. The Heavenly Awakening Milky Way City's beauty will make people sigh in admiration. As for the East Gate, it's just one of the gates of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. There are also the West Gate, South Gate, and North Gate. You can't even imagine how big the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City is. Luo Ying explained to Jiang Qin as if she was familiar with her family's treasures. However, he was also very curious. Why was Luo Ying so familiar with the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City? Could it be that she had been to the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City before? Don't look at me like that. I did live in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City for a while, but I was later driven out. Luo Ying said with a bitter smile. So you want to fight back? Huh. Jiang Qin laughed. It seemed that Luo Ying also had a story. At the very least, she had stayed in the glorious Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Even if she was just a shooting star, she still shone. Sort of. I can't just be muddle-headed for the rest of my life. Who says that women are inferior to men? I'll let others see how I relied on my own efforts to become a member of the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. There will definitely be a place for me in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Luo Ying vowed solemnly. Right now, we have only obtained the qualifications to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. If we want to truly become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I'm afraid there are still many trials ahead. Jiang Qin said. Since it was so difficult to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, it meant that his existence was even more terrifying. Becoming a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse would be a great pride. Yes, that's why it's too early to be happy. Luo Ying smiled sweetly. She seemed very happy to be back in the Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. Please show your nameplate. When Jiang Qin and Luo Ying appeared in front of the East Gate, two golden-helmeted men holding steel spears blocked their way. There were more than 20 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City around them, all of whom were at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm or even stronger. These people were all experts picked out of 10,000. Even if they were also at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm, it would still be a piece of cake for them to fight 1 against 10. With so many guards, Jiang Qin and Luo Ying felt great pressure. They were indeed worthy of being the divine soldiers of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Each of them was like a sharp knife, invincible. Luo Ying and Jiang Qin took out the nameplates they had obtained in Norton City. Chapter 4797. You only have 1 year to stay in the Tianqi Milky Way City. If you can't join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse after 1 year, you will be expelled. The guard glanced at them and said in a deep voice before letting them pass. The guard was so domineering that Jiang Qin did not dare to underestimate him. This person's strength should not be weaker than his. The Tianqi Milky Way City was indeed a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although these dozens of people were only guards of the Star Emperor 9th Heaven, as long as he found Commander Yu, he might be able to find De Huang. He did not care whether he could establish a foothold in the Tianqi Milky Way City. De Huang's safety was the most important. This is just the outer city of the Tianqi Milky Way City, not the inner city. But you have to be careful in everything you do and don't cause trouble. Otherwise no one can save you. Luo Ying was afraid that Jiang Qin would collude with someone in the outer city. If that happened, he would not be able to protect himself. This was not a place where anyone could behave atrociously. Even stellar-level experts had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, the Tianqi Milky Way City would throw him into the boundless universe. Yes, I know. Keep a low profile. Jiang Qin nodded. He might be able to do whatever he wanted on the ancient dragon star, but he had to be careful in the Tianqi Milky Way City. There were not many people in the Tianqi Milky Way City, but there were also quite a few. The streets were in groups of 2s and 3s. Looking up, one could see the clouds for thousands of miles. Moreover, the Genesis Chi in the Tianqi Milky Way City was extremely terrifying. It was denser than the most terrifying Genesis Chi place that Jiang Qin had ever seen. Now he knew why so many people racked their brains to enter the Tianqi Milky Way City. This was just the outer city of the Tianqi Milky Way City. After entering the Tianqi Milky Way City, not only would one gain fame, but there would also be unparalleled cultivation resources. There were cultivation treasures everywhere, and every place was comparable to a paradise. Now Jiang Qin did not have too many thoughts. He just wanted to find De Huang as soon as possible. We should go to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse as soon as possible. We should at least register first before we can participate in the assessment of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, Luo Ying said. Jiang Qin nodded. It could be said that he knew nothing about the apocalyptic Milky Way City. With Luo Ying around, he could save himself a lot of trouble. Luo Ying led the way, and the two of them arrived at the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, a magnificent fortress in the city. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse was surrounded by green mountains and rivers, and the terrain was open. It was truly a place of tigers and dragons. The guards at the entrance still stopped Jiang Qin and Luo Ying. However, when they showed their nameplates, the latter nodded and smiled. You should be new here, right? You want to participate in the Knights of the Apocalypse's challenge. Go on, head right. You'll reach the Freshman Challenge area 15 kilometers away. Go there and sign up. After the guard finished speaking, Jiang Qin was stunned. 15 kilometers was only the new Student Challenge area? It seemed like the Apocalypse Galaxy City was huge, and the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was also majestic and domineering. Let's go. Jiang Qin and Luo Ying went straight to the Freshman Challenge area and found the registration area. After the two of them signed up, they found out that the Freshman Challenge would only take place half a year later. Those who succeeded in the end would undoubtedly be able to enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City and become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. I still have some private matters to deal with. I'll wait for you here in half a year. Remember, you have to keep a low profile. Giving in isn't necessarily a bad thing. Keep your life, and when you become a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, that will be the most glorious time. Luo Ying warned him again and again. You be careful too. Jiang Qin nodded and parted ways with Luo Ying. After all, she also had her own matters to attend to. However, Luo Ying and Jiang Qin had experienced life and death together, so she had no worries at all. She definitely had something important to do when she left. Jiang Qin found an inn to rest at and paid the origin stones. However, he discovered that his hands were already empty. The hundreds of millions of origin stones that he had obtained previously had all been used up. Cultivation was a matter that consumed a lot of origin stones. Without enough origin stones, one could only stagnate. Looks like I'll have to get some origin stones. Jiang Qin rubbed his nose and muttered to himself. The inns here all had their own courtyards and cultivation areas. Moreover, from a high vantage point, one could see the endless starry sky. It was extremely beautiful, and there were formations and restrictions between them. There was no need for anyone to disturb them. As long as one paid enough origin stones, one could stay here. However, the cost was also quite high. 100,000 grade 5 origin stones a day. Of course, this was not something that ordinary people could afford. Staying here for half a year would cost at least 20 million origin stones. This was no joke. Jiang Qin needed to cultivate, and he also needed to spend origin stones. Time suddenly became very tight. Let's first refine some recovery pills to exchange for money. Jiang Qin made up his mind and began to refine the pills. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed quietly. Jiang Qin had refined more than 300 pills in total. Among them, he kept 109 patterned pills for himself. As for the rest of the 7 or 8 patterned pills, he planned to sell them all. They should be enough for him to consume for a while at least. After this battle, Jiang Qin's strength had also become more and more stable. He already felt that he was gradually approaching the threshold of the 9th heaven of the Star Sovereign realm. The breakthrough was imminent. All he needed was a suitable opportunity. As for the cosmic meteoric iron, Jiang Qin still hadn't found anything special about it. He felt that refining it into a divine weapon was a bit of a waste. He would leave it for another day. After a month, Jiang Qin finally let out a sigh of relief. When he opened the door, he saw a sky full of stars. The dots of light in the night sky were like moving fireflies, flickering constantly and flowing like water. Looking up at the sky, Jiang Qin finally understood why this place was called the Tianqi Milky Way City and why it was the core of the entire Tianqi planet. The Milky Way was like a waterfall spanning tens of thousands of years. The Milky Way was filled with endless mysteries. Looking up at the starry sky, the tranquil beauty, the dazzling beauty, and the beauty of light and shadow made people feel carefree and relaxed. It was easy to enter an indescribable state of mind and body relaxation. Whether it was for cultivation or rest, it was the best place. Jiang Qin admired it for a while and couldn't help but think of his wife and children in the divine realm. If he could take them to see this scene, how wonderful it would be. If there were no worries, no pressure, no endless running around, it would be the beauty of a family. Nothing could compare to this. But reality was cruel. Only by finding Feng and standing at the peak of the eternal world could he enjoy the happiness of a family. All of this seemed simple, but if he couldn't stand at the peak of the eternal world, he would never see hope. Jiang Qin rested for a night. The next morning he took the pills and went to the auction house in the city. Chapter 4798. Jiang Qin entered the treasure appraisal area. A middle-aged man was sitting calmly on a chair, smoking a tobacco pipe and drinking tea. His eyes were squinted into a thin line, and it was hard to tell if his eyes were open or closed, which made people wonder if he was lying. The middle-aged man was skinny, but he gave off an extremely calm feeling, making it hard to tell how strong he was. There was no one else in the appraisal area. Jiang Qin was the only one there. "Hello, I want to auction some pills," Jiang Qin said. "Pills? What pills?" Sun Dashing continued to smack his lips as he mumbled. "Recovery pills." Jiang Qin took out 2 pills, opened the jade box and placed them in front of Sun Dashing. He looked at him calmly. Sun Dashing took a deep breath and opened his eyes. He stared at the pills on the table with a serious expression. "Recovery pill?" Why does it look like a small recovery pill? But the effects are probably not as good as a small recovery pill. Sun Dashing straightened his body and frowned as he said in a low voice. It has the same effect as a small recovery pill, but its effects are not as good. It has about a third of the effects of a small recovery pill. Jiang Qin smiled slightly and said truthfully. It seemed like this appraiser had some skill as well, being able to tell the quality of the recovery pill with a single glance. Not bad, a small recovery pill is hard to find. This pill looks pretty good. Sun Dashing fiddled with the jade box as his eyes lit up. How much do you want to sell it for? Jiang Qin thought for a moment and raised a finger. 1,000,000 origin stones shouldn't be a loss, right? In any case, the ingredients for these pills were obtained from the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province. That was a natural treasure trove of medicinal ingredients. Unfortunately, Jiang Qin would not be able to enter again. 10 million? The price isn't too bad, but if you put it up for auction, it's very likely that it won't exceed 12 million grade 5 origin stones. If we buy it, it should be around 8 million origin stones. As for whether you want to sell it to us directly or auction it off, that's fine. If we auction it, it will be an 8% processing fee. The quality of these pills is not very high, with one 7-lined pill and one 8-lined pill. The price difference should be around 1,000,000 grade 5 origin stones. Sun Dashing said. Jiang Qin did not say a word, but his heart was slightly shocked. Holy shit. Tens of millions of origin stones? It seemed like he had underestimated this pill. If he could obtain the pill recipe for the small returning pill, then wouldn't he be rich? In his opinion, these rejuvenation pills should be stuffed into his mouth by the handful. 8 million grade 5 origin stones per pill was quite a hefty price. How could Jiang Qin not be excited? I'll sell it to you. Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and nodded. All right. Sigh, but it's a pity that there are only 2. Sun Dashing shook his head and sighed. Not just that. Sun Dashing suddenly raised his head and looked at Jiang Qin. His eyes immediately lit up. How many more are there? I want them all. Sun Dashing knew that 2 rejuvenation pills was like trying to put out a burning cart of firewood. However, if he could get his hands on more, the price of these rejuvenation pills would definitely multiply. Even if it could not reach 16 million, 14 million would still be a safe bet. It seemed like this young man in front of him had more. Jiang Qin raised 2 fingers. Okay. Sun Dashing's expression became a little excited and nervous. 20 rejuvenation pills was equivalent to 160 million grade 5 origin stones. This was a big customer. He had to apply for a gold membership for him. No, it's more than 200. After Jiang Qin said this, Sun Dashing was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze and sucked in a breath of cold air. He was so excited that he could not speak. More than 200 starting from 1.6 billion. This was definitely a big customer. He had not encountered such a business deal in hundreds of years. How could he not be excited? Sun Dashing rubbed his hands anxiously. Excitement was written all over his face. The value of more than 200 rejuvenation pills could not be measured by origin stones alone. The profit it could bring them would definitely be terrifying. A small rejuvenation pill was hard to find, and the rejuvenation pill was the most important pill to replace the small rejuvenation pill. As a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it would definitely be sought after by many people. There was no doubt about this. When the time came, they would be able to choose any other auction item or buy anything that exceeded 20 million origin stones in the auction house. These rejuvenation pills would definitely be a money-making machine. Exciting. Too exciting. If this business deal was successful, he would be able to earn a lot of money. Furthermore, he would definitely be promoted. This is too much. Brother, wait a moment. I have to ask my superior for such a big deal. Sun Dashing said with a smile and threw away the tobacco pipe in his hand. Servants, bring some good tea. Sun Dashing turned around and entered the inner hall. Jiang Qin was not in a hurry and sat down calmly. It seemed that his more than 200 rejuvenation pills had really scared him. This appraiser definitely did not have the ability to accept such a big deal. This time even Jiang Qin was a little excited. He really did not expect that a rejuvenation pill would cost 8 million origin stones. Since this was the case, he did not want to keep them. He might as well sell them all to them. In any case, he only wanted to refine 9 vein pills. These 7 or 8 vein pills were just inferior products in his eyes. 1.6 billion. This was definitely an astronomical figure. Jiang Qin did not dare to imagine it before. His trip to the Great Rift Valley in Guang Province was not in vain. His harvest was very rich. However, if he was given another chance he might still refuse. After all, these were exchanged with his life. After a while, a young man in his 20s came out from the inner hall. He was holding a feather fan in his hand. He looked very handsome, but he did not lose his masculinity. He was dressed in a black robe and looked quite handsome. At this moment, Sun Dashing was already following behind him. "This is our young master, brother," Sun Dashing said with a smile. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. "Brother, let's have a chat in the inner hall. Please." The young man smiled and was calm and modest. He gave Jiang Qin a good impression. He was not an arrogant and domineering guy. Jiang Qin was more willing to cooperate with him. After the two entered the inner hall, Sun Dashing also left. "More than 200 rejuvenation pills. Brother, you are really generous. My name is Lu Dehua. May I know what you want?" Lu Dehua said with a smile. "Jiang Qin, you're really straightforward. Brother, I won't beat around the bush with you. 5 million origin stones. I want all your pills. How about it?" Lu Dehua said with a serious face. Jiang Qin knew that if he wanted to auction these pills, it would probably take a while. Moreover, it would not be easy to directly exchange so many pills for origin stones. The auction house could not directly sell all your pills. If they did, they would earn less money. Hunger marketing was the most important thing. As a businessman, he naturally sought to maximize his profits. Jiang Qin needed origin stones now. The Starry River auction house was a big business. They would definitely have these origin stones. There was no need to worry about this. But I want 1000 6th grade origin stones. The rest are 5th grade origin stones, Jiang Qin said. Chapter 4799. All right. That's settled. In order to make friends with you, how can I, Lu Dehua, not have any sincerity? Brother Jiang, if you have any elixirs in the future, just send them to me. I, Lu Dehua, will accept them all. Lu Dehua laughed and said, "Thank you very much." Jiang Qin was also very grateful. He didn't expect Lu Dehua to be so generous. However, he probably valued his elixirs. "This is the black card of our Xinghe auction house. You can enjoy a 20% discount in any Xinghe auction house. Brother Jiang, you must accept it." Lu Dehua took out a black nameplate and handed it to Jiang Qin. "All right. By the way, Brother Jiang, I have another question, but I don't know if I should say it." Lu Dehua chuckled. "Just say it." Jiang Qin looked calm. "I know I shouldn't ask, but I'm really curious. Please don't blame me, Brother Jiang." Was this elixir refined by Brother Jiang? Lu Dehua asked cautiously. After all, this was Jiang Qin's privacy. If he asked too much, it would inevitably make Jiang Qin feel disgusted. "Yes, I refined it," Jiang Qin said bluntly. Lu Dehua's face was solemn and he immediately became respectful. The person who could refine this recovery pill was definitely not an ordinary person. Such an alchemy master was exactly what their auction house yearned for. "I also have a question. I wonder if you have the formula of small rejuvenation pill here?" Jiang Qin said with a smile. The formula of small rejuvenation pill. This small rejuvenation pill is a rare item. Any small rejuvenation pill, even if it's of ordinary grade, will be sold out. Because this thing can sometimes save one's life, it's really closely related to one's life. Therefore, whether it's the price or its mystery, it's not simple. Even if it's worth 3 or 500 million, no one will take it out to sell. On one hand, it's treasured by the disciple, and on the other hand, the master will starve to death. Therefore, everyone knows that unless it's the inheritor, the formula of small rejuvenation pill will basically not be spread. Lu Dehua said with a serious look. "I see. Forgive me for being presumptuous." Jiang Qin shook his head disapprovingly. It seemed that it wasn't an easy task to get the formula of small rejuvenation pill. After all, things are precious when they are rare. "But, Brother Jiang, if you're willing, would you like to join our galactic auction? When the time comes, my Star River auction house will hand over the pill formula to you, and all the herbs needed to refine the small revitalizing pill will be provided by our Star River auction house. Star Auction can only refine a few small rejuvenation pills in a year, and only one master. Re-Star. And Star. To Jiang Star. And Re-Star. And Will and Jiang and they. Their Celestial River auction house could only refine a handful of small revitalizing pills in a year, and only one grandmaster was able to refine it. Moreover, the success rate was extremely low. Almost all of them were reserved by the rich and powerful, so it was almost impossible for the small revitalizing pills to fall into the hands of the general public. So at the end of every year, 3 small revitalizing pills would be auctioned, which was an unprecedented grand occasion. It was enough to imagine how strong the energy of this small revitalizing pill was. However, there were too many wolves and not enough meat. Among the hundreds of auctioneers in the Celestial River auction house, only the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster could refine it. Only those who could refine the small revitalizing pill could be called the Ace Alchemy Grandmaster. The demand for the small rejuvenation pill was simply impossible to satisfy. Even if one had money, they wouldn't be able to buy it. Those who could buy the small rejuvenation pill were all true experts. If he could add an alchemy grandmaster to the Celestial River auction house who could refine the small revitalizing pill, then his status would also rise and his power would also increase. At that time he would be able to completely control the Celestial River auction house. Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky. His conditions were very favorable, so he would definitely have many restrictions as well. Tell me, what kind of pill do you want me to refine? Jiang Qin said. Lu Dehua's eyes lit up. There's hope. Every year you will have to refine 10 small revitalizing pills, all of which must be tier 5 and above. The price of the pills must be no less than 5 million origin stones. 20 pills. Also, you will be given half of the ingredients you need to refine the pills. In other words, as long as the success rate is no less than 20%, there won't be a problem. The duration is 20 years. Of course, there will be 20 million grade 5 origin stones as a subsidy every year. After these requirements are met, after 20 years, you will still be an honorary alchemist of the Celestial River auction house. Of course, there will be no more restrictions. Any pills you refine will be purchased by the Celestial River auction house at a high price. Apart from no more restrictions, you will still be an alchemy grandmaster under our protection. Why does it sound like a contract to sell my body? Hee hee. Jiang Qin smiled and looked at Jiang Qin with a playful gaze. Brother Jiang, you don't need to be so nervous. Haha, the more you contribute to our Celestial River auction house, the more you will gain. Moreover, our Celestial River auction house has all kinds of rare resources that we will open to you. There are also the medicinal ingredients warehouse and the pill recipe warehouse. It's not as simple as you think. There's another problem. Not everyone is qualified to be an alchemy grandmaster of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said proudly. I sincerely invite Brother Jiang to join our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua said with a straight face and deep feelings. Jiang Qin was a bit moved when he heard about the herb storehouse and pill recipe storehouse. This sounded like a pretty good deal. Alright, it's settled then. Jiang Qin nodded and said. Lu Dehua was also very excited. He was already excited in his heart, but the premise was that Jiang Qin really had the ability to refine the small rejuvenating pill. There's one more thing I may not have the time to tell you, Brother Jiang. If you can't refine the small rejuvenating pill, you can only become an ordinary alchemist. I understand. Jiang Qin nodded. Congratulations, Brother Jiang, for becoming a member of our Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua's face was full of smiles. If Jiang Qin could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would be a trump card in his hands. I just came to the Apocalypse Galaxy City for a month. If I can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I may be expelled from this place. Jiang Qin said. There's such a thing? Don't worry, Brother Jiang. Even if you can't pass the assessment of the Apocalypse Knights, I can still make you stay here. Lu Dehua said with a confident look. Since he just joined the Apocalypse Galaxy City, then he didn't have any complicated relationships. Lu Dehua also saved some time to investigate his background. Jiang Qin was quite surprised. It seems that he really underestimated the Celestial River auction house. This Lu Dehua also has remarkable abilities. The Celestial River auction house is really different. Jiang Qin praised. I swear you won't regret joining the Celestial River auction house, Brother Jiang. Let's go, I'll take you to get the pill recipe of the small rejuvenating pill. Chapter 4800. Give me a year's worth of herbs for the small rejuvenating pill first. Jiang Qin said to Lu Dehua. All right. Then I will congratulate Jiang brother in advance for his success in refining the pill. Haha, if you need anything in the future, just come to the Xinghe auction house and find me. Lu Dehua laughed. Of course. By the way, Jiang brother, 7 days later, our Xinghe auction house will have a mid-year auction. There will be a lot of treasures being auctioned. If you are interested, you can come and take a look. Lu Dehua said. Then I must come and take a look. Jiang Qin said with a smile. By the way, brother Lu, I have one more thing to ask you. Do you know a person named Commander Yu? Commander Yu? I have never heard of him, but from the name, is he from the Apocalypse Knights? Why? Is Jiang brother looking for this person? Lu Dehua asked. Alright, I will help you ask later. I will inform you once there is news. Lu Dehua said in a serious tone. Then I will have to trouble you. Jiang Qin cupped his fists. After taking the herbs for Jiang Qin and paying the source stones, Lu Dehua sent Jiang Qin away. Lu Dehua's eyes became solemn. If Jiang Qin could refine the small rejuvenating pill, then he would have more power and consolidate his position. After returning, Jiang Qin took the small rejuvenating pill's recipe and prepared to refine it immediately. If he could successfully refine the small rejuvenating pill, then his battle power would be endless. Even stellar-level experts would have their eyes on the small rejuvenating pill, let alone people below the stellar level. During this trip to the Celestial River auction house, Jiang Qin could be said to have gained a lot. He got to know Lu Dehua, who seemed to be a big shot of the Celestial River auction house. Lu Dehua even said that he could solve the problem of Jiang Qin staying in Heaven Awakening Galaxy City. This was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Even the city lord of Norton City, Tong Wudi, didn't have this ability. This could only show how amazing the power behind the Celestial River auction house was. However, Jiang Qin didn't think too much about it. After all, he had to rely on himself. If he could become a member of the Knights of the Apocalypse, that would naturally be the best. Furthermore, his identity as the Star River Auction House's Alchemy Grandmaster was also quite shocking. As a newcomer, Jiang Qin had to think about his future. After all, the Apocalypse planet was the core of the entire Apocalypse starfield. He had to take root here in order to find Feng in the Apocalypse starfield. Jiang Qin already had the refining method and the required medicinal ingredients for the small rejuvenating pill. Now that everything was ready, all he needed was one last thing. After studying it carefully, Jiang Qin started to refine the small rejuvenating pill. Jiang Qin succeeded in refining the first batch of pills, but the grades were only 5 and 6 patterns. 7 small rejuvenating pills were laid out one by one. Jiang Qin was quite excited. He had refined these small rejuvenating pills for a day and a night. Sure enough, it wasn't easy to refine them. Moreover, he had the unique refining conditions to refine them. Other people didn't have the myriad chi cauldron or the 5 elemental divine fire, so they had to put in twice the effort for half the result. Jiang Qin held the crystal clear small rejuvenating pills tightly in his hand. He was quite excited. These were all precious treasures. No matter where an alchemist was, he was a real rich man. The saying was true. Jiang Qin was glad that he had the identity of an alchemist, so he had something to rely on. The medicinal ingredients that Lu Dehua gave him were enough to refine 50 small rejuvenating pills. And Jiang Qin used these 7 days to refine all of them. He didn't fail even once because he was too experienced. Although he was still a rookie in the eternal world, when he walked step by step from Yuantian continent to the divine world, Jiang Qin's experience was unparalleled. The most precious treasures that time had left him were these. Jiang Qin prepared 10 small rejuvenating pills and 20 recovery pills. These were for the Star River auction house. As for the remaining 40 small rejuvenating pills, Jiang Qin held them firmly in his hand. These were his life-saving pills. 7 days had passed. Jiang Qin directly rushed to the Star River auction house. When Jiang Qin arrived at the auction house, Sun Dashing immediately recognized him. "Young Master Jiang Qin, this way please. Our young master has prepared a VIP box for you. It's on the top floor of the auction house. Come with me." Sun Dashing said with a smile. Now that Jiang Qin was an alchemist of their Star River auction house, his status was much higher than his. Young Master Lu asked him to wait here. Sun Dashing didn't feel wronged at all. If he could make friends with Jiang Qin, he would naturally be happy. A true alchemist grandmaster was an existence sought after by countless people. Young Master Lu is very considerate. "Please, Brother Sunday," Jiang Qin said with a smile. Sun Dashing brought Xianxia to the VIP box on the top floor. Food and tea were prepared. There were also two tall and beautiful women in pink cheongsams. They had beautiful faces. They bowed slightly to Xianxia. Brother Jiang, if you need anything, just tell them. Anything is fine. This is the best auction stand. You can rest first. I'm going to busy myself. Sun Dashing said with a smile. Thank you. Xianxia nodded. Lu Dehua was really considerate. Sitting on the big furry chair, the two maids looked like they were waiting for him. Xianxia really didn't have this hobby. He just let them wait on the side. Looking around, the entire venue was very spacious. It wasn't big, but it was estimated that it could accommodate tens of thousands of people. The entire auction house was extremely exquisite and luxurious, including the stands illuminated by hundreds of night pearls. It was incomparably dazzling. Xianxia drank a few mouthfuls of tea. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a beautiful figure appeared in the middle of the auction stand. The noisy auction house finally quieted down. Hello everyone, I'm still your favorite Wu Man. Welcome to the Xinghe auction house. Today is the annual mid-year auction. Once again, I would like to welcome everyone present. The woman who called herself Wu Man bowed slightly. Her eyebrows curved like willow leaves and her smile was like a blooming flower. Her beauty caused a thunderous applause. What a beautiful woman. I wonder who would be so lucky to be able to hold such a beauty in his arms. Don't even think about it. She's from the Xinghe auction house. Even a stellar-level expert might not be able to touch Miss Wu Man. Who do you think you are? Tiske. Although that's the case, isn't it enough for us to entertain ourselves and daydream about it? Be careful of the loose tongue. Let's just watch the auction quietly. Maybe we can get something good this time. The auction house was bustling with noise. Although Wu Man's appearance had eased the noise quite a bit, there were still many people whispering among themselves. Dong, 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 the sound of the bell rang 3 times. The auction house was completely silent. This was the bell that signaled the start of the auction. It was also a warning to the audience. Only by maintaining order could the auction continue. The next auction item is the Power Recovery Pill. As the name suggests, it can recover Genesis Chi and physical strength by at least 30%. It's a substitute for the Little Rejuvenation Pill. 3 Power Recovery Pills are definitely comparable to 1 Little Rejuvenation Pill. Chapter 4801. There was no Small Rejuvenation Pill, but there was a substitute for the Small Rejuvenation Pill. Moreover, this recovery pill sounded pretty good and many people were eager to try it out. Damn. Not bad, I can't afford the Small Rejuvenation Pill, but it seems like this recovery pill is worth it. Hee. What are you thinking? This recovery pill is definitely not cheap. It's a life-saving treasure. Think about it, during a crucial moment of a battle when your Genesis Chi is exhausted. If you eat a recovery pill, you can at least save your life. If you don't have the Small Rejuvenation Pill, this recovery pill is definitely the best substitute. You're right, this thing will definitely be fought over by everyone. However, the price should be around 10 million grade 5 origin stones. If it's too expensive, it won't be worth it. That's true, but it's different for the rich. Therefore, I think this recovery pill will be very difficult to obtain. Xianxia hadn't expected that Lu Dehua would put his recovery pill up for auction. It was obvious that he wanted to make the recovery pill more famous. That way it would be easier for him to market it. As soon as the recovery pill appeared, people started whispering to each other. They were extremely shocked and wanted to quickly bid for it. Wu Man was also very calm when she saw the reactions of the people present. This was the effect they wanted. 3 recovery pills, starting price 27 million grade 5 origin stones. Each bid must be at least 500,000. The starting price of nearly 30 million source stones was quite high for the common people. Those who could afford it were definitely rich people. 30 million source stones of grade 5 was by no means a small number. Ordinary experts in the 8th or 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm had 20 or 30 million source stones, which was their entire net worth. Few people had a net worth of more than 100 million, which was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Of course, the childs of rich families couldn't be compared with them. There's one more thing that I forgot to tell everyone. There are only 3 stacks of strength returning pills and the highest bidder wins. If the person with the highest bid is willing to buy all 3 stacks, the rest of the people won't have a chance. In addition, every month there will be a quota for buying strength-returning pills. If you spend 50 million Grade 5 Origin Stones at our Astral River auction house, you will receive the right to buy a stack of strength-returning pills for 30 million Origin Stones. In addition, there are only 3 stacks every month and they are sold in limited quantities. At this moment, Wu Man's words once again whetted everyone's appetite. In other words, this was the first time the rejuvenation pill would be auctioned. The next time they wanted to buy the rejuvenation pill, they would have to spend 50 million every month at the Galaxy auction house. It seemed like it wasn't that easy to qualify. This was hunger marketing. Jiang Qin couldn't help but admire them. This strength-restoring pill seemed to have an ordinary value in his hands, but in the hands of the Celestial River auction house, its value was much more than that. They truly deserved to be called businessmen. The price isn't low, but 3 pills are better than 1. It's worth a try. I bid 28 million. 28, 5 million. 2,900. 3,000. 31 million. 33 million. 44 million. 44 million. Is there any higher bid? 44 million going once. 44 million going twice. 44 million going thrice. Congratulations, friend. The price continued to rise and finally settled at 44 million 5th grade Origin Stones. This price even shocked Jiang Qin. 3 rejuvenation pills were almost as expensive as the small rejuvenation pill. Moreover, the rejuvenation pill was promoted by the Galaxy auction house, so it must have a guarantee. This was also the reason why everyone trusted it. After all, anyone would be willing to save their life. The truly rich wouldn't care about this little bit of money. They viewed their lives as more important than anything else. This price also shocked many people. However, if it was used as a substitute for the small rejuvenation pill, it was worthy of it. After all, not everyone could buy the small rejuvenation pill, but now the rejuvenation pill could be bought. Although the bundled sale seemed very disgusting, there were still many people willing to pay. In less than an hour, more than 30 auction items had already been sold. However, the price of the rejuvenation pill was indeed very high. Out of the 30 auction items, only 5 had a price of more than 30 million. The rest were in the hundreds of thousands or millions. The Galaxy auction house's auction had always been praised by people. This was because not only high-end auction items would appear, but low-end auction items would also appear. Moreover, the competition was very fair and neither old nor young were cheated. The next auction item is a jade scroll. It's extremely large, more than 3 feet long. Although it's a little broken, it has an ancient and long history. The inscriptions on it are unknown, but it's undeniable that it's definitely a treasure worth collecting or studying. The starting price is 10 million. Wu Man said with a smile. When her hand lifted the mysterious red gauze, Jiang Chen's expression changed. He suddenly stood up. The jade scroll was actually the same as the one Jiang Chen had obtained in the ancient snow domain. In other words, this jade scroll was the same as the one he had obtained. Perhaps the two of them combined together would become the real jade scroll. The emperor's handwritten letter. Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy. It seemed that the heavens were really helping him. He must obtain this jade scroll no matter what. What a big jade scroll. What is this thing? Yes, I have never seen such a big jade scroll. Haha, but it looks like it is not an ordinary item. 10 million? Who are you trying to fool? I think it is just a piece of broken stone. A few scribbled inscriptions are carved on it. Do you think it can turn waste into a treasure? That's right. This thing is worth more than 10 million Origin Stones. Do you want to give it to us as a pillow? You don't say. I really think that the Xinghe auction house is deceiving us. I don't want this thing. Many people snorted. They were full of doubts about this huge jade scroll. After all, they had seen some ancient jade scrolls. They were all half a foot or more than a foot long. It was impossible for such a big jade scroll to exist. Even if it was a fake, it was too careless. Of course, there were many rich people. Most of them thought that this jade scroll was not worth it. However, some people were still very optimistic about it. They were already very interested in this jade scroll. Jiang Qin was even more prepared. He must get this jade scroll. I bid 11 million, 12 million, 14 million, 17 million. The price continued to rise. Although many people did not know what this huge jade slip was, there were many rich people who liked to study it. Some people even valued the inscriptions on it. Maybe there would be some unexpected gains. It was exciting to pick up a treasure that was worth it. 20 million. 23 million. 25 million. Many people joined in. There were more than 20 people. The price went from 10 million to 50 million and it kept rising. There was no sign of it stopping. There are so many rich people. Who knows what this broken jade scroll is? Maybe it will be a waste of money. I really don't understand. I admit that I am gambling, but I think this jade scroll is worth it. Believe me, I will not make a mistake. There is no other way. There are many rich people in this world. We ordinary people should not think too much. Tens of million origin stones to buy a broken stone. Just now, more than 40 million origin stones worth of recovery pill. Isn't it better? Chapter 4802. Some people flocked to this jade slip while others disdained it. Of course, none of this was important. Xianxia hoped that these people couldn't see the secret of the jade slip. The emperor's handwritten letter. Even if it was a billion, Xianxia had to get it. Gradually, the number of people competing decreased, and the price soared to 80 million. Only 3 people were still bidding. However, Xianxia was still quite calm. After all, the price hadn't exceeded 100 million, so he wasn't too worried. Finally, when the price was finalized at 98 million, the other 2 people finally gave up. This treasure belongs to this old man, In a small private room, a skinny old man gently took a sip of tea and said calmly. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely see that this person was Yang Guolao. 98 million. Is there a higher price? Wu Man's expression was serious. She didn't expect that the item that she had unintentionally bought for more than 1 million origin stones would actually increase by 100 times. Wasn't this too ridiculous? However, this was the truth. Someone had taken a fancy to it, so its value was real. Especially after so many years of auctioning, she had long been used to it. Even if someone held a chicken feather, someone would still buy it and they would pay a high price to buy it. 100 million. Xianxia ordered the maidservant beside him to bid. The maidservant also looked at Xianxia dumbfounded. She didn't expect this person to be really rich. 100 million just like that. It seemed like he was very calm, but both of them knew that Xianxia was very interested in the jade slip. When the jade slip appeared, both of them saw Xianxia's strange expression. He must have liked this jade slip very much. Yang Guolao frowned. There was actually someone competing with him? I don't believe it. 102 million. Yang Guolao continued to bid. 110 million. Xianxia continued to bid. 112 million. 120 million. The 2 of them continued to call out bids. However, every time Xianxia called out a bid, the crowd would cheer because he was simply too straightforward. Compared to Yang Guolao's stingy 2 million origin stones, he was obviously much more domineering. Faster thief. Damn it, there really is someone who wants to make life difficult for this old man. Yang Guolao's complexion became dignified. He felt that this jade slip was quite extraordinary, so he wanted to buy it to see what was going on. He knew that this jade slip was most likely not simple, but he had to get his hands on it to see what was so special about it. He couldn't tell for sure yet. 122 million. Yang Guolao gritted his teeth and his expression became extremely grave. 150 million. Xianxia's bid once again set off an uproar in the auction house. Holy sh*t, is this jade slip really that awesome? Is there a need to snatch it like this? That's right. Are they all crazy? It's very likely that 150 million won't be able to make it back to shore. It's hard to sell it with money. I'm willing. What can you do? Exciting, this is too exciting. This is what you call an auction. My blood pressure is already rising. I can't take it anymore. The audience was already extremely excited. 150 million, an increase of nearly 30 million. This was definitely a super nouveau riche. Otherwise, who would be able to spend so much? Could it be a star-level expert? Many people were guessing that if one wasn't a star state being, very few people would be this rich and domineering. This wasn't the auction at the end of the year yet, but just this jade scroll being auctioned off was already a grand occasion. 155 million. Yang Guolao's expression was extremely gloomy. It seemed that this jade slip was really a treasure? Could it be that someone had already seen through it and was competing with him? 200 million. When Xianxia's bid sounded again, the entire audience stood up. Most of them were extremely excited. This was too exciting, wasn't it? Their hearts were beating faster and faster. Although they were spectators when they saw the birth of a sky-high auction item, their emotions were also indescribable. Many people let out angry roars to show their excitement. Yang Guolao's face completely collapsed. Damn it, don't let me know who you are. Otherwise this old man will definitely not let you off. Yang Guolao sighed. 200 million. Although he was very sure that this jade slip was a treasure, he wasn't 100% sure. Moreover, 200 million source stones was too much. It was already the limit of what he could bear. The person who made the bid directly increased the price by 50 million to tell him to stop being so stubborn. Yang Guolao knew that this person was definitely a very bold person. Even if he continued to increase the bid, there was a high probability that he would only be humiliating himself. The person increased the bid by 50 million and you increased it by 2 million? Isn't that too shabby? Oh my god, this is too amazing. Wu Man was extremely shocked. She nodded silently. 200 million was an astronomical figure for many people. It might be difficult to reach in their lifetime. Increasing the bid by 50 million again and again, whether it was a man or a woman, made them completely crazy. Is there a higher bid? 200 million going once. 200 million going twice. 200 million going thrice. Congratulations, my friend. Deal. Wu Man made the final decision. Jiang Chen's heart finally relaxed. This jade slip finally belonged to him. Fortunately, that person did not continue to bid. However, he was already prepared to go down with that person. 200 million for this jade slip was still within Jiang Chen's calculations. At least he could still accept it. However, no one should know the true value of this jade slip. Even the people of the Star River auction house might not know. You took out the great emperor's letter to auction? Aren't you courting death? This kind of treasure, unless it was kicked in the head by a donkey, would never be made public. Jiang Chen was able to pick up such a big bargain because others did not know the value of it. Those who knew the value of it did not have the ability to continue to compete with him. In the private room far away, Lu Dehua was also shocked. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so daring, spending 200 million origin stones to buy this jade slip. He had really underestimated Jiang Chen. However, he had given Jiang Chen more than 1 billion origin stones during the day, so 200 million origin stones was probably nothing in Jiang Chen's eyes. Jiang Chen didn't participate in the last part of the auction, because he had finally obtained the jade slip that he had been longing for. He was extremely anxious right now. He wanted to piece the two jade slips together and see what kind of reward he would get from it. Chapter 4803. After getting the jade slip, Jiang Chen rushed back to her residence because she couldn't wait any longer. The two jade slips were almost the same. Jiang Chen couldn't see anything special about them. At this time, the Black King was at a critical moment in his cultivation. Jiang Chen was quite depressed because she couldn't understand the inscriptions at all. However, Jiang Chen's heart was itching, so he still put the two jade slips together. At that moment, something magical happened. The two jade slips merged together, emitting a dazzling golden light. It was so bright that Jiang Chen couldn't even open his eyes. The light and shadow converged and fused into a tall figure. The figure was wearing a black robe that fluttered even though there was no wind. His eyes were like torches that were as deep as the endless starry sky in the galaxy. He was 10 feet tall and domineering. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back and gazed at the sky. That kind of arrogant attitude made Jiang Chen moved. Are you Emperor of the Cosmos? Jiang Chen said in a deep voice. Not bad. You actually know of my existence. You're quite knowledgeable. These two jade slips are my handwritten notes when I created my martial arts in the past. It's a good fortune for you to get them. Emperor of the Cosmos said faintly. Jiang Chen was extremely solemn and shocked. This Emperor of the Cosmos was really terrifying. The pressure that he exerted on Jiang Chen was simply unimaginable. However, that was just an afterimage of the past. In the presence of the great Emperor, Jiang Chen is unwilling to offend you. Jiang Chen said in awe. That kind of domineering aura that was in harmony with the heavens and earth was indeed worthy of respect. This was because the Emperor of the Cosmos didn't have any intention of pressuring him. Being superior but not condescending was the most valuable characteristic of a superior. The Emperor of the Cosmos was worthy of respect. You and I are brought together by fate. I will give you an opportunity. This is the great Emperor's letter which I created many years ago. 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. The power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger is boundless. I hope you can comprehend it well and bring it to greater heights. That is my wish. Emperor of the Cosmos nodded slightly. His palm flashed in front of Jiang Qin. At that moment, Jiang Qin could understand all the words on the jade slip. Jiang Qin was delighted. He bowed slightly and said solemnly, "Thank you, Your Majesty. May I ask if the great emperor is still alive? Thinking about the long life of heaven and earth, I shed tears of sorrow. Who in the human world is not like a purgatory? I have nothing left to give up." After Emperor of the Cosmos said this, he dissipated into a beam of light, turned into gray smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. Jiang Qin was quite emotional. Emperor of the Cosmos's words made people think deeply. Even a great emperor of the cosmos like him could not do as he pleased. However, Jiang Qin knew that there were some things that he could not control. Why should he worry for the ancient people? After thinking about it, he decided to take a look at the great emperor's letter first. The first sentence in the great emperor's letter was what Emperor of the Cosmos had said before: the power of the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. It was indeed magnificent and domineering. It seemed that the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger was definitely extraordinary. As far as Jiang Qin could see, those pulsating inscriptions seemed to have a life of their own. They constantly flowed into his mind, making Jiang Qin's mind as one. He was incomparably shocked. The 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger in the great emperor's letter had been completely absorbed by him and explained in great detail. It was the experience of the Emperor of the Cosmos when he created it. One could imagine how terrifying it was. From the inside to the outside, the beginning of the Genesis Qi from the Dantian, to the 4 directions and finally to the finger. Jiang Qin murmured, incomparably excited. The true essence was all written down by Emperor of the Cosmos. The content of the inscriptions could not be more transparent and clearly described the 9 tribulations imprisoning heavenly finger. 1 yang finger, double dragon finger, 3-fold finger, 4-face finger. There were a total of 9 fingers and each of them had a great improvement. From 1 to 9 fingers, each finger was different. Jiang Qin could deeply experience the 9 forms of guidance. He was amazed and praised because the 9 tribulations heavenly imprisoning finger was too powerful. Jiang Qin didn't expect that the 9 tribulations heavenly finger was so powerful. I must first master the 1 yang finger. I must do it step by step and not eat too much in one go. Jiang Qin's face was solemn. Looks like he needed to work hard and train hard. Only by mastering the 1 yang finger would he have more trump cards. Time passed silently. In the blink of an eye, 4 months had passed. Jiang Qin's strength had also improved by leaps and bounds. 1 yang finger. All of Jiang Qin's attention was focused. Genesis Qi gathered on his index finger, causing his aura to surge like a bull. Like a blazing sun piercing through the sky, a glowing shadow shot forth with a vast and incomparable aura. Jiang Qin's eyes shone brightly, feeling extremely gratified. He had already mastered the 1 yang finger. The 1 finger that ends everything truly lived up to its reputation. However, the consumption was far too great. 60% of the Genesis Qi in his body had been emptied, and he had to gather all of it on his finger. The moment the finger seal was sent out, a storm would surge forth in an unstoppable manner. It was indeed worthy of being Emperor of the Cosmos's ultimate technique. Jiang Qin did not dare to say that he had completely mastered it, because the improvement of the 1 yang finger was still up for discussion. He needed to work hard and train hard in order to reach its pinnacle. Jiang Qin breathed a long sigh of relief. The hard work he had put in over the past few days had not been in vain. When Jiang Qin walked out of the courtyard, he found the servant girls that had served him in the auction house box. Why were they waiting here? "Young master, you're finally out." The servant girl's face was filled with excitement. She had been waiting here for 3 months. "What's the matter?" asked Jiang Qin. "Our young master has already investigated the matter young master Jiang has entrusted us with. We hope that young master will come over for a chat." The servant girl bowed slightly and said in a soft voice, "There's news?" Jiang Qin was overjoyed and hurriedly followed the servant girl to the Galaxy Auction House. After arriving at the Galaxy Auction House, Jiang Qin followed the servant girl into the rear hall. At this current moment, Lu Dehua happened to be sipping tea and resting. "Brother Jiang, you're finally here. I never expected that you would grow stronger after a few months. You can leave first." Lu Dehua waved his hand at the servant girl. Brother Lu, please speak your mind. Jiang Chen said eagerly. I've found Commander Yu whom Brother Jiang asked me to find before. He's indeed a deputy commander of the Apocalypse Knight Legion. He's a half-step star state master with good strength and prestige. There are a total of 5 legions in the Apocalypse Knight Legion, divided into metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. This Yu Huan is a deputy commander of the Kuei-Mu Legion. He's in charge of 500 soldiers. He's a tough character. Lu Dehua said solemnly. Brother Jiang, do you have some conflict with this Commander Yu? Lu Dehua probed. No, I'm just looking for someone. Chapter 4804. N. Lu Dehua knew that Jiang Chen might not be willing to say more, so he didn't ask any more. Here are 10 small rejuvenation pills and 20 rejuvenation pills, keep them well. Jiang Chen took out a jade bottle and handed it to Lu Dehua. Lu Dehua was shocked and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang is really a genius. I didn't expect you to refine the small rejuvenation pills so quickly. I admire you, I admire you. Lu Dehua valued Jiang Chen even more. After all, as an alchemy grandmaster of Xinghe Auction House, it was enough for him to be promoted to an ace alchemy grandmaster. Lu Dehua's judgment was really right. It's nothing, you helped me a lot, I can't thank you enough. By the way, Brother Lu, I have already finished refining the required elixirs for this year. When I get back, I will give you all the elixirs for the next 20 years. I don't want to wait for another 20 years. Otherwise, wouldn't I really become the contractor of your Starry River auction house? I don't like it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What? Can you really refine so many small rejuvenation pills in a year? Lu Dehua's heart trembled. What kind of standard was this? Being able to refine 200 small rejuvenation pills in a year. Even their ace alchemy grandmaster didn't have such means. This Jiang Chen was simply too terrifying. The more it was like this, Lu Dehua knew that he must treat Jiang Chen well. He must not let him leave the Xinghe auction house at all costs. He must keep Jiang Chen. He had a hunch that this person would redefine their Xinghe auction house. I'll give it a try. In short, I don't want to be tied down and restricted by others. Jiang Chen said. Since that's the case, Brother Jiang, I will return your freedom. From now on, you don't need to fulfill the contract between us. But my Xinghe auction house will still respect you as our ace alchemist. Lu Dehua knew very well that Jiang Chen didn't like to be restrained. If he forced Jiang Chen step by step, it was likely to backfire. Therefore, he was loosening the reins only to grasp better. He opened an absolute green channel for Jiang Chen so that Jiang Chen could fight for the greatest benefits for himself. He gave him enough space so if Jiang Chen knew how to return the favor, he would definitely not lose out. You really know how to do business, Brother Lu. Thank you, Jiang Chen will keep your words in mind. If there is anything you need, please don't hesitate to ask. Don't worry, since some things have been promised, they will definitely not be lacking. If that's the case, wouldn't I become a person who goes back on his word? When I have time, I will definitely not let you down. Jiang Chen laughed, but Lu Dehua also made him feel his sincerity. Since the contract was no longer there, he was also relieved. If Lu Dehua kept using the contract to restrain him, it would make Jiang Chen extremely uncomfortable. Now that both sides felt his sincerity, Jiang Chen didn't want to leave the Xinghe auction house. After all, this was a veritable umbrella. Jiang Chen believed that with his strength he would definitely get more attention and more benefits. The Xinghe auction house would definitely not treat him badly. Brother Jiang is too serious. Today let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about the scenery. I have an appointment with 3 or 5 friends, and it happens to be a gathering today. How about Brother Jiang come with me? Lu Dehua invited him with great hospitality. It's hard to refuse such hospitality, then I will respectfully accept. Jiang Chen nodded. Lu Dehua wanted to take him to see the world of Tianqi Milky Way City, so he naturally couldn't refuse. After all, in Tianqi Milky Way City, the status of the Xinghe auction house was still very high. This young Master Lu was definitely not an ordinary person. He was very sincere to him and Jiang Chen couldn't let him down. Both sides were mutually beneficial. Jiang Chen needed the Xinghe auction house and young Master Lu as the backing of Tianqi Milky Way City, while Lu Dehua needed Jiang Chen's medicinal pills. Let's go drink. Lu Dehua was very happy. At this time a person walked in from the door. It was Wu Man, the auctioneer of the auction house a few months ago. She was wearing a beautiful blue and white porcelain cheongsam. Her figure was curvaceous, her eyes were like waves, Her eyebrows curved like willow leaves and her smile was full of shyness. Xiaoman is my cousin. You should have met her at the auction before. Lu Dehua said. Jiang Qin nodded slightly. Young Master Jiang is too polite. You are our Xinghe auction house's trump card alchemist. If you need anything from me, just say the word. Wuman was elegant and moving. Her smile could topple a city, giving people a refreshing and comfortable feeling. Talking to her would not make one feel any pressure but like a spring breeze. Their eyes were full of wisdom as they drank and pecked. Jiang Qin knew that this pair of brother and sister were not simple. Definitely. Jiang Qin nodded. After the three of them walked out of the Star River auction house, they headed towards a restaurant that was filled with guests. It was called the Solitary Restaurant. It was a very spacious restaurant. Although there were many people talking inside, they were very calm and not noisy at all. Lu Dehua took the lead and came to a private room on the upper floor. The three of them sat down. Lu Dehua ordered a pot of old wine from the village. It was said that it was more than 800 years old. It was very rare to find a bottle and it was very precious. The three of them raised their cups and drank with each other. Wu Man was a woman who was not inferior to any man. She stared at Jiang Qin and drank with him without any fear. She even carried an air of arrogance. It was rare to see a woman like her. She had a straightforward and calm personality. She was definitely a rare heroine. At this time, opposite of Jiang Qin and the others, 5 people came. One of them was covered in silver armor. He had an imposing appearance and looked very domineering. There was a sword hanging on his waist. He looked even more majestic. Beside him were 5 armored guards. Their faces were also full of arrogance. The aura between their brows seemed to show that they were superior to others. A beauty like jade. Miss Wu Man is still like a fairy from heaven. She doesn't want to get involved with the mortal world. Wu Man frowned. She didn't like this person. Is the quality of the Knights of Apocalypse all they have? I don't dare to compliment them. Lu Dehua said Lung Lung. Why does young Master Lu say that? Miss Wu Man is a natural beauty and is unmarried. Can't I take pity on her? Love between men and women is human nature. Young Master Lu seems to be a bit too much. The silver-armored man said faintly. Lu Dehua frowned. This person should be a commander-level figure. Since he knew his identity as the young master of the Xinghe auction house and was still so arrogant, he must be a ruthless character. Most importantly, the Knights of Apocalypse had always been arrogant and domineering. So Lu Dehua wasn't surprised. But I don't like you. Wu Man said in a deep voice. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Shouldn't that be the case? I've long since given my heart to Miss Wu Man. I wonder if Miss would do me the honor of having a drink with me? The silver-armored man continued. Yu Huan, don't be so shameless. Do you think the Knights of Apocalypse dare to behave atrociously in my Xinghe auction house? Chapter 4805. Yu Huan. Jiang Chen's eyes turned cold. He suddenly turned his head and stared at the silver-armored youth. Even Lu Dehua was slightly stunned. He didn't know this guy. It was really a small world for enemies. Jiang Chen had been looking for Yu Huan of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, but he actually met him here. You're Yu Huan. Jiang Chen said word by word. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like this? It's the first time I've seen such an arrogant guy like you in the Apocalypse Milky Way City. You want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You're not qualified. Yu Huan said with a cold smile. Even Wu Man's heart warmed. It seemed that Jiang Chen also liked her. He actually chose to be a hero and save the damsel in distress at this time. Although he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm, his bearing didn't diminish at all. It's not up to you to decide whether I'm qualified or not. Jiang Chen slowly stood up and walked toward Yu Huan step by step. Brother Jiang, you can't. Lu Dehua said in a deep voice. Attacking the Horsemen of the Apocalypse on the street meant that they had the right to kill first and report later. Although Jiang Chen's alchemy skills were quite good, he was only at the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. If he fought against Yu Huan and the others, he would definitely die. You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You're courting death. Facing the brave and fearless Jiang Chen, Yu Huan sneered disdainfully. This guy was just like cannon fodder. He didn't have to worry about him at all. Since he dared to attack him, wasn't he openly defying the Apocalypse Milky Way City? He definitely had the right to kill him. Kill. With Yu Huan's shout, 4 guards rushed out and collided with Jiang Chen. It wasn't that Lu Dehua and Wu Man didn't want to help, but that they hadn't expected Jiang Qin to be so impulsive. He was the commander of the Apocalypse Knights and had the power to kill. It was his duty to protect the Apocalypse Milky Way City. If he dared to publicly challenge him, wouldn't that be courting death? On the other hand, Yu Huan took the opportunity to suppress Jiang Qin. If Jiang Qin really dared to make a move, he would dare to kill him. Even if young Master Lu was here, he would not be merciful. He was using his position to take revenge, but he was also protecting the security of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. He had absolute power and no one could say no. The guards of the Milky Way City had a duty to kill one to warn others. Lu Dehua and the others had still underestimated Jiang Qin's obsession. Jiang Qin had no scruples and directly launched a heavy punch. With one punch, the wind and thunder rolled and the momentum was vigorous. It gave people a fearless momentum, as if he was willing to be cut into pieces to drag the emperor down from his horse. How could Yu Huan let go of such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? This was called establishing prestige. Killing Jiang Qin would also increase his prestige. Even if the Apocalypse Galaxy City was calm and peaceful, it still needed to occasionally cause a small accident to warn others. Moreover, this time Jiang Qin, a hothead who had come out of nowhere, wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress. Yu Huan wanted to kill Jiang Qin without mercy. Jiang Qin's fist surged out and it directly collided with the four guards. At that moment, a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Fortunately, the entire Apocalypse Galaxy City was protected by an array. Otherwise, this restaurant would have long been razed to the ground. Jiang Qin took 3 steps back and the 4 guards also took several steps back. At that moment, the entire restaurant became tense. Jiang Qin's strength made everyone tremble with fear. Those were 4 guards of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. As long as they could enter the Apocalypse Galaxy City, their strength could not be underestimated. At the same level, they might not be able to fight 5 at once, but they could at least fight 3 at once. Moreover, Jiang Qin was only at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. Wasn't this too terrifying? Lu Dehua and Wu Man looked at each other, both extremely shocked. Jiang Qin's skills were so terrifying. In an instant they were evenly matched, and the 4 guards of the Knights of the Apocalypse did not gain the slightest advantage. A bit interesting. Yu Huan's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke with a smile. At this time Jiang Qin was also unconvinced and wanted to rush forward, but he was stopped by Lu Dehua and Wu Man. In public, the Knights of the Apocalypse have the power to kill and enforce the law. We can't fight them head-on. Moreover, Yu Huan's strength is half a step into the Star Realm. It's not as simple as you think. Lu Dehua grabbed Jiang Qin's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Jiang Qin's eyes were sharp and his heart was burning with anxiety. He desperately wanted to know about De Huang's situation, but he couldn't ask now because Jiang Qin was afraid that this bastard would harm De Huang. This was the Apocalypse Galaxy City, not his own divine realm. Jiang Qin knew that he had to be careful. Lu Dehua was right. This was definitely not the time to be impulsive. Moreover, Yu Huan's strength alone was not something he could contend with. Take a step back, Jiang Qin. Wu Man also said in a low voice. What? Didn't you want to teach me a lesson? Why not? Causing trouble in my Apocalypse Galaxy City? Don't you see where you are? You openly provoked the law enforcers and started a fight. Come back with me and investigate. If you have any suspicions, I have the right to kill you to get rid of the scourge of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Yu Huan said coldly and slowly stood up. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy. Lu Dehua also became very unhappy in the face of Yu Huan's domineering attitude. Commander, you don't blame me for not reminding you. Jiang Qin is our Galaxy Auction House's ace alchemist. It won't be that easy to touch him. If something happens to Jiang Qin, can you bear the responsibility? Lu Dehua snorted. Ace alchemist. Yu Huan's eyes were cold. Yu Huan's eyes were cold. He didn't expect this bastard to have such an identity. Alchemists, blacksmiths, and enchanters were the ones who were heavily protected in Heavenly Awakening Galaxy City. It wouldn't be easy for him to kill Jiang Qin. I can spare him the death penalty, but he must come with me today. No. Lu Dehua stepped forward and stood in front of Jiang Qin, opposing Yu Huan. Young Master Lu, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't give face to the Galaxy Auction House. Although I have to admit that your Galaxy Auction House has a deep background, The horsemen of the apocalypse are ordered by the city lord to protect the apocalypse galaxy city. No one can obstruct us. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Yu Huan continued, his eyes cold, neither servile nor overbearing. Today he was determined to take Jiang Chen away. You're just a small commander. Do you really want to make life difficult for the Galaxy Auction House? Yu Huan. Don't be ungrateful. Wu Man was getting anxious as well. This bastard was just using this as an excuse to punish Jiang Chen and show off his domineering attitude. He must be holding a grudge against her because he had expressed his true feelings many times, but she had rejected all of them. A straight body is not afraid of a crooked shadow. I've always done things this way. Chapter 4806. Is that so? It seems that the horsemen of the apocalypse are really too arrogant. They actually want to punish us for such a small matter? Then why don't you sit with us as well? Don't use a chicken feather as a token of authority. I'm standing right in front of you. Come, let the storm come fiercer. Commander Yu is really conscientious and diligent. It would be an honor for the Apocalypse Milky Way City to have a few more responsible people like you in the Apocalypse Milky Way City. At this moment, 3 young men slowly walked over and stood opposite Yu Huan. Lu Dehua's expression softened and a smile appeared on his face. Young Master Zong, Young Master Zhou, Young Master Gao, you must be joking. Since everyone is in such a good mood to gather here, I won't disturb you any longer. Yu Huan laughed dryly. He might dare to challenge Lu Dehua, but now that the 4 young masters of the Apocalypse Milky Way City had gathered, he wouldn't dare to continue making things difficult for Jiang Chen even if he ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall. If he did, he might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the Apocalypse Milky Way City, everyone knew about the 4 young masters. Yu Huan didn't dare to oppose them at all. In other words, if the protagonist of this matter was Lu Dehua, he wouldn't dare either. Jiang Chen was the pushover he wanted to squash. Unfortunately, the 4 young masters had all appeared, so he didn't dare to continue being arrogant. Got it, hurry up and scram, said a handsome young man, Lung Lung. Yu Huan clenched his teeth and lowered his head obediently. The situation was already over, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. Brother Lu, sorry. The 3 of us are late, Fortunately you guys came in time. Otherwise, this Yu Huan would be really difficult to deal with. He actually wanted to attack Brother Jiang, but you guys have made up for your mistakes. Lu Dehua waved his hand and patted the shoulder of one of the young men. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. Jiang Chen knew that these people must have extremely deep backgrounds. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to scare Yu Huan away. Moreover, these people were all half a step into the star level. Wu Man was no exception. As for the news of De Huang, it seemed that he could only suppress it for now. The test to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was imminent, and it would be easier to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. However, it seemed that this Yu Huan was also at odds with him. Daring to not give our young Master Lu face is equivalent to not giving us face. He's just a little commander. He really thinks he's something. By the way, Brother Lu, who is this? Lu Dehua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "This is our Star River Auction House's ace alchemist, Jiang Chen, Jiang brother." "Sure enough, you are a talented man, Brother Jiang." Ha, an ace alchemist, TSK. This is not something an ordinary person can compare with. Nice to meet you. That's right. Brother Lu, why didn't you introduce us earlier? Lu Dehua smiled bitterly. I've only just met her. Brother Jiang, these are the famous young masters of our Apocalypse Milky Way City. Zhang Xuya, Zhou Yunfa, Gao Fuqing. Of course, there's also me and Lu Dehua. We are known as the 4 young masters, I've never met you before, but you all helped me out. Jiang Chen feels guilty, so I've specially given you 3 elixirs. I hope the 3 of you won't dislike them. Jiang Chen smiled and handed the 3 jade boxes to Zhang Xuyo and the others. The 3 of them were taken aback and looked at Lu Dehua. I know, the rejuvenation pill that has been very popular recently must have been refined by this Brother Jiang, right? I guess it must be the rejuvenation pill inside. Brother Jiang is really generous, Gao Fuqing opened the jade box and his expression changed slightly because he was wrong. There was actually a small rejuvenation pill inside the jade box. Isn't this a little too precious? Zhou Yunfa was also shocked. It's just a small greeting gift. Please accept it. Jiang Chen nodded slightly. Lu Dehua was taken aback. He looked at the ecstasy in the eyes of the 3 of them and thought to himself, is there a need for a rejuvenation pill? However, when he saw the pill in the hands of the three of them, he and Wu Man were both shocked. This is actually a small rejuvenation pill. 3 small rejuvenation pills. This kind of generosity can't be said to be small. Brother Jiang, how can you favor one and discriminate against another? 3 small rejuvenation pills, ah. Lu Dehua said with a pained expression. Although small rejuvenation pills were not impossible to find for Zhou Yunfa, Gao Fuqing and the others, they were still extremely rare. Even they only had 2 or 3 on them at most. This was a life-saving item and no one would complain about having more. Moreover, a small rejuvenation pill was worth tens of millions of origin stones. It could only be encountered and not sought. This was a huge gift. Young Master Jiang is really generous. Wu Man was a little jealous. 1 small rejuvenation pill, tsk. Even she couldn't compare to Jiang Chen's generosity. The value of these 3 small rejuvenation pills was at least 100 million and they were priceless. Look at Brother Jiang. Lu Dehua, next time you buy pills don't be so stingy. It's not like I'm not giving you money. Brother Jiang is much more generous than you, ha. Zhang Shuyo looked at Jiang Chen with gratitude, then said to Lu Dehua disdainfully. Faster, thief. You guys, do you have to embarrass me like this? Come, let's drink. Today I will make all of you drunk. Lu Dehua said. Everyone was also very enthusiastic about Jiang Chen. Although they had helped him once before, it was entirely because of Lu Dehua. However, Jiang Chen gave them such a generous gift which made everyone feel ashamed. However, their impression of Jiang Chen was very good. There was no doubt about this. Moreover, Jiang Chen was the ace alchemist of the Galaxy Auction House. He was worthy of their friendship. After 3 rounds of wine, everyone went back to their own homes. Jiang Chen's heart was still thinking about Yu Huan. He must pass the test of Heavenly Awakening Silver River City. At that time, there wouldn't be any problem for him to fight Yu Huan. Today's matter started because of me. I almost implicated young Master Jiang. I'm really ashamed. Young Master Jiang helped me out. Wu Man will always remember this. Wu Man said. It's okay. Jiang Chen didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he didn't do it because of her and that she was thinking too much. Wouldn't that be slapping his face and scolding him? Looking at Jiang Chen's back as he left, Wu Man was quite concerned. What's the matter? Have you fallen in love with him? Lu Dehua said with a smile. Wu Man rolled her eyes at Lu Dehua and curled her lips. What's the matter? Can't I? The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. Isn't it normal for me to fall in love with him? The ace alchemist of the Galaxy Auction House is worthy of my love. Although his strength is a little weak, he was able to repel 4 guards of the Horsemen of Apocalypse with a punch. He's not an ordinary person. He even fought with Yu Huan for me. Isn't this obvious enough? It's shallow. Lu Dehua said with a smile. What's shallow? Wu Man frowned. I said that you're shallow. He wants to find Yu Huan and he mentioned it to me before. So this time it's not to stand up for you, nor is it to be a hero saving the beauty. Chapter 4807. Get lost. What kind of brother are you? Wu Man kicked Lu Dehua, who turned around innocently. Thinking of what had just been said, Wu Man blushed slightly. Wasn't this too embarrassing? It turned out that she had been overthinking things. However, Jiang Chen was the first person who had piqued her interest. Countless people in the Apocalypse Galaxy City were obsessed with her. She didn't believe that she couldn't handle a man at the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm. After returning to his residence, Jiang Chen entered a state of cultivation until the day of the assessment of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Jiang Chen packed up and went straight to the Knights of the Apocalypse. When he arrived, the first person Jiang Chen saw was Luo Ying. She hadn't missed her appointment and was waiting for Jiang Chen at the entrance of the Knights of the Apocalypse. Your strength has improved again in the past 6 months. You've actually reached the half-step star level. Jiang Chen was very surprised when he saw Luo Ying. Her strength had improved at a godly speed, leaving him far behind. It's just luck. I was about to break through anyway. I've been in seclusion for the past 6 months, so it's a matter of course. Luo Ying nodded. Let's go. The assessment of the Knights of the Apocalypse is about to begin. When the 2 of them arrived at the freshman assessment area, there were already more than 200 people gathered there. It seemed that there weren't many people who had come for the assessment. However, the elimination rate was also very high. Jiang Chen saw Tong Ling in the freshman assessment area. She looked a little dazed and depressed. The moment Jiang Chen's palm patted her shoulder, Tong Ling suddenly raised her head. Her expression became extremely complicated as disbelief flashed in her eyes. She was overjoyed. Jiang Chen, you're not dead. Do you want me to die that much? Jiang Chen smiled. No, I thought you were dead. Where have you been all this time? I've been waiting for you here, Tong Ling said, pretending to be angry. Tong Ling pretended to be angry, but her face was full of smiles. Jiang Chen not dying was a great thing for her. It's a long story. This time it was also a narrow escape. Jiang Chen sighed. In the future, stay away from her. You don't deserve her. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in Jiang Chen's ears. It was a tall lady clad in silver armor. She said in a cold tone. The armor flickered with light and it was awe-inspiring. The woman's features were even more distinct, and her eyes were like a waterfall. Within her domineering aura, there was a hint of gentleness. Of course, that hint of gentleness was not for Jiang Chen, but for Tong Ling, who was beside him. This overbearing attitude made Jiang Chen very unhappy. However, this person was 70 to 80% similar to Tong Ling. She was very beautiful and should have a close relationship with Tong Ling. Sister. Don't be a busybody. Jiang Chen and I are good friends. It's not as complicated as you think. Tong Ling said with a wronged expression. Be careful that you don't get sold. Some men just like to live off women. Being able to qualify for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment doesn't mean that you can enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Tong Yao sneered. Her cold posture was full of oppression. With her half-step star-level strength, she had the strength to look down on Jiang Chen. It's not a good thing to be too arrogant. Be careful not to cause trouble with your mouth. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse shouldn't be a place that hides filth. Everything depends on strength. Luo Ying looked straight ahead and met Tong Yao's eyes, not avoiding at all. Good. In that case, let me see if you are strong enough to stay here. Tong Yao said disdainfully and turned to look at Tong Ling. Work hard and don't disappoint Dad's high hopes. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse is our glory. You can only succeed and not fail. Yes. Sister, don't worry. I will definitely succeed. Tong Ling said confidently. What's so lively? The selection is about to begin. Why are you all standing here? A cold voice sounded in everyone's ears. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. When Jiang Chen saw the man, his expression couldn't help but turn solemn. The man was none other than Yu Huan, the man he met in the tavern. He had been brooding over this man and wanted to deal with him. Only Yu Huan knew about Big Yellow's whereabouts, so he couldn't give up on this clue. Oh, Commander Yu. Tong Yao nodded slightly and said in a low voice. Yes. Yu Huan nodded and his gaze turned cold as it fell on Jiang Chen. This guy was really haunting him. He didn't expect him to come to the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. The heavens really had eyes. We meet again. Haha, it seems that this time you must not fall into my hands. Yu Huan stretched out his palms and clenched them tightly. His eyes flickered with brilliance and a murderous aura surged. Everyone could feel the domineering and mighty aura emanating from him. Everyone in the surroundings cast sidelong glances at them. Even Tong Yao pulled Tong Ling back and retreated. Tong Yao rejoiced that she had managed to get Tong Ling to distance herself from him. Nothing good would come out of this fellow's conflict with Commander Yu. Commander Yu is the chief examiner of our assessment this time. Isn't this kid courting death? That's right. Of all people to provoke, he's already clashing with Commander Yu before even entering the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. If this guy doesn't stumble, who will? Be quiet. Trouble comes from the mouth. Everyone's eyes gathered here. The appearance of Commander Yu had already caused a commotion, and Jiang Chen had also become the target of public criticism. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Chen also felt all eyes on him, but he remained unmoved. Oh, Commander Yu. When I join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I will naturally meet you. Jiang Chen said. Is that so? But first you have to have the capital. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse is not a place you can enter just because you want to. Yu Huan laughed loudly. If I can't get in, everyone will be eliminated. Jiang Chen said indifferently. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. In an instant the entire assessment area was in an uproar. Wasn't this too arrogant? How could an 8th Heaven Star Emperor brat be so arrogant? So domineering? Was there any justice in this world? Jiang Chen's words made him almost everyone's public enemy. Wasn't he looking down on everyone? What made him so confident? Did he know what place this was? This was the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, which gathered all the young powerhouses on the Apocalypse planet. He had to be responsible for his words. Wasn't this blatant provocation? Isn't this too arrogant? I'd like to see what this guy is capable of. Humph. If a small tree isn't trimmed, it won't grow. Where did this hothead come from? Does he really think the Apocalypse Galaxy is his village? Does he think he's the prettiest kid in the village? He's courting death. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Even without Commander Yu, this guy will be eliminated very soon. This kind of troublemaker must be dealt with first. I'm willing to bet that it's impossible for this guy to pass the assessment. He'll probably be eliminated in the first round. He who here isn't a genius. If he isn't, he has no right to stand here. Chapter 4808. Jiang Chen's words caused the 200 new candidates to look at each other in dismay, mocking and ridiculing each other. Jiang Chen's strength wasn't enough to make them feel threatened at all, but he was still being so arrogant. Wasn't he just causing trouble for everyone? A man like this was destined to become the public enemy of all freshmen. There wasn't a single genius who wasn't prideful, and there wasn't a single genius who wasn't arrogant. However, no one was as arrogant as Jiang Chen. Such a person he must be out of his mind. He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all. He's only in the 8th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. I really don't know how he passed the assessment of Norton City. Tong Yao curled her lips and said disdainfully. Jiang Chen is quite capable. I'm no match for him, Tong Ling said in a low voice. Tong Ling said in a low voice. She didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so direct, ignoring everyone else. His arrogance and conceit were unparalleled. You're no match for him, but it doesn't mean that everyone here is no match for him. If you're too headstrong and self-centered, you'll only die a more miserable death. Tong Yao said with a cold smile. Jiang Chen isn't an arrogant person. He must have his reasons. It seems that there's some conflict between him and Commander Yu. Tong Ling said. Only a naive guy like you would think that he's innocent. Going against Commander Yu and looking down on so many freshmen, he'll have a hard time in the future. Tong Yao stood with her arms crossed, looking indifferent. She looked at Jiang Chen as if she was looking at an idiot. This guy was so arrogant that he was digging a hole for himself. Yu Huan's smile became more and more brilliant. The smile on Yu Huan's face became more and more brilliant. This guy was really a newborn calf that was not afraid of tigers. He didn't even know where he was. How could he be so confident? It was simply unbelievable. Arrogant and condescending. This kind of person would usually be the first to be eliminated after the assessment. Looks like you're not afraid of anything. I'll wait and see if you have the ability to do so. I'll wait and see. Don't disappoint me and get eliminated early. If that happens, I'll be very disappointed. Yu Huan chuckled and shook his head. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Jiang Chen like a pool of stagnant water. As the chief examiner, didn't he have to make Jiang Chen fall if he wanted Jiang Chen to fall? He dared to challenge him. He had the final say in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment. Don't worry, I won't disappoint Commander Yu. There's a chance I might even challenge Commander Yu. Jiang Chen's words set off another wave of excitement. Even the killing intent in Yu Huan's eyes became more and more intense. This kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth is simply taking advantage of me. How dare he challenge my authority? He's overestimating himself. At this moment, the people around could no longer be bothered with Jiang Chen. This arrogant and conceited guy will one day be killed by his own stupidity. He hasn't even entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, yet he wants to challenge the dignity of the commander. Isn't this courting death? I'm very pleased that you have such thoughts, but there's a price for challenging me. Wait until you enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse first. Otherwise, you won't even have the qualifications to challenge me. Yu Huan said Lung Lung. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general isn't a good soldier. I only have one goal, and that is to spar with Commander Yu. Jiang Chen and Yu Huan stood facing each other. At this moment they were already at each other's throats, but as one of the deputy commanders of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and a high position, Yu Huan naturally wouldn't lower himself to the same level as Jiang Chen, even if deep down he really wanted to kill Jiang Chen to vent his hatred. The people around were already completely numb, and they were also full of ridicule for Jiang Chen. He was already extremely arrogant. Everyone now knew that there was an arrogant and conceited 8th Heaven Star Emperor challenging the chief examiner of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse here. This result would definitely be quite exciting. I hope you can reach that step and start from a young age. Gather. Yu Huan shouted. More than 200 freshmen waiting for the assessment all followed Yu Huan to the high platform in the assessment area for the freshmen. There was no end to the surroundings. The assessment area for the freshmen stretched out as far as the eye could see. Apart from the endless mountain shadows and clouds, there was nothing else. On the high platform, Yu Huan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were 20 peak star emperors from the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Each one of them was courageous and domineering. For these people, they were filled with envy and pressure. No one doubted the might of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Thus, countless people racked their brains, wanting to join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse and become a member of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. They wanted to stand under the starry sky and look up at the endless stars without being expelled. This was a kind of faith, a kind of glory. In the Apocalypse Galaxy City, no one was an exception. Even for the people of the city, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse was still a supreme glory. They were immortal warriors, invincible godly soldiers. More than 200 people came from every corner of the Apocalypse planet. They carried with them a dream that had never been extinguished in their hearts for thousands of years. Their fervent hearts were forever burning, waiting to be reborn after experiencing the wind and rain. If they became a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they could bring honor to their ancestors and make the Milky Way City their home forever. No matter how big the world was, there would always be a place for them to go. Everyone raised their heads in anticipation as they gazed at Yu Huan on the high platform. This test of the Apocalypse Galaxy City would determine their future fate. It would be the most important turning point in their lives. Success or failure would be decided here. This is the Apocalypse Galaxy City, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. What awaits you is a hellish test. By coming here, you already have qualifications that ordinary people don't have. However, you also need to work hard because this time, the Horsemen of the Apocalypse will only be recruiting 50 people. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each team will only need 10 people. I believe that you are all elites among elites, geniuses among geniuses. However, reality is cruel. If you want to stay, you have to show more ability than others. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse doesn't need cowards. Yu Huan's shout made everyone's blood boil. However, there were more than 200 people and only 50 people were being recruited. This showed just how strict the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's test was. They were all geniuses picked from their respective regions, and they still had to go through layers of screening here. It was incomparably difficult. Thus you have to go through 3 tests. The first test will retain 150 people. 1,000 miles away, there is a Yingbin River that runs through the west of the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Take a ladle of Yingbin River water and bring it back. The first 150 people will pass. The person who takes the least time will definitely get more points. This will be especially important for your development in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Chapter 4809. Each test is extremely difficult. If you pass the 3 tests of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, the first place of each test will become the new captain with 1 captain and 2 vice-captains. You have to remember that strength is just one aspect. If you can overcome the various tests set up by the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, you will be considered a true member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. That is the glory of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Yu Huan said in a deep voice. It's that simple. Isn't it just a competition of speed? I'm the best at it. Yeah, whoever is faster will definitely have an absolute advantage. I can't wait anymore. Let's get started. That's right. I'm determined to get first place. I don't believe that anyone can be faster than me. Some people in the crowd were already eager to give it a try. They couldn't wait to join the battle and determine the winner quickly. Everyone knew that it wasn't easy to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Now everyone around them was their opponent. Whether they could advance or not would depend on their own abilities. However, many people were very confident in competing in speed. After all, being fast enough would determine the odds of winning in the battle. Xianxia, are you confident? After leaving nursery rhyme, Tong Ling still chose to stand on the same front as Xianxia. There's no pressure. Xianxia shrugged. Speed had always been his forte. He was thinking about how to get first place in the first test. Really? Tong Ling looked at Xianxia in surprise. Jiang Qin still had such confidence among so many experts in the Apocalypse Galaxy City. Tong Ling was a little skeptical. Jiang Qin was indeed more arrogant, domineering, and strong than before. I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm going to lay my cards on the table. Strike is strike. What's there to be low-key about? Jiang Qin said calmly. Don't underestimate these people. None of them is easy to provoke. Most importantly, you don't know their strength and background. Do you think the first test of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse will be that simple? Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin with a solemn expression. Based on my understanding of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, there's most likely a trap. I'll have to rely on my own strength. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to pass the first trial so easily. We have to see what they are planning. Do you really think it's as simple as taking a ladle of water? Luo Ying smiled devilishly. From the looks of it, we really can't let our guard down. However, I'm still reserving first place. If the two of you have any problems, I'll give you a hand and take second and third place. Jiang Qin was unruffled. Keep bragging. With the two of us, can you still be number one? Don't blame me for not reminding you, Jiang Qin. This is not Norton City. You have to leave some leeway for yourself. This time you just need to pass the test. Save your strength. Don't be like what you did in Norton City. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. More than 30 experts in the 8th or 9th heaven of Star Emperor realm attacked you. Even if you won that battle, you used all your means and almost failed. Luo Ying said solemnly. I'd better rely on myself. I don't want to be a burden to you. Tong Ling also said with a smile. The two of you clearly don't trust me. I've already laid my cards on the table. So there's no other way. Being invincible must be lonely. Jiang Qin had an expression of being invincible and lonely. Luo Ying and Tong Ling looked at each other and smiled. They were both looking forward to Jiang Qin's performance. However, it was really impossible to take the two of them with him. Are you ready? Don't waste time on meaningless things. The Horseman of the Apocalypse is waiting for you. Let's go. All the way to the west. With Yu Huan's roar, more than 200 people were almost all ready. Like arrows released from a bow, they rushed out all the way to the west. Among these people, Jiang Qin found that he was the weakest. There were more than 10 half-step star-level experts, and the rest were all at the 9th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. He was the only one at the 8th firmament of the Star Emperor realm. No wonder he was so conspicuous in the crowd. Jiang Qin's speed could only be regarded as average, but Tong Ling and Luo Ying were very powerful and were already among the best. More than 200 people rushing out of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse at the same time was also very spectacular. However, as time went on, the gap between them gradually widened. The last few dozen people all used all their strength wanting to strive for the top, while the people in the front racked their brains, wanting to rush to the first place. Whoever could get first place in the triple assessment could be directly promoted to captain. Who didn't want to be a captain as soon as they entered the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? Therefore, they never gave up on their efforts. The first place was always the most dazzling, while the second place was often just a shadow. It seems that these people are very strong, worthy of being called geniuses. Jiang Qin thought to himself, extremely solemn. He hadn't used his means yet, and these people were almost evenly matched. However, he was also at the upper middle level, so he was not in a hurry to use his strength. There were many experts around, so Jiang Qin naturally wouldn't be arrogant enough to look down on anyone. He was just targeting Yu Huan. Just because he was talented, did it mean that others were destined to be fools? The universe was vast, the heavens and the earth were vast. Only when countless geniuses gathered together would they be able to manifest a true gathering of heroes. Nobody was given for free. If you wanted to become a person above others, you would have to step on the corpses of countless experts. You would have to make everyone submit to you. However, all of this wasn't simple. After about the time it took to brew a cup of tea, streaks of rainbow shadows flew across the horizon without end. Every single one of them was fighting with all their might, and they were determined to fight for first place. However, in the sky, hurricanes suddenly appeared and swept past. The wind was very terrifying, reaching a speed of 1,000 meters in an instant. Sand and stones were flying around, and the boulders in the sky were swept into the hurricanes. The wind blades were like knives, and the feeling of the end of the world shrouded everyone's hearts. Even the experts at the peak of the Star Emperor realm didn't dare to take it lightly. They could only advance slowly, step by step. Otherwise, A little carelessness might cause them to fall into an irrecoverable situation and be swept into the hurricanes. The wind blades were one aspect of danger. If they couldn't get out, they didn't know where they would be swept to, let alone whether they would be torn into pieces and disappear between heaven and earth. What a terrifying wind. This is definitely an evil wind. Damn it, could it be one of the tests of the Knights of the Apocalypse? I think it's most likely. They said that they would just take a ladle of water. Isn't this bullying? You can also choose to give up. Then you will lose the qualification to enter the Knights of the Apocalypse. Alas, I have to grit my teeth and force myself to go through. Facing this terrifying hurricane, Jiang Qin squinted his eyes. Sure enough, as Luo Ying had expected, no one could casually pass through this place. They had to avoid the hurricane while moving forward, and their speed was bound to drop. The one who could get out of this place first would be the final winner. It's time for me to show my strength. This first place, I'm definitely taking it. Chapter 48:10. F***CK. Who is that? He's too fast. I couldn't even see him clearly. He actually rushed into the hurricane. Isn't he courting death? He's just eager to show off. Look at the current situation. Whoever dares to act recklessly will be digging their own grave. Perhaps he's confident in his own strength. Whoever gets first place will have the opportunity to become a captain. If it were me, I wouldn't want to give up either. However, rushing into the hurricane now is almost certain to die. That's right. Unless he has the strength of a stargrade, I feel that even a half-step stargrade, third-level stargrade expert might not be able to withstand such a hurricane. It's better to seek victory steadily. As long as they can pass this first round, it'll be fine. You can't force things. Luo Ying, did you see that person clearly? He seems to be Jiang Qin. Tong Ling's face was full of shock as he slowly moved forward around the hurricane. Only Jiang Qin charged straight into the center of the hurricane. I think so. Luo Ying's expression was solemn. When she turned around, she didn't see Jiang Qin. That person just now must have been him. So many experts had dared not rush into the hurricane, yet he had actually taken the lead. If he failed, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Luo Ying hadn't expected Jiang Qin to be so radical. This was a battle between life and death. Furthermore, there was a high chance that he wouldn't be able to come out. He's a little too rash, Tong Ling said impatiently. Tong Ling said snappily. However, the worry in his heart was hard to calm down. Perhaps he has his own plans. Luo Ying's eyes lit up. She suddenly recalled that back in the Light Rift Valley, Jiang Qin seemed to have brought her safely into the abyss. If it had been someone else, they would have been torn apart by the wind blades of the Light Rift Valley. Even stargrade powerhouses were no exception. Although many people were filled with disdain towards Jiang Qin, they were more worried that Jiang Qin would beat them to it. Therefore, everyone exerted all their strength and quickly bypassed the hurricane zone, tempering their way forward. The reason why Jiang Qin didn't care about the hurricane was because he had absolute confidence. Otherwise, he wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't risk his life for the so-called first place. However, since he had absolute confidence, there was no need for him to keep a low profile. After all, this was the heavenly awakening Silver River City. He wanted to shine brightly and let everyone see his existence. Within the hurricane, Jiang Qin directly displayed the eternal immortal wind. He didn't even need the azure billow divine boat as he calmly entered the center of the hurricane. 10 miles of hurricane swept across the sky, making it impossible for anyone to hide. However, Jiang Qin was in the center of the hurricane as though he was walking on flat ground. Interesting. It seems that the person that commander you thinks highly of has some ability. In that case, I'll add some more ingredients for you. A skinny gray-robed man in the hurricane said with a smile. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Wind movement order, heavenly stems wind. The man held a milky white diamond-shaped token in his hand and waved it. The hurricane changed once again, becoming even faster and stronger. Numerous wind blades sliced through the void, shocking many experts and forcing them to move away from the hurricane zone. This hurricane seems a little strange. Jiang Qin looked around and murmured. The wind blades in the center of the hurricane seemed to be rushing towards him. They bombarded him crazily as though they wanted to kill him. Eternal immortal wind, swish. Jiang Qin was like a deity. He stood there with his hands clasped behind his back. Step by step he was as steady as Mount Tai. The eternal immortal wind wasn't any weaker than the hurricane here. In fact, it might even be stronger. Both sides were evenly matched. Jiang Qin calmly passed through the hurricane. Jiang Qin moved against the wind. Although he had a lot of weight on his shoulders, he still easily broke through the center of the hurricane. Finally, he successfully passed through the center of the hurricane. No matter who you are, no matter what tricks you use, I, Jiang Qin, will take them on. Sneaking around like this, what kind of hero are you? Jiang Qin sneered. If it wasn't for the protection of the eternal immortal wind, he would have died a long time ago. However, when he left the center of the hurricane, he was even more certain that someone was messing with him. Otherwise, why would the wind keep decreasing the moment he left the center of the hurricane? The whirlpool that was targeting the eternal immortal wind also disappeared without a trace. Although Jiang Qin didn't know who was behind this, he was sure that it was targeted at him. Kid, interesting. Let's wait and see. I hope you have the opportunity to enter the heavenly awakening Milky Way city. Otherwise, we won't have the chance to meet again. Nie Yunfeng smiled and put away the wind movement order. He sat on the mountain peak with a bright smile on his face. After leaving the center of the hurricane, Jiang Qin was already far in the lead and headed straight for the Yingbin River. The waves of the Yingbin River were turbulent, and the setting sun roared endlessly. At the edge of the Yingbin River stood 10 warriors wearing the armor of the horsemen of the apocalypse. They were quite surprised by Jiang Qin's appearance. They hadn't expected him to be so fast. In the past assessments, no one had been able to break through the hurricane area so quickly. It seemed like this guy hadn't been delayed at all. You can go back and report after getting the water from the Yingbin River. The silver-armored warrior standing in front of the Yingbin River said in a deep voice. He threw a gourd to Jiang Qin. After filling it with water, Jiang Qin turned around and left, ready to report back. When Jiang Qin turned around and returned, he met many people on the way. Everyone's expression changed drastically, full of shock. F*CK. Isn't that Jiang Qin? Isn't he too fast? He actually didn't die and even rushed out of the hurricane area. Oh my god. As expected of someone who can challenge Commander Yu. It seems that we all underestimated this guy. Yes, this guy is already back, but we're still on the way to the Yingbin River. This is too much of a blow. Many experts were beating their chests and stamping their feet. However, Jiang Qin being able to take the lead was due to his ability. There was no point in being envious. However, Jiang Qin taking the lead made everyone very angry, but they could do nothing about it. They could only watch helplessly as Jiang Qin walked past them. The first place seemed to belong to him. Jiang Qin. It seems that we really have to reevaluate him. We absolutely can't let this guy go. Hurry up and run. We won't even be able to enter the top 150 later. Many people seemed to have woken up from a dream and hurriedly rushed forward. Jiang Qin was gradually getting farther and farther away. Luo Ying and Tong Ling took care of each other along the way and remained in the top 50. When the two of them saw Jiang Qin's figure, they also revealed gratified smiles. This guy was really unexpected and they had a whole new level of respect for him. As expected, Jiang Qin easily obtained first place. When he returned to the freshman assessment area again, everyone had yet to return. He was the only one there. Jiang Qin looked at Yu Huan. The latter's expression was obviously a little ugly. When their gazes met, the fighting spirit of both of them became more and more intense. It was as if they were fierce beasts that could break out of their cages at any time. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Commander Yu. I actually obtained first place. Chapter 48:11. Interesting, but this is only the first round. It won't be that easy to pass the remaining 2 rounds. Yu Huan said faintly, suppressing the anger in his heart. He never thought that he would be humiliated by a freshman taking the assessment. Don't worry, I've said it before. If I can't pass the assessment, no one else will be qualified to advance. Jiang Qin was still full of confidence. Are you provoking me? Yu Huan said in a deep voice. I wouldn't dare. However, I've been looking for a yellow mad dog recently. I heard that he's in the hands of Commander Yu? Jiang Qin said with a smile. A yellow mad dog. Yes, I do have a yellow mad dog in my hands. However, what do you want him for? I only caught him to guard the house. Yu Huan's words made Jiang Qin's eyes burn with passion. He was even furious. However, he couldn't fall out with Yu Huan yet. This guy actually wanted to use De Huang to guard the house. He raped and killed my sister, so I want to catch him and grind his bones to ashes. Jiang Chen said fiercely, staring straight at Yu Huan. In that case we can be considered to be fated. However, since you want to take revenge for that dead dog, why don't you kneel down and beg me? Maybe I can be merciful and fulfill your wish. Yu Huan said with a faint smile. It's just a dead dog. If Commander you can help me kill it to vent my anger, it's fine. However, it's hard to say who will kneel down and beg who. Jiang Chen didn't show any weakness and confronted Yu Huan tit for tat. It seems that Commander Yu has to deal with this arrogant and conceited guy. Tong Yao said with a sneer, adding fuel to the fire. She also hated Jiang Chen very much. It's too late. The assessment has just begun. Let's play slowly. Yu Huan sneered like a beast staring at its prey. Jiang Chen was completely at odds with him. Jiang Chen was angry, but he was still very rational. At this time, since he was sure that De Huang had a relationship with Yu Huan, he was relieved. After Jiang Chen, it took the time it took for a stick of incense to burn before people started to come back one after another. However, the assessment was still an assessment. Only the top 150 people would be admitted. As for the rest, they were directly eliminated. Some people were happy while others were sad. However, at least Luo Ying and Tong Ling had passed the test. I didn't expect to worry about you for nothing. Tong Ling curled his lips and said. Although many people didn't like Jiang Chen, it couldn't be denied that Jiang Chen still obtained first place. In the first round of the exam he absolutely crushed everyone. This spirit and strength couldn't help but make many people feel deep veneration. However, even more people had long since taken Jiang Chen as a strong opponent, and they didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. I already said that I would lay my cards on the table, but you guys didn't believe me. Don't blame me. Jiang Chen shrugged and said. Tong Ling rolled her eyes at him and was too lazy to care about him. However, she was still very happy that Jiang Chen could obtain first place. In the future, whether they could fight side by side in the Tianqi Milky Way City would depend on the next battle. More than 70 people were eliminated in the first round. Many people were indignant, but the rules were the rules. They couldn't be changed because of someone, especially the Tianqi Milky Way City's assessment. Failure only meant that one's skill was not as good as others. There was nothing to sigh about. As for those who passed the first round of the exam, they didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, there were still 2 rounds of the exam. As long as one fell behind, it was basically hopeless. After a day of rest, the second round of the exam would begin on the second day. It was still in the freshman assessment area. Yu Huan stood in front of everyone and said to everyone, "Next is the second round of the exam. Are you all ready? I'm sure you already know about the first day of the exam. You only have one chance. Once you lose, you won't have the chance to start all over again. Therefore, what you have to do is work hard and work harder to surpass others. Only then will you be able to show yourself." The second round of the exam is in the stone array of Baiming Mountain. Only 100 people will remain in the stone array. The array and the natural barrier of Baiming Mountain will be your greatest enemies. Whoever can walk out first will be a true powerhouse. Let me see your determination. Go, Knights of the Apocalypse. We don't need cowards. After Yu Huan finished speaking, everyone was eager to start the second round of the exam. Stone array of Baiming Mountain. It didn't look like a good place. I didn't expect the exam to be set in Baiming Mountain this time. The stone array of Baiming Mountain is for the Knights of the Apocalypse to train, but the difficulty of the exam is so high. Luo Ying frowned and said in a low voice. How do you know everything? I really suspect that you were born and raised in the Milky Way City. Tong Ling looked at Luo Ying and said with a smile, Exactly. That's right. However, I was chased out, so I must return to the apocalyptic Milky Way City fair and square this time. Luo Ying said nonchalantly. However, Jiang Chen was getting more and more suspicious. He was afraid that things weren't as simple as they thought. Luo Ying's strength had broken through to the half-step star realm in such a short period of time. This made him even more curious about Luo Ying and her understanding of Mao Mountain's techniques. This woman wasn't ordinary. Whoever can run out of Baiming Mountain first will successfully pass the second round of the exam. Jiang Chen said. Under Yu Huan's lead, everyone left the Knights of the Apocalypse and arrived at Baiming Mountain in the north. The terrain of the northern underworld mountain was very strange. It was very steep and dangerous, and there were many layers of mountains. Mountains surrounded, mountains connected, and mountains stacked on top of each other. It was like a maze, and once someone entered it, they wouldn't be able to get out. Even Jiang Qin couldn't figure out what was going on with this terrain. This wasn't a formation, but a series of barriers formed naturally by the terrain of the mountain. It looked very chaotic, and once someone entered it, they wouldn't know when they would be able to get out. What a steep Biming mountain. It's easy to defend and difficult to attack. It's like a natural stronghold. Are we going to find a way out here? That's right. I don't think the second round is as simple as we think. Didn't they say that they would only take a ladle of water in the first round? Didn't there still be hurricanes blocking the way? Yes, who would believe them? Do you think anyone can enter the Knights of the Apocalypse without some real ability? Everyone looked at the huge ancient beast-like mountain in front of them, as if it had opened its bloody mouth to devour everything. The terrain here is strange and even more terrifying than a maze. It's best to be careful. Luo Ying looked at Jiang Qin. Although your array formation skills are already very high, it's impossible to use your array formation here. The terrain is ever-changing and it's impossible to fathom. Jiang Qin nodded. He naturally knew what kind of place the Knights of the Apocalypse was. The first round was a competition of speed. It seemed very simple, but so many people had fallen and been sent out of the Apocalypse Milky Way City. The second round was bound to make even more people flinch. It's best if the three of us don't split up. This second round looks far more difficult than the first. Tong Ling looked at the two of them, feeling a little guilty. Let's begin. You have 3 days. This isn't an unsolvable maze. True experts aren't afraid of hardships and dangers. Whoever can get out first will pass. Chapter 48:12. This is simply a maze. We can't find the way out at all, Tong Ling said gloomily. Tong Ling said with a gloomy face. They had been searching for half an hour, but there was no clue. Jiang Qin, Luo Ying and the others were all at their wits' end. This is the natural barrier of Biming Mountain. If it was so easy to get out of these stone arrays, they wouldn't have been used for the freshman assessment. Luo Ying said solemnly. It's not a formation. It's more like one. These stone arrays are all naturally formed, but we're lost in them. Interesting. I'm afraid it'll be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if we want to get out. Jiang Qin investigated for a long time and found no traces of a formation. Everything was random and there was no way to find the way out. It was too difficult. But since the Knights of the Apocalypse had used this place as a training battlefield, there were definitely traces to follow. They wouldn't let them be completely trapped here. The stone arrays here are ever-changing. To get out of here, it's not just luck but also strength. Sometimes the impact of the boulders isn't something we can withstand. If it's light, we'll be seriously injured. If it's heavy, we'll be crushed to death. Be careful. As they spoke, Luo Ying pulled Jiang Qin and Tong Ling and turned to leave. They saw a boulder rolling toward them. It was as heavy as 10,000 kilograms. The impact was accompanied by a loud rumble. The three of them held their breath and didn't dare to be careless. As the boulder rolled, they were already prepared. However, the road ahead of them was cut off once again. They could only turn back and look for another way out. How unlucky. It's too scary. Tong Ling said with lingering fear. It was completely dark here and it was impossible to fly. In the entire heavenly awakening Milky Way City, there were many places where flying could not be done. Some were caused by the geographical environment while others were forbidden. This road is blocked. We'll have to find another way. Luo Ying's face was filled with helplessness, but there was nothing she could do. They could only rely on luck. Right now, they could only find a way out as soon as possible. Only then could they advance to the third stage. Every step was related to their fate. No one dared to underestimate it. It wasn't just Jiang Qin and the others. The hundreds of experts were all in the same situation. They were trapped in the stone array again and again, unable to find a way out. They were as anxious as ants on a hot pan. I'll try to use the formation to see if I can find a way out. Jiang Qin observed his surroundings as he searched for a way out. The boulders were constantly moving as though they were alive. Jiang Qin could only rely on his intuition to find a way out. The stone array was too mysterious. He couldn't figure it out and couldn't figure it out. Everything seemed to be up to fate. However, if you're strong enough, you'll be able to find more ways out and you'll have more chances to leave this place. The coexistence of opportunity and strength was the only way to become an impeccable expert. Damn it! I've already searched for hundreds of paths. Why can't any of them lead me out of here? The deeper I go, the deeper I go. When will I be able to leave this place? That's right, I'm about to suffocate to death. I can't take it anymore. I admit defeat, okay? Look at you. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. As long as you persevere, you'll definitely be able to find a way out. It's easy for you to say. Why don't you go out? My brain is about to explode. There are hundreds and thousands of paths, but none of them lead me out of here alive. Even when I turn back, the original path has already changed. Jiang Qin could even hear faint shouts and curses coming from his surroundings. It was obvious that leaving this stone array was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The boulders were constantly moving and the paths were constantly changing. There were thousands and hundreds of thousands of paths. How could one find a way out? Jiang Chen's formation was also unable to change the situation, because there was no trace of it. The foundation of a formation was to have a changeable foundation, and there must be a pattern that could be followed. Even if the formation was formed without any pattern, it still needed to be set up and laid out in the beginning. However, this formation of rocks was giving Jiang Qin a headache. Motherf asterisk her, can this thing really only rely on luck? Jiang Qin laughed bitterly. Although it might not be difficult to leave this place, if they didn't break through as soon as possible, they would be eliminated. The horsemen of the apocalypse would have to bid farewell to them. Jiang Qin couldn't accept this. He wouldn't give up so easily. I must become a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse. Tong Ling was unwavering. Her sister was a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse and she was even a squad leader. If she failed, she would definitely be very depressed. She would lose the face of Norton City, her sister and her father. To Tong Ling it would be very stressful. We can't go on like this. We don't know when we can get out. Even if we do, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter the top 100. The remaining people will be ruthlessly eliminated. We have to think of a way. Jiang Chen's expression gradually became serious. This wasn't a child's game. What they could do was fight for first place. If 100 people leave the stone array of North Nether Mountain, then the remaining people will be found by the experts of the horsemen of the apocalypse and be led away. Of course, this is equivalent to being eliminated. Luoying said. How much do you know about the stone array here? Jiang Qin looked at Luoying expectantly. Luoying frowned. Her knowledge was also limited. She didn't understand everything. The reason why the stone array here keeps moving like a living creature is because of the pattern of their movements. It's untraceable, but as far as I know, their movements are caused by the rotation of the apocalypse star. The planet rotates, and because of the existence of gravity, these boulders are attracted to the apocalypse star. They rotate along with it, forming the ever-changing stone array of North Nether Mountain. That's why they form this natural barrier. I originally thought that this was just a part of the stone array and was nothing to be afraid of, but I was too naive. Luoying sighed. She didn't have a complete understanding of this stone array, so she could only reveal everything she knew, hoping that it would be of help to Jiang Qin. There's no way to fly here. Don't you think it's very similar to a certain place? Jiang Qin pondered for a moment and looked at Luoying. What place? Tong Ling was stunned. It's indeed very similar. Luoying muttered. Previously, Jiang Qin and I narrowly escaped death. We went to a place that's somewhat similar to this place. So you have a way, Jiang Qin? Tong Ling said in surprise, unable to hide the joy in her eyes. I'm not sure, but we can give it a try. Jiang Qin said in a deep voice. You mean? Chapter 48:13. How do you know it won't work if you don't give it a try? Since the chaotic stone formation here is completely irregular and attached to the North Underworld Mountain, my starry sky meteoric iron might be able to open a path. Jiang Chen's eyes were burning. He had already thought of a way to use the meteoric iron to break the rubble array and get out of here. If the meteoric iron existed here, it would definitely repel his meteoric iron. When the magnetic field changes, it might be possible to open a path for him. Meteoric iron? Tong Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. Her face was very solemn. There was no need to say more about the terror of the meteoric iron. Although she didn't know much about it, she knew that it was a heaven-defying treasure. This Jiang Qin seemed to have gained a lot. When she wasn't around, he and Luoying had gone through a lot. Jiang Qin activated the cosmic meteoric iron and made it appear in the middle of the rubble formation. The huge meteoric iron shocked Tong Ling. When the meteoric iron appeared, the surrounding boulders trembled violently. It moved. Tong Ling was pleasantly surprised. The giant rocks around them were pushed back continuously. Jiang Qin held the meteoric iron in his hand and used an invisible magnetic field to push the giant rocks away, creating a broad path in front of the three of them. Luo Ying was shocked by the scene. It seemed like Jiang Chen's judgment was correct. The meteoric iron could really push away the giant rocks around them, creating a path for them to move forward without any obstruction. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. Because of the existence of the cosmic meteoric iron, the surrounding boulders once again became violent, causing those who were lost in the boulder formation to feel even more depressed. Jiang Qin had pushed the path open, giving them an invisible pressure. However, for Jiang Qin it was good enough that they could get out. As for whether those people could get out or not, it all depended on their luck. Rumble. Jiang Qin and the others moved forward quickly, wanting to leave this place as soon as possible. However, at this moment there was an earthquake. Yes, it was an earthquake. The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Huge cracks appeared under their feet, revealing a bottomless abyss. The shaking around them became more and more obvious, causing Jiang Chen's expression to change greatly. Is it really an earthquake? This is not a good place to stay. Let's go. Why would the North Underworld mountain suddenly cause such a big earthquake? Everyone's complexion changed greatly. Some people couldn't even dodge in time and were smashed into the underground abyss. How could this be? Yu Huan's expression was gloomy. A natural disaster like an earthquake was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Although the geographical environment of the North Underworld mountain was very dangerous, and could even be described as abnormal, an earthquake hadn't happened for tens of thousands of years. Now that there was an earthquake, it was a great challenge for them in this new student assessment. Commander Yu, should we stop this assessment? A subordinate asked in a deep voice. It's too late. Whether or not they can survive and walk out will depend on their luck. Yu Huan shook his head. It was impossible to fly in the air here. Once one fell into the underground crack, it would be a 90% chance of survival. However, no one could be blamed for this kind of natural disaster. Jiang Qin and the other two rushed out of the rubble formation without stopping. After a long time, the earthquake gradually subsided. When the sun was setting, Jiang Qin brought Luo Ying and Tong Ling out of the rubble formation with lingering fear. What kind of existence is in the depths of the North Underworld mountain? Jiang Qin looked at Luo Ying and asked. He felt that the earthquake was a little inexplicable. Luo Ying shook her head. I don't know. In short, very few people will go in. It is considered one of the dangerous places in the Tianqi Silver River City. I heard that many star-level experts would disappear without a trace after entering it. Therefore, gradually no one dares to challenge this godforsaken North Underworld mountain. As for why this place is so terrifying, I'm afraid only those who have been there would know. Luo Ying said. Jiang Qin narrowed his eyes. Suddenly he looked at a mountain ridge and saw a stooped old man walking in the air towards the depths of the mountain. There's actually someone who can walk in the air? Where is it? Tong Ling was surprised. Impossible, right? The deeper one goes into the North Underworld mountain, it's impossible for anyone to do it. Even star-level experts are no exception. Luo Ying was also surprised. It's over there. Jiang Qin pointed at the call in the distance and said. Where is it? You must be seeing things. Luo Ying chuckled and said. I don't see it either. Tong Ling spread out his hands with an innocent face. Both of you didn't see it? Jiang Qin furrowed his brows. When he looked at the valley again, the figure had already disappeared without a trace. Jiang Qin couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Perhaps he really was seeing things. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his face. Yu Huan, who had been waiting for them at the end, was furious when he saw that the first person to walk out was Jiang Qin again. His face was gloomy. No one had ever been able to get out of this stone formation on the first day. Even in the past, it would take at least 2 days for someone to get out of this formation. However, Jiang Qin and the other two had actually used less than a day to get out of this formation. Very good. You're really making me like you more and more. Yu Huan murmured. The corner of his mouth was cold. Jiang Chen's appearance had shocked the dozens of experts of the Apocalypse cavalry around them. I'm sorry, Commander Yu, but I'm the first person you saw again. Jiang Qin said with a smile. Yu Huan snorted coldly. Jiang Qin had passed 2 levels in a row and Jiang Qin was first in both. This made him hate Jiang Qin even more. He must not let this bastard enter the Apocalypse Knights. How dare you challenge my authority as a commander? I must kill you. As long as you don't enter the Apocalypse Nights, I can control your life and death. Yu Huan clenched his fists tightly and looked at Jiang Qin with a cold smile. Don't be happy too early. No one knows if they will have the last laugh until the last moment. Don't end up in vain. If you fail the 3rd level and can't enter the Apocalypse Nights, you might even lose your life. That won't be worth it. Commander Yu's reminder is right. I will definitely be more careful. After entering the Apocalypse Nights, we'll have fun. Jiang Qin said confidently. He heaved a sigh of relief after passing the 2nd test. One could only enter the Apocalypse Night Legion after 3 tests. He didn't even have to fight in the 1st and 2nd tests. He was afraid that the 3rd test would be a battle of life and death. Edited by Lifer Fingerfox. After Jiang Qin, a thin youth in linen clothes walked out of the stone array. However, he knew that he was no longer first. Jiang Qin's figure attracted his attention because Jiang Qin had always been the most arrogant and domineering existence. He was also the champion of the 1st level and was known for his speed. He did not expect that Jiang Qin would take 1st place in the 2nd level. You're not bad. The youth in linen clothes stared at Jiang Qin with an indifferent expression without a trace of emotion. Chapter 48:14. The youth's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Although Jiang Qin's power was only at the 8th level of the Star Emperor realm, he felt that this guy was very strong. Otherwise, how could he have gotten 1st place in both the 1st and 2nd tests? The goddess of luck couldn't always favor one person. Strength was the true embodiment of strength. You chose the wrong opponent. There are many people stronger than me. Jiang Qin said calmly. But no one can surpass you and get 1st place. I only trust my intuition. Leng Ling didn't seem to take Jiang Qin's words seriously. He turned and left. This guy is very strong. If we fight to the death, I only have a 40% chance of winning, Luo Ying said in a deep voice. There were strong and weak half-step star states. Plus, there was the triple astral transformation. Some half-step star states could fight 10 people at once. It might not be an exaggeration. This guy seems to be from the linen race. I saw a linen race symbol between his eyebrows. The linen race is a large race on the Heaven Awakened planet. Although it's outside the Heaven Awakened Milky Way city, it's a small force. It's not much weaker than Norton City. There are very few linen race members, but they are all very talented. This guy is indeed hard to deal with. Tong Ling also frowned and reminded Jiang Qin. That youth treated Jiang Qin as an opponent, so they had to be careful of him. I hope he doesn't mess with me. Otherwise I won't be easy to mess with. Jiang Qin smiled and didn't comment. On the evening of the 2nd day, people walked out of the stone array one after another. On the 3rd day, a total of 89 people walked out. Those who hadn't walked out were directly eliminated. What kind of test is this? I haven't even done anything yet and I'm already eliminated. I can't accept this. What can you do? Can you dismantle the Horsemen of the Apocalypse? It's our fault for not passing the test. It's already good enough that we weren't buried in the earthquake. Be content. This is like a soft knife stabbing me. I'm here to fight, not to play hide and seek. This is so frustrating. Sigh, but it's still better than some people falling into the underground abyss. Being able to keep their lives is a blessing in disguise. Don't think that this is easy. Do you think that those who can pass the test are all fools? If you can't pass the test, it only means that your strength is lacking. Luck and brains are also a part of strength. Otherwise, do you think that just being able to fight is enough? I have a clear mind. I'll play you round and round. I won't even discuss it if I play you to death. That's right. Don't blame the heavens and blame others. A loss is a loss. Regroup, clean up the old mountains and rivers and fight again in the future. This is the demeanor of our generation. Many people were unwilling to lose because they didn't even know how they were eliminated. However, reality was cruel. If you lost, you didn't even have a choice. More and more people drooped their heads and left Dark North Mountain. Their journey in the Apocalypse Galaxy City had come to an end. If they wanted to fight again, they could only wait for the next recruitment of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. In the 2nd round of the test, 17 people had died and 44 people had been eliminated. No one had expected the arrival of the earthquake, but it was also an unexpected move for the freshman assessment. Even the Horsemen of the Apocalypse hadn't expected it. The weak would never be pitted. This world was always the stage of the strong. Jiang Qin looked at the dejected backs of those people. Each of them was a 1 in a million powerhouse, but if they wanted to leave their names behind, They had to surpass others and become the mark of this era. Everything had to start anew. With the third round of the test at hand, the remaining 89 people were all full of spirit. Yu Huan stood on a high hill and looked at the remaining 89 people. The real competition was about to begin. Whoever could laugh to the end would become the true chosen of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. A Horseman of the Apocalypse. Tong Yao was dressed in golden armor, looking valiant and formidable looking. She stood beside Yu Huan and solemnly said, "After 2 rounds of selection, you have all been promoted to Horsemen of the Apocalypse. After 2 rounds of selection, you are only 1 step away from advancing to become Horsemen of the Apocalypse. However, this 1 step could possibly separate many people from the sect forever. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse are the symbol of spirit, leaders, war, and experts. Only after many rounds of selection can you determine whether you are qualified to become a Horseman of the Apocalypse. Once you become a Horseman of the Apocalypse, you will shoulder an incomparably important responsibility. You will use your life as your belief to protect the Apocalypse planet. That is your mission and the responsibility of your life. It is your glory and spiritual pillar that you will never be able to avoid. As for the 3rd round of the test, you will go to the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest to find Destiny Stones. Destiny Stones aren't stones, but rather living beasts that don't have their own consciousness. After death, they will condense into Destiny Stones. Most of them are only the size of a palm. Only those who obtain Destiny Stones can complete the 3rd round of the test. However, there are strong and weak Destiny Stones. Obtaining one doesn't guarantee that you will be ranked in the top 50, but if you don't obtain one, you will forever miss the opportunity to join the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. In short, the more Destiny Stones you obtain, the greater your chances of joining the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Whoever obtains the most Destiny Stones will be the champion of the 3rd round of the test. When the time comes, you will become the pride of this new generation of knights. Whether or not you can become a Horseman of the Apocalypse will depend on your own luck. After Tong Yao finished speaking, the crux of the 3rd round of the test was clear. The conflict between them was bound to arise. The 1st and 2nd rounds of the test didn't involve a confrontation between the new students. The 3rd round of the test directly released them into a true battle of life and death. In order to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, they would definitely fight for more Destiny Stones. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. For the sake of their dreams, their lives would become pitiful. At that time, surviving would be their only hope. This would be a battle between cornered beasts, where the fittest would be eliminated. The Destiny Stones were just a pretense. Whether or not they could defy the heavens and change their fates would depend on their own strength. This was a test destined to be filled with bloodshed. It looks like the real battle is finally about to begin. My broadsword has been thirsting for blood for a long time. That's right, I've been impatient for a long time, huh? Whether or not we can have the last laugh will all depend on our own ability. I love this kind of battle the most. Simple, violent, and very direct. The winner takes all. That's the law of the jungle. Everyone be careful. The 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest is not a good place. I have heard of the legend of the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest before. It is a truly dangerous place. Many people have lost their lives in the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. Don't make it sound so terrifying. Our greatest enemies are the people around us. What's so scary about the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest? We only have one goal, and that is to obtain more Destiny Stones. Even if we have to kill and plunder, we won't hesitate. The Horsemen of the Apocalypse didn't say anything, which means that this is a game without rules. Chapter 48:15. 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest? Destiny Stone? Jiang Qin was startled. What kind of damned place was that? However, as the final trial ground, this place was definitely extraordinary. The final trial was clearly the time for the Horsemen of the Apocalypse to test their strength. Just like Dark North Mountain, this isn't a good place. However, Dark North Mountain is vast and much more terrifying than the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest. There are many demon beasts there, and many of them rely on absorbing the energy of Destiny Stones to survive and cultivate. Our opponents aren't just these eager competitors. Luoying smiled. She wasn't worried at all. She had been to the 100 Ghost Bamboo Forest before and had some experience. As long as they could find more Destiny Stones, it would be fine. As for the battle, it would depend on whose fist was harder. Survival was more important than anything else. Only by surviving the Destiny Stones could one become a true expert. The recruitment of horsemen of the apocalypse was the strictest on the entire apocalypse planet. Furthermore, once one entered the horsemen of the apocalypse, they would have to swear an oath to become a glorious horseman. Everyone was waiting and anticipating. Luo Ying, Tong Ling, and even more experts were raising their heads in anticipation. Because this was what they had been chasing, it was their belief. They were born and raised on the apocalypse planet. They were the future of the apocalypse planet. If they wanted to see the apocalypse planet's dazzling starlight, they had to become horsemen of the apocalypse. However, Zhou Xian was different. He didn't come from the apocalypse planet. He only had one dream, and that was to become stronger. To become stronger. To become stronger. Thus, he didn't have a sense of belonging, nor could he feel their love for the horsemen of the apocalypse. However, their goal was the same: to become a member of the horsemen of the apocalypse and stand openly on this hot-blooded land. Under the starry sky, they would become the strongest horsemen. My sister told me that the 100-ghost bamboo forest has been very chaotic recently. She didn't tell me the specifics, so she told me to be extra careful, Tong Ling said in a low voice. As a member of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse's assessment team, Tong Yao's words were very trustworthy. Zhou Xian and Luo Ying didn't doubt this. It's better to be safe than sorry. Luo Ying agreed. Although the Heaven Awakening planet was very powerful and the Heaven Awakening Milky Way city was the safest place, there were still countless dangers lurking beneath this starry sky. Looks like the examination this time won't be too lonely. Zhou Xian stretched his waist, his eyes shining brightly. Different situations call for different measures, and the horsemen of the apocalypse were right in front of him. How could he let others stand in his way? He would kill anyone who stood in his way. No one could stop him from moving forward. Go. The duration of the test this time is 1 month. Whether or not you will be able to undergo a complete metamorphosis within a month will depend on your own luck. Tong Yao's cold voice was filled with coldness and killing intent, and her eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Apart from being slightly worried about her younger sister Tong Ling, her heart was as calm as still water. If one wanted to establish a foothold in the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, one could only be stronger and more diligent than others. More than 80 people were led by Tong Yao to the 100-ghost bamboo forest. Everyone was eager to give it a try. No one wanted to be left behind in this last trial. As long as they could get enough Heaven's Will stones, they would be able to advance. Within this month there would be many battles. Whoever had the strongest fist would be able to survive and obtain more Heaven's Will stones. As the name suggested, the 100-ghost bamboo forest was a bamboo peak that stretched for millions of miles. It was a boundless sea of bamboo that swayed back and forth. The tall bamboos were 300 meters tall and the short bamboos were 3 feet tall. The bamboo leaves were so green that they seemed to drip water, and the slender bamboos were like arrows embedded in the bamboo peaks. Be careful. Tong Yao didn't say much. These words contained all of her sister's expectations and worries. Sister, I definitely won't embarrass our Norton city. Don't worry. Tong Ling nodded. In her sister's eyes she had always been a child, and in her father's eyes she was a princess who couldn't grow up. However, Tong Ling herself didn't want to live under the protection of her family. She only wanted to be a bird that could spread its wings and soar high. The blue sky and white clouds were what she desired the most. The final round is about to begin. Brothers, let's go. I'll definitely teach all of you a lesson. Whether you're a mule or a horse, you'll have to lead it out for a walk. It'll be up to me whether you can laugh until the end. I don't want to be surpassed by trash like you. You're so young yet so arrogant. Let's see if you can still be so unyielding after entering the 100-ghost bamboo forest. The group of newcomers was very arrogant, and they weren't inferior to Zhou Xian. After all, they had already reached this stage. As long as they weren't too weak, they would basically be able to enter the Horsemen of the Apocalypse. After all, more than half of the people would be able to advance. But no one knew what kind of difficulties they would encounter during the test. Zhou Xian and the others quickly entered the bamboo forest, looking for the Destiny Stone. It was urgent. I'll go first. You two be careful. Luo Ying said in a deep voice. Aren't you coming with us? Tong Ling asked. I still have some private matters to attend to, and I'm afraid of dragging you down. Take care. Luo Ying glanced at the two of them, then turned around and entered the bamboo forest. It looks like we're the only ones left to depend on each other. Tong Ling shook her head and sighed. She walked forward, minding her own business. However, when she turned around, Jiang Chen had already disappeared from behind her, replaced by a thick fog. Jiang Chen. Tong Ling's heart sank. How could this be? Just now Jiang Chen was still behind her. How did he suddenly disappear without a trace? Jiang Chen couldn't be so bored as to play hide and seek with her here, right? Tong Ling called out a few times, but her voice disappeared into the vast bamboo forest. At this moment Jiang Chen also disappeared completely. Jiang Chen, please be alright. Tong Ling didn't expect this place to be so strange. As soon as she entered it became like this. Other than the fog there were only bamboo trees and Jiang Chen was nowhere to be seen. However, Tong Ling couldn't care less about Jiang Chen. At this moment she could only take one step at a time. The 100-ghost bamboo forest wasn't peaceful recently. This was what her sister told her, so Tong Ling had to be even more careful. At the same time Jiang Chen was also confused. He was just talking to Luo Ying and Tong Ling, but when he turned around they disappeared into the fog. He couldn't find any trace of them. The mystery of the 100-ghost bamboo forest made Jiang Chen completely understand. Even with his strength he couldn't observe the things around him. He didn't even react when people disappeared. The moment he turned around he wanted to take a look at the surrounding terrain, but when the fog came he was the only one left looking around. This is really strange. Chapter 48:16. Black King, do you know about destiny stones? Step by step Jiang Chen walked deeper into the forest. From time to time 2 groundhogs would jump out. Birds and beasts were a common sight, but they were all small animals that couldn't even be considered as demonic beasts. Destiny stones are unique to the Heaven Awakened planet. I've heard that this thing can awaken a destiny astral soul, but it's very difficult. The Black King said seriously. Destiny astral soul? What's a destiny astral soul? Jiang Chen said with a puzzled expression. This was the first time he had heard of this and he was filled with curiosity. It's the destiny astral soul of a star state. Only those who reach the star state can awaken it. According to ancient legends, everyone is a star in the sky. As long as you awaken your destiny astral soul, you will be able to light up a star in the vast universe. However, it was extremely difficult to awaken one's own natal astral soul. Since ancient times, there were only a handful of stellar-level beings who could awaken their natal astral soul. Even for the nebula realm above the stellar level, only 1 in 10,000 would be able to do so. This is equivalent to the intelligence of some ordinary spirit beasts. Once they awaken it, their power and intelligence will increase to another level. As for the innate astral souls, they are the gates to the universe. I don't know how powerful the innate astral souls are because I've never awakened one before. However, my master did. In any case, awakening one's innate astral soul is an extremely terrifying thing. There are only benefits and no disadvantages. The Black King said seriously. Jiang Chen hadn't seen the Black King this serious in a long time. It shouldn't be easy to awaken it with the destiny stones here, right? Otherwise, the Knights of Heaven Awaken and even the people of the Heaven Awaken planet will definitely not let this place go. Jiang Chen said. Although heavenly mandate astral souls were described by the Black King as divine, it wasn't so easy to awaken one's own heavenly mandate astral soul. The path was long and arduous and it wasn't something that could be accomplished in a short period of time. That's true. By the way, after awakening the destiny astral soul, one can roam the heavens. Even on the Heaven Awakened planet, one can observe everything in the Heaven Awakened planet. The Black King continued. The destiny astral soul is this powerful? Jiang Chen's eyes narrowed. If he could awaken the destiny astral soul, wouldn't he be able to observe the entire Heaven Awakened planet? Wouldn't his chances of finding Feng Air be greater? Jiang Chen's breathing became heavy, and his heart was blazing with a blazing fire. He didn't know if it was possible for him to break through to the next level. However, Jiang Chen also knew that it was impossible for even Star Realm experts to break through, let alone him who was only at the 8th heavenly layer of the Star Emperor realm. It sounded like a fantasy, but there was no future without hope. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with hope. Only with a direction to work towards could he look forward to the future. That's right. The destiny astral soul can be used in battle and its benefits are unimaginable. Only by breaking through and awakening the destiny astral soul will one know how beneficial it is. The Black King's words constantly stimulated Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit soared and he excitedly rushed deeper. I will definitely awaken the destiny astral soul. Jiang Chen swore solemnly. After walking for a long time, Jiang Chen finally found a crumpled stone. It didn't look like a stone, but the Genesis Qi energy it exuded convinced Jiang Chen. Although it was only the size of a palm, its existence gave Jiang Chen great encouragement. This is the Destiny Stone. Jiang Chen believed it without a doubt. There is an indescribable energy in the Destiny Stone that seems to calm one's mind and brighten one's eyes. It's not Genesis Qi, but it has the same effect. It seems to be able to fuse with Genesis Qi. Jiang Chen held the palm-sized Destiny Stone in his hand and took a deep breath. The Destiny Stone wasn't a precious treasure, but it could make one's mind and soul clear. It was definitely a good thing. Let's put it away first. Just as Jiang Chen was about to put away the Destiny Stone, a slender shadow suddenly soared through the sky like a sharp arrow. It streaked past Jiang Chen's ear with a swoosh as fast as lightning. What the hell? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. When he turned around, the black shadow was already closing in on him again. Jiang Chen immediately raised his saber and punched out with a serious expression, hitting the black shadow squarely. Bang! After a loud bang, the black shadow was forced back by Jiang Chen, and it finally landed on the ground. Only now did Jiang Chen get a good look at it. It was actually a leopard cat. It was more than 2 feet tall and it had a long beard. It looked like a leopard and its black eyes were glowing with a cold light as it stared at Jiang Chen. Put it down. The leopard cat spat out the human language and said fiercely. You're just a leopard cat. You want the Destiny Stone? Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Chen said calmly. With a flip of his hand he put away the Destiny Stone. The leopard cat bared its fangs and its eyes were like torches. With a low growl it charged at Jiang Chen again. You're courting death. Jiang Chen snorted coldly and punched out with the power to pick up a mountain. The leopard cat's body spun rapidly, dodging the attack and playing with speed with Jiang Chen. However, this leopard cat was not easy to deal with. Its strength was at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. No wonder it dared to challenge Jiang Chen. The two exchanged several moves, but Jiang Chen still couldn't catch the leopard cat. He was also quite depressed. It seemed that he had to give it something fierce. Jiang Chen directly used the Heaven Ascension Ladder and instantly suppressed the leopard cat. It had no way to resist. 3 punches hit its target, blocking its path of retreat. It rolled away in a sorry state. Meow. Ugh. The leopard cat hissed. Its ribs had been broken by Jiang Chen. It subconsciously retreated, its eyes filled with hatred and anger. Die. Jiang Chen took a step forward and punched again. However, this time the leopard cat took advantage of the momentum to escape. Knowing that it was no match for Jiang Chen, it directly fled into the bamboo forest and disappeared from Jiang Chen's sight. That's it. Jiang Chen smiled but didn't give chase. After all, this was someone else's territory. The 100 Ghosts bamboo forest was very secretive. He was really afraid of being tricked by this leopard cat. It was better to be safe than sorry. Anyway, the Destiny Stone was already in his hands. This was not a place to stay for long. Jiang Chen hurriedly left the place and continued his search for the Destiny Stone. This demonic beast wasn't strong, but he didn't rule out the possibility that it would attract more powerful demonic beasts. Therefore he had to be extra careful. In less than 10 days, Jiang Chen had already found 4 pieces of Destiny Stones, but the biggest one was only half a foot wide. He wondered if the others would find more than him. Jiang Chen didn't pay attention to the outside world. He only focused on finding the Destiny Stone. However, danger was approaching step by step. Jiang Chen seemed to feel that these 2 days, there was always someone watching him. He had no choice but to be more careful. Rustle, 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 rustle. Chapter 48:17. You're hiding in plain sight. Show yourself. Jiang Chen roared in a low voice. In front of him, 7 black shadows broke through the air and leaped up, heading straight for Jiang Chen's face. Their momentum was surging and they were like 7 sharp swords. Jiang Chen was facing a formidable enemy. You're finally here. Jiang Chen's fists were sharp, and the shadows of his fists came one after another. In an instant he displayed the dragon transformation and faced the enemy head-on. The 7 shadows converged directly. Jiang Chen didn't dare to take them lightly. After being forced back by 1 blow, the 7 shadows advanced instead of retreating. Behind Jiang Chen, more than 10 shadows of light followed one after another. They were filled with a cold and murderous aura, firmly locking onto Jiang Chen. Is it that tanuki? Jiang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Nearly 20 tanuki, all of whom were at the 9th heaven of the Star Emperor realm. This force could be said to be quite powerful. Even he didn't dare to take them lightly. It seemed like this civet cat wasn't as simple as he had imagined. It actually knew how to gather its friends and make a comeback. Moreover, it came prepared. More than 20 civet cats of the 9th heavens of Star Emperor realm brought great pressure to Jiang Chen. Plus, their speed was very fast, almost blocking all of his escape routes. This civet cat knew what he was capable of. That's why it was able to create such a huge force. This time you can't escape. The tanuki slowly walked toward Jiang Chen, walking briskly. The corners of its mouth were slightly raised. Jiang Chen was sure that it was a smile, a strange and feminine smile. Is it really good to sacrifice so many of your tanuki's lives for a piece of destiny stone? Jiang Chen said lightly. You're still so stubborn when you're about to die? Killing you is as easy as taking something out of my pocket. Die. The tanuki stood with its head held high, turning into a foxy figure. Its red sleeves danced in the wind and its charming eyes were like waves, but there was a hidden murderous intent. At the same time, the other 21 black raccoons also transformed into enchanting beauties. Their eyes were bright and colorful, and it was as if they had stepped into a sea of flowers. Their hands were seductive, and their legs were as white as jade. Their smiling faces were as sharp as blades. The red-sleeved civet cat who was in the lead let out a low roar and everyone rushed forward. That scene would definitely make one's blood boil, but at this moment, it was full of danger. Jiang Chen didn't have the time to appreciate the scenery, because if he made the slightest mistake he might be consigned to eternal damnation. These raccoons were definitely hiding needles in silk floss. The land of tenderness was the grave of a hero. Jiang Chen lifted his sword and stood up. His heavenly dragon sword roared out of its sheath. It moved as fast as lightning, looking majestic. The surrounding raccoons flickered and it was impossible to catch them. Jiang Chen could only use his sword to slash through the air and break this cage of desire. Inescapable net, demonic fox phantom. The overlapping shadows made it impossible for Jiang Chen to tell where these raccoons were. Their repeated attacks brought him quite a bit of pressure. Jiang Chen retreated in order to advance. He was trapped in the inescapable net. Rays of rainbow light swept past him. All Jiang Chen could see was the colorful long sleeves dancing in the air. Each and every one of them was deadly. Jiang Chen seemed to be wrapped in the silk coiling cave. There was no way to breathe in all directions and he was completely sealed in it. The jade-like hands moved again and again, and the palm wind was like lightning tearing the air. Jiang Chen's clothes were also torn to pieces. After all, he was facing more than 20 star emperors in the 9th heaven and he was in their territory. Jiang Chen had to avoid the sharp edge. The heavenly dragon sword was deafening like thunder, rising and falling, and the sword momentum was like a rainbow. However, these raccoons were also very tenacious. They fought back and forth with Jiang Chen. Relying on the advantage of numbers and the advantage of the terrain, these raccoons almost did not give Jiang Chen any chance to fight back. However, Jiang Chen's limitless sword was not a joke. It rode the wind and raced the sword roaming the sky. 28 swords. Invisible and shadowless, it pushed forward heavily, relying on the sword momentum, and the storm rose one after another. The limitless sword was all-pervasive. Finally, it tore through all the rainbow-colored chains. Jiang Chen was finally able to see the light. Meow. These raccoons rushed forward wave after wave, disregarding everything and even wanted to fight to the death with Jiang Chen. They did not care about their own bodies at all. It was not a pity if they died, but they absolutely had no intention of retreating. Killing Jiang Chen was like a mission in their hearts. Jiang Chen's sword slashed their throats, but the oppressive power of these raccoons was giving Jiang Chen a headache. After killing one person, he needed to use his shoulder to block the remaining raccoons. Jiang Chen consumed a lot of Genesis Qi. However, the terror of the limitless sword gradually made these raccoons lose their fighting strength. 28 swords was even more successful, allowing Jiang Chen to kill in and out without any flaws. A lot of Genesis Qi was consumed. Jiang Chen killed more than 10 people in a row. 28 swords gave these raccoons a fatal blow. Jiang Chen did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. He killed one by one and did not leave any room for them to level up. If he had vowed to chase and kill them all, today's incident would not have happened. Jiang Chen's face was dripping with sweat. These guys were very cunning. Using the stairway to heaven consecutively consumed a lot of energy because this was the only way to catch up with them. But this time Xianxia must do it flawlessly. Not a single one could escape. The heavenly dragon sword broke through the wind and waves, and Xianxia began to kill crazily as if there was no one around. It had to be said that these raccoons were very cunning and very strong, causing a lot of trouble for Xianxia. However, Xianxia did not slack off at all. He could not make any mistakes. He must kill them in one blow. Only then could he complete the counterattack. He wanted the Destiny's Stone, and these raccoons also wanted the Destiny's Stone. They had become his most direct opponents. It would have been fine if you had just left, but since you dared to come back, then die. Xianxia dashed left and right. Sword shadows cut through the air like bright lights in the dark night. One raccoon after another fell. Xianxia wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He became more and more bloodthirsty. He killed without mercy. Only by killing everything could he be safe and sound. None of you can escape. Xianxia's murderous aura soared. Being kind to the enemy was being cruel to oneself. He had long understood that he had to kill quickly. He was not a saint. To live he must think for himself. If I don't go to hell, who will? Xianxia sneered. Sweat continuously flowed from his face, and his Genesis chi consumption had reached 99%. When he killed the last raccoon, he was also drenched in sweat. He sat down next to the bamboo, panting heavily. His hands rested on his sword as he breathed heavily. A dozen Destiny's Stones dropped from the dead raccoons. The corners of Xianxia's mouth curved slightly. Seems that these guys had not been killed in vain. How could he not take a deal that was delivered to his doorstep? Chapter 48:18. Tisk. Don't you know how to be gentle? There were more than 20 of them. How could you just kill them like that? Don't you feel sorry for them at all? Ah. A man in a green robe with a spear on his back stood in front of the dead civet cats. He kept shaking his head and looking at Xianxia with a sharp smile. His green robe fluttered without any wind. His long hair was messy, but he was exceptionally sharp. The spear on his back was emitting a black light. His spear glinted coldly, and his eyes were like those of a ferocious wolf. Beside him, 7 people slowly walked over from all directions around Xianxia. Xianxia had more or less seen these people before. They were all participants of the freshman assessment. What do you want? Xianxia said indifferently. There are so many destiny stones scattered on the ground. What do you think I want? Do you want me to pick them up for you, or do you want to pick them up for me? Qiu said with a smile. I killed them, so the things are naturally mine. Do you want to kill me and rob me? Xianxia chuckled. Qiu waved his hand calmly. I didn't want to kill you at first. Even these destiny stones aren't enough for me to kill you, but you're too arrogant. I can't stand people who are more pretentious than me. You're one of them. So, I can only kill you. But it seems that I don't need to do anything. You're still too young. Qiu's smile was like a spring breeze after a rain. It was carefree, natural, and incomparably gratifying. The 7 people around him slowly walked towards Xianxia. You're so hesitant to kill me. Why are you still looking for a reason? Xianxia snorted. You're arrogant, but unfortunately your life has come to an end. Qiu said. That might not be the case. Xianxia looked at Qiu and said with a ghostly smile. Do it. Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish. Trust me, you'll die a comfortable death. Qiu's smile gradually turned ferocious. 7 figures arrived one after another, overflowing with murderous intent as they closed in on Xianxia. These 7 people were all top-notch experts, peak star emperors, super geniuses who could fight 1 against 10. Being able to break through numerous tests and meet the requirements of the Horsemen of the Apocalypse, their strength was already infinitely close to that of a Horseman of the Apocalypse. It's too early for you all to be happy. If you want to kill me, I'm afraid you'll have to reconsider. Xianxia's strength instantly soared after consuming a little rejuvenation pill. His Genesis chi surged as the power in his body reached its peak. You still have the small rejuvenation pill? Qiu's pupils constricted, and his expression turned even colder. What a waste of God's gifts. Someone who's about to die wants to use a minor rejuvenation pill to prolong his life? Dream on. With Qiu's roar, the 7 of them finally charged forth. Xianxia no longer remained silent and raised his sword. These fellows were all peerless experts, and they couldn't be compared to the civet cats from before. This battle was destined to be even more difficult. The tallest tree in the forest was the first to be destroyed by the wind. They had long disliked Zhou Xian. Moreover, they had been searching for the Destiny Stone for a long time. How could they let it go? Killing Zhou Xian would make them famous, seize the Destiny Stone, and advance to the next level. This was killing two birds with one stone. You're not strong enough, but you're so arrogant. Today we will send you to heaven. That's right. I really don't know where you get the confidence to kill him. We will surely become famous. A mere 8th-layer Star Emperor wants us to join forces against him? You're giving him too much face. Kill. Qiu stared fixedly at Zhou Xian. How could a mere 8th-layer Star Emperor be so arrogant? The 7 masters came one after another. Zhou Xian held his broadsword in front of him and drew his sword to look around. Clanging sounds lingered. Zhou Qian's strength had reached the peak of the Star Emperor realm under the dragon transformation. He didn't fear these people at all. However, he had to be on guard at all times. That Qiu might be waiting for an opportunity to attack. None of the 7 great warriors were weaklings. Their figures moved together, moving as fast as lightning. Both sides were fighting back and forth. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Even Qiu, who was standing at the side, was frowning as he prepared himself. It looked like this Zhou Xian wasn't easy to deal with. What are you waiting for? Why are you holding back? Qiu's shout caused the 7 great experts to become alert. They didn't dare be careless as they unleashed all of their strength. Sword energy, blade energy, and layers of afterimages were all making it more and more difficult for Zhou Xian to deal with them. 28 swords. Zhou Xian fought against 7 people alone, but he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. These guys' attacks were all pervasive. Eternal celestial wind. Zhou Xian retreated in order to advance. The sound of the wind was like a saber. As the wind blew, he descended from the sky. His sword momentum was overbearing and powerful. Get out of here. A shocking sword radiance pierced into the enemy's formation. 2 people were thrown away looking quite embarrassed. Zhou Xian sneered and slashed at the sky again. The limitless sword was invincible. Taking advantage of his victory, the 7 masters all held their breath and fought with all their strength. Who dared to be careless when it was a matter of life and death? Zhou Xian's strength was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon transformation had pushed his strength to the peak. Zhou Xian wasn't weak at all when fighting at the same level. He's too powerful. We can't resist his sword momentum at all. Damn it. So weird. Star Emperor Realm 8 can be so strong. No, I can't stand it anymore. We have to stand it even if we can't. Everyone clenched their teeth. Zhou Xian started to exert his strength. They didn't know what to do anymore. Facing the double suppression of the limitless sword and the eternal celestial wind, Zhou Xian was already unstoppable. The 7 masters kept retreating. Zhou Xian seemed to be invincible. He started to crush them while they were down. The 7 of them fled. They couldn't fight against Zhou Xian at all. The more he fought, the braver he became. It was as if he was on steroids. So the 7 of them turned pale and were injured one after another. Star Emperors at the peak couldn't even withstand one blow from Zhou Xian. Qiu was so angry that he felt more and more depressed. How dare you? Qiu was finally enraged. It looked like he couldn't just sit back and watch the battle. Zhou Xian was fighting 7 enemies by himself, and he was the one who forced his men to retreat. If he didn't act now, the lives of these 7 men would be in danger. A half-step star-level master was finally here. Zhou Xian knew that Qiu was going to attack him sooner or later, so he was mentally prepared. Qiu threw out a sky-blasting strike with his bare fists, causing the sky to darken and the earth to darken. The punch landed on Zhou Qian's heavenly dragon sword, causing it to shake violently. Qiu was forced back a dozen steps before he could regain his balance. You're strong, but today I'll tear you into pieces.